welcome everybody. Welcome to In the Game for Ukraine, which is a live stream. Well, you should probably know what it is if you clicked on it, right? A live stream fundraiser in order to raise money for the British Red Cross Ukraine Crisis Appeal. I'm Julia Hardy.
And I am Aoife Wilson. And we have a ton of professional games actors coming in to reprise some of their top roles in your favourite games today.
That's right, we've got 6 gripping hours of non-stop, 6 hours of like some of your favourite voice actors, but like not only just doing kind of like live readings and stuff like that, we might even be just kind of doing a little bit of a kind of, you know, a little bit of a twist really. Imagine maybe like one of your favourite, you know, characters in a different game. In a different game.
In a different game,
In a different game.
I believe they call that a mashup. Yes, we also have special guests. They have special guests giving us a look behind the scenes, behind the curtain, if you will. Writing for games, food challenges. We're not getting that.
Apparently that's not on our run of show. No. I was like, excuse me? Do you know who I am?
Mashups, of course, and some special surprises.
Yeah, and obviously we want you guys to be involved and get the opportunity to ask questions to some of your favourite voice talent. So go onto Twitter and go to @SideGlobal with the hashtag #InTheGameForUkraine and send us your questions so that we don't have to do any work and we'll just let you ask all the questions.
We love it when that happens. Yes, indeed. But more important than all of that, we need your donations. We absolutely do, because we want to raise, in fact, we will. We're going to raise a lot of money for Operation Ukraine today to get humanitarian aid to those who need it right now via the British Red Cross.
Yeah, and prior to the war, there were over 400 game companies in Ukraine with over 30,000 people, employees working before this all happened. And, you know, we've seen in recent days, obviously, the games community come together and do some incredible stuff. And we know you guys, when you set a challenge, you know how to smash it. So, we are really excited.
So here's a challenge for you. Donations can be made by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. And, you know, that'll take you straight to the Tiltify fundraising page. You'll find all of the details you need there. Give a little, give a lot, you know, whatever you have to give. We will gladly take it.
Yes, we will take all of your money. Give it to us now. We know you guys love a challenge. And, you know, basically if we hit our target, then it's like a Chivo.
Yeah, pretty much.
You get a Chivo, and we all want that.
And we both know, I mean, firsthand, we know how incredibly generous the games community is. You know, how much they love rising to a challenge.
And passing it. Just to be difficult. Just to be difficult. Just to
say we can.
Exactly.
Right, well, coming up, we have bickering and teeny tiny parents in award-winning It Takes Two. We have heading into space with Observation. We have finding out about Mother Cardinal's nasty little secrets in GreedFall.
And some angry Welsh fairies in Nino Kuni.
Well, there's an angry little Irish fairy in this room.
Yeah, I've had enough of that one. And talking to the writers also about why they're Welsh, which sounds like an odd question, but actually is a really interesting question. And of course, I mean, someone else who like, I'm just nonplussed about. I don't really care. You know, I mean, whatever. I sort of barely played the game. We've got Doug Cockle. I don't know. He played some
really, Doug.
Like some dude from the game, the Mitcher, I don't know. So that thing. Him.
You're gonna rile people up today.
I'm really going to rile people up. I hosted Witchicon, they should know. I'm not only taking them.
Well, actually, I have heard a rumour now that there will be a special donations call that could result in a unique meetup between Geralt and a certain netrunner from Night City. But you're gonna have to keep donating if you want to find out what that is, and stay tuned.
I mean, they should. Why do they not just do that as like DLC? Can we not just hit up CD Projekt Red right now?
Let's just see how it goes.
Can we do that? And he's like, wind's howling, and you're like, no, that's just skyscrapers.
That's the sound they make. That's a car engine, Geralt.
Yeah, that's a car alarm. You just don't know the noises. Okay, stop being weird. Anyway, speaking of tuning in, of course, IGN are also carrying this stream as well, which is brilliant. And there's actually 16 different ways. And I know you're watching, which means that you know, but we just want to show off how many different ways you can actually watch it. Should you want to flip between?
Flip around,
if you want to flip around, maybe you do. So it's IGN's Twitch and YouTube channel, iOS, Android, and apps. IGN's PlayStation 4 app and Xbox One app. On Amazon Fire and Apple TV, that's IGN on there. Samsung TV Plus, and of course, Side Global's Twitch and YouTube channel. So if you just want to flick around, you could have 12 screens with 12 different streams.
Oh.
I mean, why not? A huge wall. I mean, as long as you're donating, we don't mind what you do.
Just mind your retinas, maybe, just a little bit. All right, well, we are reaching out in all these ways, do not forget, for a very, very important cause, and that is Operation Ukraine, which is getting humanitarian aid to those who need it. Now, £10, just £10, can provide a hygiene kit to a family of 5, so it giving them supplies to stay healthy for an entire month. £20 could provide blankets to families taking 5 blankets to families taking shelter.
And actually, £100 could provide sleeping mats for 66 people. That's 66 people who've been forced from their homes. And 210 could provide a fully equipped first aider with the first aid kit to treat those who are wounded. So for £210, you could literally be saving actual lives, a whole bunch of them for £210. I think that's a bargain.
That really is incredible. Yeah. And again, donations can be made by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine, and that will take you straight to the Tiltify fundraising page.
Well, I think we've done the hard opening sell here. Well, it's not really a hard opening sell. It's really important stuff. Like Aoife and I are so pleased to be here to be able to partake in this and help raise money, because we do truly believe in this. But now it's the best bit. Let's get to some video game shenanigans. Yes, I believe we're kicking it off with some It Takes Two. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm not ready for this.
Okay, so this is going to we would like to just say, obviously, we are, if you don't know It Takes Two, obviously it's an action-adventure platform game developed by Hazelight Studios and published by Electronic Arts, released last year. Obviously won a bunch of awards. And it's basically sort of I Shrunk the Kids goes through a divorce sort of thing.
It is a very unique story, absolutely. Yes. And I honestly, I played the whole thing on stream. And
wait, I just have to say, before we even knew we were doing this and this was happening, Aoife would many times speak about the trauma involved in this particular scene of this game. So I feel that it's very, relevant.
It's not. I'm just not ready to relive it. But we are delighted to have Rose and Cutie the Elephant here with us today. So let's join Claire Corbett and as Rose and Lizzie Waterworth as Cutie the Elephant. Just before,
you can't even say I can't get through. This is too much.
Just after being told of the divorce, warning: things are going to get a little bit hairy.
Do you want to turn the sound on in the studio
I'm
for you?
not all right.
Do you? You can. All right, guys, let's take it away. We can't wait. Hey.
Interior. Kitchen. Morning. The toy Cutie Elephant sits on the breakfast table next to Rose in her pyjamas. Rose looks at her parents, who serve her breakfast. She pushes a button on the elephant's plastic torso, and a pre-recorded message plays.
As far up to the top as we can, that'd be great.
Hi. I'm Cutie, and I'm your best friend. Friends always stick together.
Interior, Rose's room. Rose enters with Cutie Elephant and gets up on a chair next to a bookshelf. Her parents have just told her that they are to separate.
Don't worry, Cutie. Everything will be okay.
Rose presses a button on the elephant's torso.
I will always love you. Love you too.
Rose puts the elephant back on top of her bookshelf. She gets down and picks up the dolls, Clay Cody and Wooden May, and climbs through the window. Interior, the real world. Rose hears music. She comes out from her room carrying her toy suitcase, but stops at the sound of music playing. She tries to locate it. It comes from above. She peeks up at the ceiling at a closed attic hatch. In the attic, the music continues. Someone can be heard climbing the ladder. The attic hatch opens and Rose peeks inside, and among all the stuff she spots an open vinyl record player built as a suitcase with a vinyl playing music, the same as May was singing to.
Mom? Are you here?
Rose climbs inside the attic.
Mom?
No response. Rose looks fascinated at the playing record player. She grabs it. Exterior, house, living room. Rose enters, carrying the record player suitcase. She discovers that Mother May is still lying on the sofa. She puts the suitcase on a side table and opens it, displaying the vinyl still inside. She lightly touches her mother.
your favourite song?
No response, since Mother May is still in a coma.
You can listen to it when you feel better.
Rose sneaks out of the room.
I love you, Mum.
Interior. Claw machine. The dolls are trying to catch Cutie with the claw.
No, don't catch me, don't catch me.
The dolls catch Cutie with the claw. Cutie gets stuck hanging in the claw machine hatch.
Help! Someone help me!
The dolls approach Cutie hanging upside down, stuck with their feet in the hatch.
Ah! My foot is stuck!
The dolls try to pull Cutie down as hard as they can.
Ouch! Let go! Don't touch me!
The dolls pull Cutie free, and she bounces away.
Ow! My head! It hurts! Where are you taking me? Please stop!
Cutie's ear gets stuck on a screwdriver.
Ow! 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 My ear! I'm stuck! Wait! My ear! Ah! Oh, please stop pulling! Ah! Oh.
Cutie has lost an ear.
What? I can't hear anything. Everything is fuzzy.
Cody and May are dragging Cutie towards the edge of the table.
No! I'm innocent. Oh, don't kill me.
The dolls must push Cutie over the edge.
Help! Pull me up. Can't we just be friends?
Cody begs Cutie to just fall down.
But why? I've spent my whole life being kind. You don't have to do this. I love Rose. Wait, let's hug instead. You want another hug?
The dolls try to push Cutie down even harder.
No! Stop pushing me! Do you want cookies? I can make more cookies if you stop.
Cody tells Cutie they can't. They need to get Rose to cry or they'll never get back to their real bodies. They'll be stuck here forever.
But maybe I can help you. Friends are supposed to help each other.
May tells Cutie she can help by letting go.
End scene. That's it, girls. Everyone traumatised.
Oh God!
Wow, my goodness.
I told you. It was just so traumatic. Poor cutie.
She had her hands on her ears for half of it.
I was like, I don't want to listen to this.
That was amazing. That was amazing, guys. Oh my word! But don't forget, of course, this is how to donate. Obviously, this is why we're here. We are here to make money for the British Red Cross Operation Ukraine. Go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine, and we are currently at £997.50, which is pretty good. Do you want to read out some of the donations? Actually,
Yeah,
you've got some
sure.
of those.
Oh well, top of the page, the wonderful Jane Perry, who I believe is coming in later
Gonna
on
be
today.
coming in later,
says, sending love to the East. Let's create some hope and comfort and support during this very difficult time. Aw.
Yeah, we've also got Chandra Nayak, who's donated £140. Wow, peace and non-violence is and always should be the only way forward.
Yep, and then Emma Melanie says, really heartbroken to see what's been happening to our Ukrainian friends. Hope it helps a little. Thank you so much, Emma.
Yeah, and Paul Downing as well. Thank you to all who participate in this fundraiser for the people of Ukraine. That's
Lovely.
really, really sweet. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, so there we go.
So, yeah, I mean, It Takes Two, I honestly, as a game, I absolutely loved it because you never knew what was going to happen next. Like, you had no idea what was coming.
I mean, for you, did you, like, before coming into it, did you realise what kind of game it was going to be? What were you letting yourself in for? Like, what?
that you're in, and so you don't really know much
Okay,
about
we
it.
can't
So
actually hear
we
her,
can't-
but-
oh, you can't hear
It
us.
looks really good. You look like you're really animated. Whatever you're saying is
Really
great.
important.
Cue gallery.
Well, I got a call saying, "Can you be this is
Oh,
cute."
Until
hear
they
us,
get
I
that
don't think
fixed,
they can hear
though.
us.
I mean, as much as I was, traumatized by it, that is one of the standout moments for me. But
But what's that because you can't,
well,
like-
but also, like, I think there's just the gameplay. I mean, this is something that Joseph Fares does in all of his games, right? Is that
Why doesn't he want to be alone?
He
knows
just-
that. Every game, you have to have.
the co-op, I mean, he loves a bit of co-op. This
He
is true.
loves a bit of co-op.
But the thing that I really admire is that those games never outstay, like, a mechanic in those games never outstays its welcome. It's always changing all the time.
It's true.
So good.
It's not a moment that gets boring.
Yeah.
How are you doing there?
Yeah, can you hear
Oh,
us?
yeah, I was really wanting to like go back over because I was a bit like,
Yeah, I was just saying that we don't get told much about it when we go in. So we sometimes we get in there and we think, oh wow, this is what it's about. And,
Yeah, like with Cutie, I got a call saying there's this it's called Project Nuts, and I thought, oh, that's nice. What's that? Cute little elephant, and I was like, oh, that sounds so sweet. Yeah, of course, I love.
Little did you know.
Came in, I hadn't seen the script, and I was like, what? And then I met Joseph, and he's like, yeah, it's gonna be awesome. And I was like, okay. and then we just got straight in, and it was such a fun but weird experience doing such a cute voice with the
I have,
script.
trauma.
I have to ask one question as well, because obviously, like, your voice is like when you go from your normal voice to the voice you do. Does it freak people out? Because it's suddenly all like it's like
yeah, people
totally
think it's
different.
very
Oh,
odd.
yeah.
It's really
So just speak a bit like
Yes,
that.
oh,
and they
what?
think, wow, where is it from?
But it doesn't. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
doing
we
kids'
get used to
voices.
doing
Get
it,
used to
don't
doing
we?
it. So
But
we
yeah.
don't think it's so odd, but everyone else goes, "Oh my god, go away from me!"
oh my goodness, it was so amazing to see you do it live. Like, Aoife will get over it.
I will.
Oh, it's great. And we're normally in a box by ourselves, so we don't actually get to be with this. It's really nice to be with the other actor. We're like, oh, hello, you're my teddy bear. You're my elephant.
Does that make it easier a little bit? When
Always,
you can,
yeah. I
It's
mean,
always
you know,
great when
yeah.
you interact. You just bounce off each other.
Yeah.
And the fun and the
It's
energy
great.
is just there. And
Yeah.
it's great.
Well, look, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
It was really,
you.
really great for giving your time to such a wonderful cause.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
please
Thank you,
donate.
guys.
Please
Yes.
Donate.
Just wanting to donate.
Next up, just leave me. Next up for you, we have some Nino Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch.
You must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one. The one the legends say will save our world. So, anyway, that means I better get you over to our world and have you get rid of Shadar for us. All right with you?
Me? But how can I?
Don't fret, man. It's a big responsibility, I know, but you'll be all right, especially with me to help you. Oh, pure-hearted one, will you please come and save our world?
No.
This is why they say never work with children.
But I don't know anything about your world. Look at this place. It's amazing. So this is your world.
That's right, a whole nother world. Let's be off, shall we?
The boy who will save the world. But unfortunately for him, his light is yet a mere candle in the blackness.
Indeed. He may be the child the prophecies speak of, but he is a child nonetheless.
Yet these humans can be disturbingly powerful.
Do be careful out there now, won't you?
You don't stand a chance.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place? It's my mom. I have to save her.
That's why I brought you here, innit? You might just be able to stop him, see?
You really think I can?
Of course you can! You are the pure-hearted one! And the legends say that the pure-hearted one will drive away the darkness!
So, Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. It was released for the PlayStation 3. I can't believe.
Okay, we're old.
I mean, in 2011, published in Western regions by Bandai Namco. Bandai Namco.
Yes,
Gosh, words are
stop
hard.
switching it around.
In January 2013. Reading today, we have Stefan.
Yeah, Stefan Rodri.
Stefan Rodri as the brilliant fairy Drippy. I love that name.
It's great. Yeah. And obviously, Oliver was originally voiced by Adam Wilson. Obviously, was nominated number awards. Unfortunately, he can't be here today. So the very wonderful Claire Corbett is standing in. And I can't wait, because the best thing about this was everyone just always said it like drippy. Because you could say it in a super Welsh.
It, yeah.
Sorry, we're digressing. We'll do this while you're doing your thing. Bye. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Damien Goodwin, one of Side UK's senior performance director, and together with Mark Healy, I directed the original production of Ni no Kuni. But today I won't be directing, but will be reading in the stage directions and scene headings, so that you know where we are and in the scenes. We've just had a flashback to the last time Oliver saw his mum. Her last words were, "We'll always be together, Oliver. Always, always." Back in the present, in Oliver's room, Oliver holds the doll in his hands.
Mommy,
Tears begin to well up again from Oliver's eyes.
come back. Please.
The tears that fall from Oliver's eyes grow larger and larger. When those tears land on the doll, and the doll begins to emit a strange light.
Whoa! Ah! Ah!
The doll distorts and changes shape until it transforms itself into a strange-looking fairy. It's Drippy.
What's all this, eh? Curse lifted, is it? Tidy! I'm free! Free!
Drippy jumps up and down for joy.
Huh? What just happened?
You may well ask, my lad. You just witnessed the rebirth of Drippy, Lord of the Fairies.
Who?
What, are you deaf or something? Drippy, Lord of the Fairies, I said, didn't I?
Drippy.
That's right. Crikey, I'm sick to my teeth of you snivelling and moaning. Pathetic it is. A proper crybaby bunting you are. 3 days, man. 3 whole days. I mean, I've been sad before, but crying for 3 whole days, I'm surprised there's a drop of water left in you. You're a big boy, man. 3 days is, well, it's unheard of.
What?
Oh dear, bit flummoxed, are we? Bit lost for words? Not to worry, man. I got all the answers. Oh, but prepare yourself. Explaining all this is going to take a while. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Tidy. I like your style. Very honest, and you stay that way, okay? Take you far, it will. Right, on with the show.
Okay.
See, it's like this, see? What it is there's more worlds out there than this one by here. There's what you might call parallel worlds, see? They're like worlds along by the side of your one. And one of those worlds is my world. That's right, a whole nother world.
Another world?
Oh, it's quick of you. And that is the Lord of the Fairies. The reason I'm by here in this world of yours, well, is because there's a proper bad apple trying to upset the peace of both our worlds, see? Shadar, the Dark Djinn, his name is. And what he did was, he took over people's hearts and spread war and ruin all over our world. Tried to stand up to him, I did. And he turned me into a flipping doll and kicked me out of our world and into yours, the rotter.
Uh-huh.
And then you went and cried all over me and poof, the curse was lifted, just like that. Which makes me think you must be the one we fairies call the pure-hearted one. The one the legends say will save our world. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover, huh? So anyway, that means I'd better get you over to our world and have you get rid of Shadar for us. All right with you?
What? Me? But how can I?
Don't fret, man. It's a big responsibility, I know. But you'll be all right, especially with me to help you.
But
Oh, want me to ask you properly? Do? Fair dues.
What?
Oh, pure-hearted one, will you please come and save our world?
After this eloquent bequest, Drippy pricks up his ears, waiting for Oliver's answer.
No.
Sorry, I must have misheard you. What did you say? Go on once more, but louder.
I won't do it. I can't do it.
This is why they say never to work with children. I ask nicely, and you give me a hearty, yes, sir. That's how this works, see? Gee whiz, that would be swell, you say. It's just how these things are done. It's tradition. Oh, how am I supposed to work with this? It's like he's never read a story in his life.
But I don't know anything about your world, and I just can't right now.
What? Because your mum dropped dead?
Huh? Yeah.
You got a photo of her? Hurry up, will you? I haven't got all day.
Oh, okay.
Oliver goes to his desk, picks up a photo frame and brings it back to Drippy.
Let's see now. Blimey. It can't be. But then it can't be a coincidence neither.
What is it?
That's the great sage Alicia, that is. Then we might just be able to save her. Your mum, I mean.
Huh? What are you talking about?
You ready for another earful?
Uh-huh.
The souls of people in your world and my world are connected, which means people from over by here have another version of themselves over by there, called a soulmate, see? And people with soulmates can even look like each other. Now, your mum, well, she shared a soul with the great sage Alicia. A proper talent she was.
Huh? So my mom was a sage? But how does that help us save her?
Well, Alicia tried to take on the Dark Djinn, but they say Shaddar's power was too much for her, and he trapped her in this dark jewel called the Soul Snare. If that's really what happened, then the link between hers and your mum's souls would have been cut off. But if you could free Alicia from the Soul Snare, it just might fix the link, and who knows, it might even bring your mum back.
Is that really true?
Well, I can't be sure now, but it's possible, yeah.
Wait, how do you know all this, Mr. Drippy? You've been a doll this whole time.
Now there's clever. Good question, lad. It's like this, see. I'm not the only fairy. Even though I was stuck by here, my buddies were keeping me abreast of all the goings-on over there. How? Well, I suppose it's what you might call telepathy. And that's not all. I was sending my lordly orders back over there too. Having them spy on Shaddar and that, you know. Tidy, huh? What is it?
I'll do it. I'll come to your world. I'll come with you and save my mom.
Oh, that's marvellous. You might be doing it for all the wrong reasons, but if it saves our world, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Tidy! We better get going then. Chop, chop.
Okay, but how do we get to your world?
Oh, curious, are we? All right, I'll tell you. First thing we need is a drop of magic. Go and have a dig around in the fireplace. There's something hidden in there, so nosy Parkers won't find it.
The fireplace? But why would anybody hide something in there?
That's for me to know, and you to find out. Look lively!
Fade to black.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I guess one of the things that first of all, that was amazing. I was a big fan of Nina Kuni. But also, yes, we have our own. I suppose I guess we don't often see what you do in the booth. It's so physical. You're physically totally different. Like you make yourself really small and childlike. It's fascinating actually to watch.
I've never really thought of it, but I suppose you do. It's the most. I always think that doing voice work is the kind of most freeing you can be as an actor, really.
Yeah.
Because you inevitably become physical, and we don't have any of the inhibitions that people watch. I mean, I forgot people are actually watching. But generally, nobody's watching, so you can just do whatever you like.
Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah.
And Stefan, you have such an amazing voice. What did you think when you first got the casting call for this gruff Welsh fairy?
With a lamp on their nose.
I know. I mean, well, I was thrilled, to be honest, because it's rare to do, really truly my own accent, which this is. I mean, I sometimes do different versions of Welsh accents in a Welsh, but it's usually in a Welsh context. It's rare to do my own accent so out of context in this fantasy, magical world.
Yeah.
But he still sounds like he comes from Morriston, where I come from, and it was thrilling to do that. Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I think you're going to come in and have a proper full-on chat with us in a little minute, I think. So get your biscuits or whatever you got in the room and bring them with, and we will throw to obviously finding out why we're here, which is obviously to raise money for the British Red Cross for Ukraine. So if you have been inspired and excited by what you've seen today, please give whatever you can, and here's how you can do it.
Yes, you can make a donation to the British Red Cross for Operation Ukraine by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine, and there you will find the Tiltify fundraising page with all the details that you need. And by the way, do you know what our total is so far?
What is our total?
£6,147.50.
It was like £1,000 just before.
It was less than before, and now look, incredible stuff. We told you this would happen.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Look at this. Well, welcome. But you didn't bring any biscuits. I wasn't joking about that.
I brought an empty cup of tea.
Well, I should give you this though.
Can I keep that?
I don't
know, but I think you should
okay.
just technically. I think you should be able to steal any merchandise.
Here, game companies, if you need a dairy fairy,
amazing.
it's so good.
I mean, do they show you kind of like what the characters look like before time? Like, does that?
Yeah. We see. Yeah, that's an important part of it, actually. I think
Okay.
to be able to see what I think it'd be very difficult to do if you didn't actually have the visual idea of what the character looks like.
So wait a minute, it's like you've got like
You've got something at the end
Yeah,
of
I mean
your
that was the
nose.
first temptation, but then that would have been so
Further.
difficult to keep up. It was difficult to keep up anyway at the time of doing it because once I'd chosen that voice and I was
you're like, oh, actually,
about half an hour into the first session, I remember thinking, "Oh my god, what have I
dear.
done? I have
Yeah.
to keep this up now for days and days and
I reckon
days."
Doug
And I was
Cockle
doing
from, The
I was
Witcher
doing a
does that.
play as well in London at the same time, and so I was doing 3 or 4 hour sessions of Mr. Drippy, and then having a quick bite to eat and a half-hour break, and going on stage in the night to do something completely different. So,
Wow.
Was there any kind of room for? Because obviously you had special insight into Welsh phrases. Welsh. Were they kind of amenable to you, sort of changing things up?
Well, a little bit. I didn't really need to. The writers, two of the writers, one was 100% Welsh, Geraint, and Ollie, the other writer, his mum was Welsh. She's over there somewhere. And I think that was a big... So they were the English writers translating from the Japanese. And I think their influence... They sort of knew from the beginning that they wanted this character Welsh. So neither of them from exactly the part of Wales that I'm from. But they what they wrote was a very... good version of where I'm from, and in anything that I felt, or sometimes I didn't necessarily, change the script itself, but just in the way that I then flowed through the dialect, then it did change it into more like my voice,
I suppose we should chat to the guys actually over in the booth as well about why Welsh. So we've got Ollie Chance and Morgan Rushton, who obviously were at the English translations from Japanese. So hi guys.
Hi.
So I actually had a conversation. I think it was an E3 one time. I think it's one of the Shadow of Mordor games, and I can't remember the accent, but they put like a really regional accent. And I was having a conversation with a friend of mine at the time who is very Welsh. Stefan Powley works for Radio 1, and I was like, do you often find that being Welsh is quite stereotyped? Like, what kind of characters are you usually being a Welsh person? He's like, we're kings, aren't we? I was like, are you those? No, paupers, just street peasants and
the
things like
Irish
that.
usually are too.
Yeah. Well, no, but either that or elves. So I mean, obviously this is well, it's fictional completely. So, but
He's Lord High of the Fairies.
Well,
Excuse me.
It's very true. I mean, so why Welsh? Why was it specifically you felt that character needed to be that way?
It was. So there was, in the early discussions about it, basically in the original Japanese, all the fairies are from Osaka, which is a really strong dialect, very strongly associated with comedy and stuff. And it is very thick and very broguish. And so we started thinking about, among the team, what would work and what we'd be comfortable doing. Because you don't want to do a pastiche, you want to do something and something that you could do on a sort of relatively authentic version of, and then have someone like Stefan make it even better. And so, I had family connections with Wales. Morgan does, Geraint, who's also in the team, does. And then at the time, I had a friend who was working with these two Welsh twins, these brothers who ran this they do tour managing for bands, and they had this company called Totally Tidy Tours, and Totally Tidy was like their catchphrase.
Totally tidy, yeah.
And they were known as the Tidy Brothers, and then a lot of what became Drippy came out of them, and that kind of scampishness and roguishness and 100 miles an hour-ness.
So can you explain maybe the process of localization a little bit? Because it's obviously not as simple as word for word. There's a lot of tonal changes that you have to make, and it's a lot more complex, I bet, than people think.
Yeah, fidelity is the sort of the dangerous thought, especially because we often work in Japanese games, and I think that a lot of the people who play Japanese games have a particular notion of Japanese culture, and they think that the closer you are to the source material and sort of literal translations, the kind of the better for them. But in actual fact, just like Ni no Kuni is a good example, where the Osakan dialect is comedy dialect, so we needed to find a thing that worked. And there is a world in which Drippy would not have been Welsh, but was actually Australian.
Oh my goodness!
Because Richard Mark Honeywood is the guy who brought us from Level 5, is the guy who brought us in to work on Ni no Kuni, is Australian. And so there was kind of like heated debates where we were going, well, we'll do treatments, we'll do an Australian one.
Which you dug out yesterday.
Yeah, which I dug out, and my God, they were terrible. We were there, we'd been brought over to Fukuoka, and we were all kind of like, yeah, we should do it Welsh. There were other, like, there's a sort of like a comedy Irish kind of thing, like, and we're like, we don't want to do that. This is a trope, and we thought that Welsh would be fresh. It was also something that, like, especially Ollie and Geraint knew in their bones. But Richard was quite into the thought of doing Australian. I get for the same reasons, because it's what he knows. So we ended up doing treatments, and I've dug them both out, and it's amazing how fully formed Drippy and the Welsh Drippy was in our first treatment done in the hotel that night, and how like sub neighbours we
may have quietly undermined Australian Drippy a little bit, but let's not talk about that. But then there was the thing about the localization thing. There was that whole comedy bit where we had to do a stand-up scene, which you just have to completely tear that up and start again and make the tiniest points of it connect. But you just can't replicate that Japanese comedy style in English. So we had to just kind of take the thematic like blips and then tie them together into a new thing, and then deliberately end on, I think, a very bad joke. I think big acts. Big acts.
Because I mean, obviously there is the the linguistic sort of like translation, and obviously taking that, but then like culturally, so many things are different, and Japanese culture is like totally different. So it must be. I mean, obviously, Ghibli films are brilliant at, having their kind of like localizations and stuff like that. But that sort of cultural side of it, like how do you, I mean, how do you do that? It's so different.
Depends on the project. Depends on the atmosphere. Because you do get things which are very serious and take themselves very seriously, and then it's much more difficult to step away from the source material sometimes. But then equally there'll be something which is unintentionally comical if you do it straight down the line. So sometimes something which in the source material is like beautiful and heartwarming and will strike you right there. If you translate that directly, it's like unintentionally silly. So you have to steer things it's really weird because like, there's that idea that there's a literal translation of everything. There isn't. That's a very long conversation to get into that's very separate. But you always have to, I think the way we always try and work it is to make sure we're faithful to the spirit of what we're working
the experience,
from.
Essentially. Really.
Try and replicate the experience on the player's end. So if you were a Japanese person, so there's an argument that like you should put in like Japan-specific knowledge and stuff, and we've always been the opposite of that. Like find a thing which roughly maps to that, and then find a way of making it true, so that the experience is the same, rather than like having
a Japanese slough or whatever.
Yeah. And so you have reference points which will work for people in the target culture, rather than, I can't remember what I was looking at recently, but it was something where they'd kind of made it clear that they expected you to go off and Google a bunch of Japanese stuff in order to even know what they were talking about. And I don't know, that's an experience. It's a version of doing it, and it's certainly not one that we would completely dismiss, but it's much nicer to welcome as many people in as possible by creating a similar kind of atmosphere rather than trying to be too faithful.
That's an atmosphere and spirit, isn't it? That's the thing that you want to translate rather than, because I mean that's universal rather than like based on language and culture. It's so interesting.
Dragon Quest is another example, isn't it, of like where there is a through the language.
Big up Shy and John Hopkins in later on for Sylvando and Hendrik.
Crew. But that has onomatopoeia like run largely through a lot of the naming in the game, and that's the thing. Like, so it's controversial. Clearly, there are people out there who love Japan. They know a bit of Japanese, and they just want it to be as true to the Japanese as they can possibly, literally true to the Japanese. And then, but the truth is, if you have a dragon tamer named Karen, then it might sound exotic and mystical to a Japanese audience.
Yeah, Karen definitely wants to speak to the dragon manager. Like, what?
And if we had been too faithful, there wouldn't be any Mr. Drippy to bring it all back.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and we would have missed out on this amazing performance. Stefan, do you have like a favourite part of the performances? Was there a favourite bit? Can you even remember?
Well, it's 10 years ago, so it's hard to remember specifics.
No, it was 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
but what I was going to say, what I love in adaptations is, how much thought goes into the localization and so on. And I think what I do seem to remember in Mr. Drippy's character is that my accent is quite urban, and so even though it's Welsh, I think if it had been any UK localized accent that was sort of rural and a bit, then that would probably have gone into stereotype and made him sound a bit stupid and a bit slow and that. So I think probably there are other accents that could have worked, UK accents, but more importantly, he needed to be sharp and so I'm from South Wales, and it's like a sharp kind of humour. Yeah. So it could have been Liverpool or Glasgow or Newcastle or something like that, maybe, and that would have been funny as well. But I think what was important was that he had this sharp kind of. He didn't mind telling Oliver off. He wasn't. He's kind of
back at the scene we just did. I can't believe that line about because your mum dropped dead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow,
okay.
we wrote that. Okay.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And I remember kind of playing to that really. That was important about the character. That he was a warm-hearted, kind character, but he was directly talking. And that's kind of how we are. Really.
When we were writing him, I think you saved our lives, Stefan, because we'd basically been writing it, imagining this scattergun thing, but it always looks one way on the page, and then it's like, can somebody actually do it? And then Stefan stepped in and just smashed it instantly. It's like blah 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 blah. It's all coming out.
I think Stefan was being modest earlier. When we wrote it, not thinking that we had to match any timings. It was just going to be like this, this explosion of words, and then. Just like the day before Stefan was first due to come in, we were told, oh, no, it needs to be like within these time constraints, and it just hadn't been written at all with that in mind. So then it was like, right, cut this bit, and then Stefan, you were suggesting solutions for that, and it was a dream that to come true, really, that you patched all that stuff. It was great. It was
good fun.
It sounds like it was good fun. I always find it, I suppose... There is that kind of stereotyping around, different accents. But then, when you were sort of talking about a particular kind of Osaka accent, but then for me, as a layman listening to Japanese, I would never hear the difference. Yeah. Like I wouldn't hear the difference between that, and whereas you can sort of speak to like the nuances of different kind of like Welsh. We wouldn't necessarily see it, but then of course someone from Japan, it's really
pick
hard.
up on it instantly. Yeah.
There's a lot to think about here. There's a very tough job what you do. My goodness.
Also, there's a whole thing of localizing into US English, which has a very different pipeline and a very different style. Yeah, and it's really interesting to think how they would have rendered a Osakan comic.
But then in America, it's the kind of LA voice that's supposed to be the kind of like a
or
bit
New York, like
stupid.
really real
New York.
Yeah, you get the difference. Yeah. There's, like I say, just to be broad about it, there's urban and rural, isn't it? And that exists in America as well, really, where you could have a sort of Midwestern, rural kind of quite slow, whatever, and a more direct sort of city, like as you say, New York or whatever accent. So.
That was fascinating. This is fascinating. We
could talk about this all day, but we should actually, I think, at some point, probably ask you for some more cash. Really, we should, because this is great, and we could do this all day. But we're here for a reason, which is to raise money for the British Red Cross. So thank you to all you guys. Thank you so much. Here is how you can donate today. So make a donation to the British Red Cross at #Operation Ukraine by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. We are currently at £6,337.50, and we've had some lovely donations.
We have had some amazing donations. We had one from Chopkins. It says, a fantastic event for a fantastic cause. I agree wholeheartedly. And Craig Holohan says, amazing initiative. Can
you talk today? For goodness sake, you knew you were coming here.
Our thoughts are with all of those affected. Absolutely, Craig. And do you want to take over some more? You want to read some
No,
more?
you can
I'll
carry
keep
on.
going. All right. So Joseph May says, sending love to all those in need. And Andrew Nelson says they need all the help they can get. And then we had an incredibly generous donation from 1518 Studios that says, best wishes from all of us at 1518. And wow, thank you all so much. Like we said before at the top of the show, all these donations are, no matter how small, are going to help so many people and get humanitarian aid to those who need it the most. So
I
it
still
really
can't
is
believe £100 get you 66 sleeping mats.
It is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, whatever you can afford is absolutely fine, of course. Give whatever you can. Every single little bit
very much
is going to help and is fully appreciated. So, how do you like to drink blood, Aoife?
I have been known. I've been known to sample some blood. No, I don't know. Where were you going with this? Seriously, this is what happens when you get us into a studio of an afternoon. We just get a little bit strange.
It's basically the weekend, so it's fine.
Flawless segue.
Yeah. So, I know a lot of you guys out there loved the Vampyr games. You all are quite thirsty in lots of ways, from what I read for a lot of the
I mean, I live in a state of perpetual thirst. Let's just be. Well, yeah.
Well,
Let's not go there.
Anyway, if you don't know, of course, Vampyr is an action role-play video game developed by Don't Nod Entertainment and is published by Focus Home Entertainment. And today we have Anthony Howell, who is playing Dr. Jonathan Reed, doctor turned vampire.
Oh
you
my.
give back that blood. It's not for you.
Here, do you know the Hippocratic Oath? Does that mean nothing to you people?
Well, he's torn between it.
Oh, that's true.
That is
I
true.
tell you, when I played this game, I had nothing but rats, and I'm very proud of that fact.
Oh, there you go. So Christina Cole originally played Jonathan's sister Mary, but obviously she was unable to join us today. So Lucy Fish has very kindly stepped in. Thank you, Lucy.
Pleasure.
We're going to stop talking and let you do your job. Yes. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Mary, is it really you?
I'm gathering the family for a final reunion. All smiling, all dead. Thanks to the good Dr. Reed.
Mary.
Mother, say hello to your son.
Mother,
What do we have here, Mother? The prodigal son has lost his tongue. Oh, Jonathan, always had the first and last word at dinner. The entertainer. The star of the show.
Mary, let me explain.
Shut up! It's my turn to do the talking. I have this nasty hole in my chest, Johnny. It needs to breathe.
Of course, you can speak.
My prayers went so long without an answer. My husband killed in France. My child carried away by the flu. My brother promising to return in his letters, then disappearing in thin air. I went from hospital to hospital. Cemetery to cemetery, grave to grave. I've lifted every stone in London, searching for an end to the nightmare. And there you were in front of me, on a dark pier.
It was the hunger. You know it now as well. Mary, I thought I had murdered you. I tried to end myself. We've been through the same horror.
We are a disease, Jonathan. A sickness that corrupts all it touches. All we kiss. All we kill. Look at me. Admire your ilk.
So sorry.
Apologies will not suffice. I demand reparation. I want a miracle. Are you a miracle worker, Dr. Reed? No? I'll show you mine, then. The family Reed. Reunited and complete, living forever in a red sea of eternal love. Time to go, Mother. Say hello to my son for me.
Mary, wait. I have made friends with vital knowledge. Vampires. We are not alone, Mary. With time, we can learn to live almost as we lived before.
How long?
What?
How long will this masquerade continue? I've been watching you. All these nights in Whitechapel, pretending you're still a doctor. You believe you're just fighting a disease. But it's you that's the disease, Jonathan. You.
I'm a scientist. I'll find a solution. Let Mother go, please.
You were always the one to sway me to reason, Jonathan. But before, your motivations were always pure. Now you're tainted.
You're mad.
Well, brother, it's time to bring this conversation to an end. Forever!
You know I will not play this game.
Come now, Doctor. Like a rabid dog. Or think you're performing an autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous.
I will kill them all. The kind Dr. Swansea. The sweet little lass with a hair of red. I am the harbinger, bringing your punishment.
Mary.
Don't you see? This is not me. Flesh that never ages. All nightmare, no dream. Bring it to a close. Let me sleep.
I will find a cure, Mary. I swear it.
Then, at last, I can forgive you.
Whoa.
Ooh, I'm feeling a little bit faint.
Weird,
there.
that's
We were a little That was amazing.
Is it hot in the booth right now?
Ooh, it's just in here. My goodness me. Well, that was fantastic. Anthony, you've done a few pretty dark games.
Yeah, why do you keep getting typecast? You win.
Why are you the dark and tortured character?
Yeah.
I have no idea. No, I'm not. Really, I'm not that.
What were you like in real life?
Dark and tortured?
Are you?
Pretty easygoing, actually. Yeah, but I love playing dark and tortured characters because
What's so fun about them?
Sorry.
What's so fun about them?
I think because it's a world that I rarely get to explore on stage and screen.
Mm-hmm.
So I just relish being able to play parts that I wouldn't normally get cast in.
Yeah,
and also
because you do a lot of TV and stuff like that as well, but you're not cast. You don't do quite so dark stuff. It's more like Foyle's Wall or like it's not like going around drinking people's blood. I mean, well, the Luther, well,
yeah. But no, I love playing dark and tortured characters.
What's the kind of major differences between TV shows and voicing video games?
Well, I think just that. I think that the fact that we can all play characters that sort of don't look like us. You know, vampires, aliens, robots, whatever it is.
All the fun stuff.
All the fun stuff. I rarely get cast as vampires, aliens, and robots, which is a shame.
Oh.
But in the gaming world, I love.
There are no
those
barriers.
characters.
You can do anything.
Yeah,
Be anyone.
Do people ever ask you to write, do sexy voicemail messages or anything like that? Is there like a silence?
They haven't until now.
Well, they should.
Well, we'll get you on the voicemail just when you come out of the booth. Okay?
Well, I mean, maybe if someone makes a particular, we'll speak to the guys. Particular donation, sexy voicemail message. I mean, I don't know how long it's staying around.
There you go. There's a stretch goal for you for sure. And Lucy, you're in a radio soap opera, Greenborn.
I am indeed.
Is there a lot of overlap between voicing video games and radio? I imagine so, probably.
Yeah, really similar. I think the difference is for games, for me anyway, I've always mainly been in the booth on my own. You're kind of imagining everything else around you, and radio drama is often like a huge ensemble in the same room. It's almost like rehearsing a play. It's like being in the rehearsal for a theatre piece. But I suppose it's the same in that you're imagining the world. It's all in your head. It's only the audio to carry you. Mm-hmm. So lots of crossovers, yeah.
And when you do radio stuff, do they do kind of like the Foley stuff at the same time? So they make like the noises of things?
I haven't had that on
do
projects I've
they
worked
sometimes
on. They do sometimes. I've seen the videos of it and it's amazing.
Wind out for the gravel pit.
Yeah, exactly. Like jumping over it. Yeah.
Which one's more fun though?
Games.
Yeah, we knew it.
Video games are the best.
There was no pressure to that answer whatsoever. Have either of you because obviously we're talking mostly about voice acting today, but of course, video game performances has come on so much in the last few years. It's all about performance capture, it's full body job now. Have either of you had a chance to do that?
Yeah, have you?
I've not done the full. I've had a head cam and done it in the booth, but I've not been in the suit and done the full body motion capture. I would love to. I guess you have done.
Yes, yeah. My first game was full mocap with the leotard and the dots.
What an intro to games!
I know. Yeah. And that was a game. Lords of Shadows, Castlevania.
Okay. Right, yeah.
So I did the mocap for Dracula that Robert Carlyle voiced. And that was 3.5 weeks working with Kate Saxon at Audio Motion, and it was really in at the deep end. But
again,
an
vampires.
amazing
Yeah,
experience.
all vampires, but you just have a look about
vampires,
you, or
yeah.
a voice about you. I don't know. What's been
vampire?
What's been your favourite games to work on?
Wow. I'll let you go first.
I did a lovely game last year called The Magnificent Truffle Pigs. Have you played it? There was only 2 of us in it, me and Arthur Darville. And actually that was almost like a bridge between radio drama and games, because it was very chatty, real life, very everyday conversation, and you kind of just get the story subtly over the whole game. So that was lovely, because there was just 2 of us working on it with a lovely company. So yeah, I really enjoyed that.
I really tried to think then.
You can't remember them. You got too many. Trying to mentally go through your IMDb list.
I've been so lucky to work with some incredible writers and developers and directors and fellow actors on games that I couldn't name.
You just
one.
stop being diplomatic.
No, it's true. I mean, this game Vampyr was a joy to work on, especially being a lead character. You get to really.
Do you get the nice biscuits?
You get lovely biscuits. Yeah. Too many.
And what's the kind of vampire fandom been like to you? Like, what's the reaction been like to you? Like, what kind of weird messages do you get?
Well, I was off Twitter for a long time and off social media, and I've only just come back on.
And what's it been like? You've just come back on. What you've?
It just surprises me that it's still going. I mean, it's a fantastic game.
Yeah.
But
people are obsessed with it.
Yeah,
I don't think you realise.
They really are, and that's lovely to know that. People really enjoy and relate to something that you've loved working on and tried to put your heart and soul into. And I think that's what's so great about the gaming world is you get this instant feedback from people. They
yes,
really
that's
love
one
it.
of the good things. But one of the
it's been fantastic reading things sort of retrospectively.
Yes,
that's always better.
Always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And the fan art, and it's just incredible. It's nice to feel connected to the players.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of voice actors don't realise. I remember having this conversation with Doug Cockle about The Witcher, and this was after The Witcher 3. He didn't really understand what it meant, because it's different. It's not just like watching a film and you can have that aspiration that you like someone who's like an actor, but you guys spent hundreds of hours being literally inside someone's head and ears. It's so much more intimate.
Yeah.
It's so much more personal,
Yes.
So yeah, that's the impact.
Amazing. And so thank you both so much for bringing your characters to life again today. It's been really fascinating to see what works.
Absolute pleasure. I feel like I've had a little guest pass into this game today, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
Wait, well, hopefully they can like next one.
Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been brilliant. And of course, the performance was amazing. I did get a bit flustered.
You did.
I had to leave the room. I was like,
need to get some air. But of course, the reason we're all here today is for Operation Ukraine. And if you have just joining us, here is how you can donate. So all you have to do is go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine, and you will find all of the Tiltify details there. And you can make a donation, no matter how big or small. It will be very, very much appreciated if you're able to do so. Our total is incredible. Like we've.
wait, here we go. It's Wait, no, that's the wrong one. 40. I can't read that spell. It's like 14,000 and something.
It's a lot.
I got my eyes tested the other day, and this
It's
is too
14.
far. And we've got some amazing donations. We've got Emily, Anna, and Nina, and Andy W. with love from Princeton. Thank you so much. Todd Chaba, thank you for supporting Ukraine. Rebecca Yeo, what beautiful celebration of work and support to this cause.
Absolutely.
Sending thoughts to all affected by this. And from PTW, have a great show. We're in the game for Ukraine with a ridiculous amount of money. But
yes,
all good.
All very kind.
All
Very
very
generous.
kind,
Thank you, everyone. But I mean, as even a teeny tiny donation, £10 will buy a family of 5 a hygiene kit that will keep them healthy for a month. So I mean, even if you think it's not very much, it is hugely appreciated.
Together we can do anything.
Yes, that is very true.
That.
And that's what games teach us.
It is,
yes.
and not to give up and rage quit. The deck hasn't taught me that.
Yeah,
I still haven't learned that from Elden Ring yet.
I've spent about 150 hours.
I know. I'm not designed for it. I don't think I'm designed for it. No. Right. It's time for our next performance for a incredible game. If you haven't played it, defo recommend going back and checking it out. If you haven't, Observation, which is an adventure puzzle game developed by Scottish studio No Code and is published by Devolver Digital.
Set in space.
It is. It's a sci-fi thriller. You put the player in control of a space station AI in order to basically recover from a sudden mysterious loss of its
creepy.
Crew. Yeah.
It's so atmospheric.
It's so good, but
game.
also I secretly love being able to look through CCTV cameras. I'm not quite sure what
but isn't that that's so that's a nerve-wracking thing. I love it when games they limit you to certain perspectives
when you're
because you're like, what is it that I can't see?
Yeah. Ooh. Amazing. Well, today we have Kezia Burrows, who plays Emma Fisher, of course, and Anthony Howell again. Everyone just does all the games. I think we just have it's basically just like Mad Libs in here, who plays Sam from the game. And also we have side director Damien Goodwin doing the stage directions again. Take it away, guys, if you're ready.
Early game. The relationship between Sam.
So we're going to have a little look at the trailer for the game first. We were just too excited. We wanted to get them started.
Houston, do you copy? Houston, come in. Josh, answer. Anyone, report in. Sam? We've had some sort of accident. A collision or something. I can't tell if we're falling towards Earth. Houston, I have no response from Sam. I'm going to attempt to...
Shit! Sam! Try your camera system links. Oh, come on. Come on. Give me something. Houston, I'm trying to get Sam to respond, but I'm getting nothing back so far. Sam, are you there?
I am here.
Sam, what is that? Sam, respond! What the hell is going on?
Page turns
Space!
Space! Terrifying and empty.
All right. Well, it is. I mean, it's very, very scary. But we've got some very, very talented people ready to go, raring to go. Take it away, guys.
Early game. The relationship between Sam, the station's AI system, is functional and work-like. Emma asks questions and gives orders, and Sam obliges. Only now a new level of consciousness gives Sam inquisition, impatience, and confusion. Interior, observation modules. Emma speaks with confidence on the surface, but is still shaken underneath. Sam is as robotic as it comes, but some hesitance between words and sentence implies something has changed. Yet another alarm sounds, triggered by Sam, another in a long line of systematic failures across the station.
Oh, come on! What now? Sam, give me a status report.
There is significant stress being applied to EAS-12. Immediate separation recommended.
Please, if there is anyone in Module 12, make yourself known, now. We are about to jettison the modules. Someone, please respond.
The ship's hull begins to tremble and shake. Alarms intensify.
This is getting much worse.
Emma pulls out a binder and reads through the separation procedure instructions as she speaks.
Okay, Sam, get ready for the separation procedure. First, process my authorization code and give me a security override key. Authorization 1142413324.
Input failure.
Sam, come on! Authorization 1142413324.
29034119.
Got it, inputting now. All right, hurry, Sam. Target the jets and push the module away safely.
Beginning detachment procedure now.
The module jets roar as the modules and a large section of the station is disconnected from the station. Alarms subside and the hull, shaking, stops.
Sam. We've stopped spinning. We've stabilised. I think we're okay. Okay, I'm going to connect you to the external cameras and see if we can get a better view of the station. Signals are weak and distorted. I don't understand. We should be right above Houston.
Sam searches through his various camera feeds.
Do you see any damage?
The CN arm is badly damaged.
Oh, God. May. Hope she's okay.
EAS-12 is still tethered, with unusual structural damage.
I'm going to connect you to the distance cam. We should see where we are above Earth, and if we've lost any altitude.
The camera feed switches again and again until it reaches the distant camera that is tethered high above the station. Instead of showing Earth as expected, a beautiful but terrifying view of the rings of Saturn.
Oh my God, Sam. That's... How did we get here?
I brought you here. It seems.
What? Why?
Sam pauses, almost afraid of the flurry of unknown symbols being displayed in his vision.
I don't know.
The video feed flickers to black. Later in the game, Sam speaks with a slightly more natural tone, and Emma is beginning to lose herself in the surreal uncertainty of their predicament. Interior landscape surface. Emma finds herself stranded on a planet surface, rather than inside the gas giant of Saturn. Wreckage lies all around her, and she struggles to her feet, feeling gravity for the first time in what feels like years. Her voice is weary and exhausted.
Oh my God. I feel so heavy. We made it. We made it.
She finds one of the sphere drones next to her, where Sam's consciousness now resides. It's cracked and beaten up, but the power light still blinks.
Sam, can you hear me? Are you still with me?
He flickers to life.
I am with you.
Thank God. I can't do this alone, Sam. We have to do this together.
I am here.
Relieved, she lets out a sigh and gathers her thoughts.
You know, I could feel everything when I was left in the airlock. I felt it with Jim when he was attacking your mainframe. I felt your pain. I know why you brought me here. I don't know if you realise it or not, but it's time. You have to take us there.
Emma picks up the sphere, and the display flickers and pulses, barely able to contain Sam.
Emma, there is so little of me left now.
It's okay. I've got you.
Traversing the landscape, more wreckage is found of the station, but far too much for just their station. A body identical to Emma's lies in their path.
There is someone there.
It's one of the others. It didn't work for her.
Others are trying to get here.
More bodies. What look like duplicates of Emma, along with more station wreckage.
It's so sad. So few will make it. I think I understand why there are so many of us. This is every attempt coming together. Where we are, it's not one place. It's all of them. Compressed.
They arrive at their destination. Another hexagonal entity, only this time it towers high above them and is massive in scale.
It's time. We're ready.
A quick look up to the sky reveals thousands of hexagonal shapes in a grid as far as they can see. Emma pulls Sam's sphere in close, curling up around it at her belly.
I've got you, Sam. I am here.
A flash of light, and Emma finds herself seemingly back on Earth, in a park, lying on grass. Still in her spacesuit, she's dazed and in pain. Something has changed, though. Emma and Sam speak completely in unison and in sync, now both parts of the same, new entity. Emma and Sam have become one.
You're
I'm really here with you, aren't I? How do you feel, Emma? Different. New.
They place their hand on the green grass, which begins to turn to black around them and spread out, starting to consume the land around them.
I've never felt that before. Have I?
Symbols flicker on their vision, as they did with Sam before. Words and instructions spill into their minds, and they whisper in unison.
Bring them.
Cut to black.
Should we have had spoilers there? End game, literal end game. That was awesome, guys.
That was amazing.
Amazing stuff.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Anthony, like you obviously played Samuels in Alien Isolation as well. So you're literally just vampires and robots.
Yes.
Is that your thing?
I did say.
And oh, so greater if the two are combined.
Vampire
robots.
Yeah, vampire robots.
Alien Isolation is honestly one of my favorite games. Like, it is just
brilliant.
It's
so
a fantastic
good.
Game.
It
Yeah.
just means so much fun to make
Yeah.
as well. Is it harder to kind of like when you're kind of doing those performance bits in a game like that? Is it harder when you're in a more fictional environment, I guess? That you can't, than say a living room or whatever.
Yeah, is it easier to kind of suspend your disbelief when it's something so like completely fresh, as opposed to being like office interior and you're just selling some stuff?
Well, we have great directors, whether it's in the studio or whether it's in the volume on the mocap stage, and they really help create the world, and you'll have a few props. I mean, you often get bits of wood, and you'll have seats.
Spoiled.
Yeah. I was talking about this earlier with somebody actually about how that's one of our favourite things about doing performance capture and voiceover, the fact that you get to be in these, space stations and all these, use your imagination like when you were 11, that's one of the highlights for actors, I think, to be able to
Absolutely.
to go somewhere completely different.
Yeah, and as we were saying, I've never been on a spaceship, or I've never
Not
been
yet.
a vampire. Not yet. Yeah, maybe.
That's the way we think about it. Oh God, everyone's going to do the same.
I'll probably spend my money on something else. But no, when you're in a studio, the team sort of set up a rough outline of say the mess room on the Nostromo or whatever it is, and you all sit around and you sort of pretend that's a bank of lights and computers and stuff. So there's a basic setup, and then you use your imagination to create the rest.
I have to say that it's such a treat for me to work with Anthony, because we obviously weren't in the same space doing this. And John McKellen, who wrote this and is just the god of this game. Anthony makes it look so easy to be this kind of incredible voice that he does for these characters, and it's so difficult, and he just makes it. And John said to me when I went up to do my bits, he said, "I just let Anthony do it. He came in, and I didn't need to give him any notes. I was like, yeah, go on," and he just.
But you're the same as well. You're an absolute pro too. You've done.
I haven't done that. See, he makes it look easy.
The game, you're amazing.
You've done Elden Ring, like.
I mean, yeah, we've both done Elden. Okay, so what you need to understand about Aoife Wilson here is she is. Wait, where's that thing I got? Oh, it's in your bag.
It's in the thing.
She is obsessed. Like she will steer a conversation around to Elden Ring, even when we're not talking about games.
Sorceress Salon as well. Thanks for the glintstone sorcery.
No problem. My apprentice.
Do you want to just ask them some Elden Ring stuff?
No,
Yes,
I
you
shouldn't.
do.
No, I shouldn't.
Yes, you do.
We're here.
Yes,
we're
you
here
do.
for very specific games. Thank you, but we better get you out of here before I absolutely
fangirl.
Okay, and a huge thank you to Damien as well for reading in.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, look, thanks so much, Kez. We'll see you
later
again in a little bit. But thanks again, Anthony. Go relax.
Thank you.
Wow. You were right there.
I am.
It's basically everyone's done Elden Ring. Everyone's done it. Everyone's done it.
Why haven't we done it? That's what we should be asking ourselves.
Really? I don't know, but I don't think us as terrifying bosses would really instill fear in people. They'd just be like, "Well, you maybe." I've seen her play Monopoly. I've seen her play Monopoly, and it's terrifying. That version.
A dairy demon? Absolutely no way. I mean, come on. I'd be like, "Aye, come on. I'll see you outside in a wee second. Bring it. Kick you up the." I was going to swear. I'm not swearing because this is a nice show.
It's gone off the rails.
I'm going to go off the rails.
Oh my goodness. We wanted to also stretch a big thank you to IGN as well for co-streaming us today. Thank you IGN. We love you. We've got 16 ways you can watch. Should you want to watch in 16 ways?
16 screens all at once.
Western decadence. So you can watch it on IGN's Twitch and YouTube channel.
Yes, iOS and Android apps.
IGN's PlayStation 4 and Xbox One app.
IGN on Amazon Fire and TV and Apple TV as well.
Samsung TV Plus.
As well as Side Global's Twitch and YouTube channels.
So if you want 16 ways to watch it.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of ways, but more importantly than watching it a whole load is giving us cash.
Absolutely. Yes, we need your donations. Absolutely. And do remember, donations can be made by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine.
And let's read out some of the donations. Saoirse B, thank you for organising this fundraiser. Happy Kilmore 7. Also.
Yeah. Alison says, well done, everyone. Great to see some familiar faces.
Does that mean us? Then?
I don't think it's us. And Freddie and Oscar Marev, there's no message, but very much appreciated your donation. And Nick Siegler says, well done, guys.
Thank you. So honestly, every single penny that you can donate, big or small, is all going to such a wonderful cause. Please, please, please give whatever you can. That's why we're here. That's why all these amazing actors are giving their time to come here and help raise funds today. So thank you so much. And we still got so much more to come. We barely scratched the surface of the 6-hour live stream.
Yeah, we're only like an hour and 20 minutes into a 6-hour stream, if you can believe.
Exactly. So look at that. We've got so much coming on us. And then, I don't know, The Witcher, whatever.
She's being facetious, everyone. Julia loves The Witcher.
I do. And then, of course, if you look a little bit later, we've got Troy Baker. We've got the man himself, the voice acting legend, Nolan North. My goodness.
Yes. We've got LEGO City Undercover. We've got Haven.
Mass Effect 3.
We've got A Plague Tale Innocence. Oh, my gosh.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Yep. It's all very, very exciting.
Yes.
Nothing but the tippity top.
Absolutely. When we said earlier, you thought we were just blowing smoke, but it is literally all of your favourite characters from all of your favourite games, because that's how we roll here.
Yeah.
Nothing but the best.
Yeah.
Can we have
Absolutely.
biscuits? Do I need to stop bringing up biscuits?
You really need, I think
I had a
if
pretzel
anyone's
on the way
watching,
to the toilet.
you need
And
to
I'm
bring
really-
biscuits. Julia needs some biscuits in here right now.
Oh my goodness, yes. So we still got so much coming up later on. And we are so excited for all the talent who's agreed to give their time today. Next up, though, we're going to be doing a little bit of GreedFall.
GreedFall.
Yes. The action RPG from Spider and Focus Home was released in 2019 and has sold over 1 million copies worldwide.
That's a few, yeah. And Stephen Hartley voices Petrus, a companion character. He's a missionary and specialises in both long and close range combat, a little bit like me. You know?
Yeah, and then Casey Burrows is back, subbing as player character Lady de Sade. Sade. Like Sade. No, different thing. Casey originally voiced another character in the game, which is Siora? Hey!
Yeah, original de Sade actors, Jamie Blackley and Cassie Layton, were unfortunately not available today, but they do send their love and support.
So, take it away, guys, if you're ready.
De Sade is walking through a vast, regal entry. Petrus calls after them.
Young lady, pardon me, are you not part of the new governor's entourage?
I'm his cousin, and I'm accompanying him on his mission to Tir Fredi. What can I do for you, Father?
Bishop Petrus, how divinely fortunate this is. Did you know that I had the honour of meeting you at your uncle's court when you were a child? I would never have imagined that you would grow up to resemble the island natives so closely.
The island was yet to be discovered. How could you have known?
You haven't lost your clever little tongue. You were always quite a remarkable young girl. I'm on my way to New Serene as an ambassador to the new governor. Do you think there would be room for me to accompany you? The roads are not truly safe.
I must first meet the Mother Cardinal to present my respects on behalf of my cousin.
I will accompany you. Then we can take the road together. I'm so happy our paths have crossed once again. Have you considered my proposition?
Petrus and de Sade are standing in the entry of a colonial house.
What was it again, precisely?
I've known the Mother Cardinal for quite some time. She is a formidable woman, gifted and diplomatically skilled. I fear that your cousin might be a little defenceless when dealing with her, and would like to give him a few weapons.
What do you have in mind?
Diplomacy is not only a matter of formal encounters and choreographed etiquette. If we had the means to action more personal leverage, the Mother Cardinal could not manipulate your cousin.
Well, how could we ever find anything of the sort?
Everyone has their nasty little secrets, my child. It's our task to discover Cornelia's.
Very well. Let's discover what the governor would rather keep hidden from the world.
Excellent.
How would you like to go about this?
We must search her apartments in San Mateus. They'll be guarded, of course. But if we are discreet, that shouldn't be a problem.
This is taking quite a risk. The congregation's reputation could suffer if we're caught, and my cousin's position would be weakened.
I know. But keep in mind that I know the palace extremely well. And, well, if we want to be sure to pass without being noticed, we need only dress ourselves up like servants.
That would improve our chances. Well, let's do it.
De Sade and Petrus enter a dim, cavernous chamber. Candle-like patches on the floor amongst cushions and low-set tables.
Oh, for goodness sake. This room reeks of alcohol.
And not just any old alcohol, if my nose does not deceive me. Cornelia always had great taste when it came to that.
It seems that someone's forgot their earring.
Here is an object of more than questionable taste. A woman from a good family would never wear it. It's junk. The kind of thing a courtesan would wear.
I didn't know you were an expert on the subject, Father.
The subject of jewellery?
No, of courtesans.
De Sade continues to look around the room. Bowls of fruit and empty wine bottles litter the floor.
We are at the heart of human depravity. Outrageous luxury, excessively priced alcohol, obvious debauchery.
Surely this is enough to incriminate the Mother Cardinal.
No, my child. These things are common in certain circles, even in Teleme, unfortunately. Cornelia may very well have organised that for others. These parties may be of use in gaining some political favour. We must find out who is involved and learn more.
The earring that we found might help us with that.
We should continue searching. Perhaps we missed something.
Desade breaks into a large office. A sturdy desk stands at the far end of the room, scattered with paper. Desade picks up an official-looking volume.
This document is highly important. By reading it carefully, you can learn a lot. The Mother Cardinal apparently borrows large amounts of money from a moneylender. Actually, enormous sums.
What's more, she does so quite regularly. How does she manage to give it all back?
And the name Candy Cane crops up several times. Quite suspicious, don't you think?
This, sweet person must be doing her huge favours to get these sums. I think we have everything we need.
In the night streets of San Mateus, Petrus and Desade have finished questioning the mysterious Candy Cane.
We have enough information.
Oh, really? Is the fact that she bets on fights that are potentially fixed enough for you?
It's already a huge scandal. Let me just think about it for a while. I will find a way of putting this information to use.
I have faith in you, Father.
Fade to black.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, my mouth's full of pretzel.
We demanded pretzels and they turned up, and then that's what was happening while we were like, literally like this. You know, like the popcorn meme, like this.
We're just like, ooh.
Angry eating.
That was amazing, guys. Thank you so much.
I shouldn't have put that pretzel in my mouth as a joke, because
No.
now it's in my mouth. So, Stephen, you actually voiced Eridan in The Witcher 3, right?
Yes, I did. I did. I voiced Eridan. And Doug Cockle's here today as well. The voice himself.
Exactly. Even Henry Cavill had to use Doug Cockle's notes.
No, absolutely, without a doubt. So, The Witcher's great, and it was great fun to do it. I really, really enjoyed it.
I mean, you've done a lot, though. Yeah. I mean, doing this
few.
today, we would obviously all the research we were doing. It was like, I'm never going to write down all these games. You guys do too much work.
Just so many.
Too many.
I know.
What's been one of your fave?
Sorry?
What's been one of your favourites?
I love The Witcher, and I really love that character. It's just such an absolutely horrible character. And GreedFall, GreedFall was a long stint for us, wasn't it, Damien? It was a long stint, and it's a good game. It was good fun to do.
Yeah,
And
you often go for baddies in games as well.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, with a voice like this.
I mean, you thought like Anthony's was like low, but this is like different, like register. Like the floor is like rumbling.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very true.
Pays the bills though, eh?
Say again?
Pays the bills though, eh?
It does indeed.
Oh my goodness. Well, look, thank you so much, you guys, for doing that reading. That was absolutely
amazing.
fantastic. It was really, I've eaten half a bowl of pretzels in time watching. So thank you so much.
Crack on with your pretzels.
I will.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Guys. Bye-bye.
Yes, absolutely.
Speaking of donate.
Speaking of donations, that's why we're here.
Yes.
Yes, and you can donate if you haven't already, or even if you have, and you find a fiver down the back of your sofa. Do people have physical cash lying around anymore?
I don't think they do, but that's okay.
Even if you have a digital fiver lying around, you can make a donation to the British Red Cross Operation Ukraine by going to sideglobal.com /
Aoife, look at the total.
Sorry.
Wait, sideglobal.com / Ukraine. I just interrupted the most important bit.
Oh my goodness me.
Look at that.
Do you want to read it out?
£19,327.50.
I love that little 50 pence has been with us for a little while.
I know.
I wonder if it's the same 50 pence or has someone if it come around again.
Do people put in like non-10 denomination? I don't know. Well, let's find out. Actually, we've got David Menken. Thank you so much for your donation.
Yes.
Masuru Mikey Harada. Thank you so much. Let's support Ukraine.
Absolutely.
Yes, agreed.
Jason Bohan says, my thoughts with all those affected in Ukraine. Lawrence, Ella and Maya says, Claire is amazing. She is amazing. Absolutely. All caps as well. And Philippa says, great work, everyone. Heart eye emoji.
Oh, well, we've still got so much more. I keep waving my arms around today. I think it's because I'm wearing basically where I look like a plumber don't know why I'm gesticulating vividly. We've still got so much more to come. So many of your favourite games are still to come. But obviously we are here for a very serious reason. Yes. Obviously the war that's happening in Ukraine right now. But we'd also like to show you a little bit more about what the British Red Cross is doing. So we've got a bit of a video for you.
I see that we have an international support, and it gives me a hope to think about a better future. But no, I don't know. Like, my answer is I don't know what will come.
My name is Vladimir Chernousov. I'm from Ukrainian Red Cross. I lived in Mariupol before.
My name is Kate. I'm from Kiev. Now I'm internally a displaced person.
It's tough. It's not easy to be here. While my parents and all my family are at Mariupol. So right now the situation at the town is horrible. We don't have any safe roads to deliver goods that we are taking from the other countries like Romania, Bulgaria, Italy, and the other. People who are inside the city, they have no food, no water. They had no phone connection. So my parents who are in there, I cannot take a phone call to them. I don't know anything about them since I think a week and a half.
They spend their time in basements. They spend 20 days doing nothing, just trying to survive. I can't have any appropriate word to say how it feels, because I feel nothing. I can't be happy because I know that Kiev is now under shootings, and I can feel sad because I know that I'm in a secure place.
Right now I'm here and thinking about the future is a hard question for today, and I'm here to help the Ukrainian people. I hope for the best and I pray for the peace.
We're back.
We are back.
We're back.
Is it like we weren't coming back?
I don't know why I'm surprised. They let us say more things on camera. But we do have a special guest. So, all three of us are back.
Okay, we brought Stephen in from the other room, basically. Yeah. Because we got biscuits.
And to share in the pretzels.
Yes.
There are biscuits
we got
too.
Snacks now.
And biscuits.
And biscuits. They gave me 2 whole packets of Maryland. I don't know how much you're going to think I'm going to
My daughter loves chocolate-covered pretzels.
Oh, yeah.
That's controversial.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's good. Salt and chocolate is
Salt
great.
and chocolate works
Salt and
a treat,
great.
according to my daughter.
So is it kind of weird? Because obviously this is slightly different to how you would normally, do your sort of performances. Was that a little bit weird, bit different?
Yeah, it is slightly weird because it's live, so you don't want to go wrong. That's the first thing.
Don't mess it up.
Whereas usually you'd be in a studio, you can do a couple of takes if it goes wrong or, whatever. And also you're kind of, it's like when you're in the studio alone, you're more immersed in it than you are there.
Yeah, but I mean, you've also got eye contact, because that's the one thing that would throw me, is someone looking me in the face. I'm like, oh,
really?
Yeah, no. So when you have eye contact like that, it becomes a bit more like doing a radio play. So when you're doing a read through for something, if you were doing a rehearsal for a play or a read through for a TV series, then you're kind of making that eye contact. Whereas usually you're just in there on your own, and you're kind of inhabiting your own world.
Do you prefer it if when you're in there on your own, or do you prefer having someone to bounce off?
It's always good to having someone to bounce off. It's always really nice. I mean, it's very rare on a game that I think maybe once I've been in the room with other people where we've done it. But also, it's difficult making that amount of eye contact because you're kind of looking at your script and what comes next and all that kind of stuff.
Because I still think there's potentially like a little bit. I mean, I think people's perspective has slightly changed, but I think there was a very long time a very big kind of misconception that like voice actors, like it was like voice work, and then it's like you're an actor, but it's like they're totally interchangeable. Like you do voice stuff, but it's not. It's the
no, it's not. It's all the same thing.
Right?
I mean, there are actors who solely do just voice work, and they're voice actors and they're really talented. But in my case, I mean, I kind of do everything, whether it's theatre and film and TV and voice work. I mean, and I think there are a lot of actors that do that. And the storytelling is storytelling. Absolutely. So you have to know how to,
Well, that's what I was going to say. Have you maybe noticed that, because you've been working in games for a while? Have you noticed the perception of working in games changing?
Yeah, absolutely. I was just talking to our director Damien Goodwin about it, and to Kezia about that. That certainly a number of years ago when I first started doing games, and I think it was here at Side that I first started doing games.
Oh, wow.
There was certainly a perception amongst other actors that
It was like
it's
acting, but you're not getting proper.
You're doing
jobs.
a game, are you?
Yeah.
Whereas now they're phoning me up, going, "How do you get into games?"
No, it's not for you.
No.
You looked down at it before.
I'm not telling you.
That's my job.
And because we were talking about it, because there is a brilliant. It's a brilliant medium for storytelling. You can tell great stories on games, totally immersive stories, and it's in the last 10 years, it's come on so far, the technology and the way it's done.
It's storytelling that can only be done in games, I would
Absolutely.
say, as well.
100%.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, it's a fantastic way of doing it. And as actors, certainly in my case, when I wanted to act, because I wanted to tell stories and be part of a storytelling process. However, that, in whatever medium that is,
So
really.
it's all scratching that itch.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, when I was a kid, I used to tell stories and make up stories and, do stuff in my bedroom and come down and show it to my mum and dad and all that.
Well,
kind
I'm
of stuff.
glad that you did.
Yes.
Because look at you now.
I know.
Look at you now. What a great
Now I
career.
earn a living from it.
Exactly. Cash. Lovely.
Yeah,
Thank you
no, it's
so
good.
much for joining us
thank
today.
you, and you're doing a great job, by
Oh,
the way.
well,
Keep
thank
it
you.
rolling.
We've got
We will.
pretzels, Now
How much are we up to? How much are we up to?
Oh, you
wait.
would not believe
It was 19 something before, but I don't know what the update is.
It's something quite incredible.
Yeah.
It's
It
amazing.
jumps up quite dramatically. It's amazing.
How brilliant.
Yeah, but it's all down to you. So thank you so much for
And
giving
it's
your time.
down to you.
Ah, well,
we're
no,
just
not really.
we're just stitching this thing together. But we do have our next game, a reading coming up right now. It's Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest 11.
Dragon Quest 11.
Go, guys, go. You ready?
We're ready.
Yeah,
we're ready. We're ready
Oh
to
my
quest
goodness.
for dragons.
Yeah.
For the 11th time.
The 11th dragon.
11th gripping
You'd
installment.
think they'd find them by now, but no.
I know. They get away, the tricky devils. Okay.
Introduce yourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we should introduce ourselves.
Yeah, sorry, we should have done that.
Come on.
But no, okay, fine.
You're out of your minds.
Fine.
I'm Shai Matheson. I'm playing Sylvando.
Hi, Shai.
Hi!
I'm John Hopkins. I'm playing Hendrik. And sneakily, I'm actually the parade member C
In the
this,
original
in the
game.
very scene. So I might give you a free parade member C as well.
Whoa,
just to
wow.
show you
That's
the
extra.
breathtaking versatility
Yes, that's what
that's
we
on
want.
offer in this room. And in
Not
the corner...
Oh, hi. I'm Natalie Winter. I'm not important.
I feel terrible.
Yes, you are.
Oh, the Natalie Winter of discontent. I think you're fine. You're very important to us, Natalie.
Well, thank
so
you.
You're reading
I will be doing stage directions and maybe more.
Don Rodrigo.
Yes.
Yeah,
Come on.
Don Rodrigo.
Maybe more.
Yeah, okay. Should we just do it?
Why not?
Let's just do it. Right, okay.
Outside, phenomenon. Sylvando is atop the parade float, addressing the paraders. He makes a dramatic movement with the fan.
But I can't do that. You can. Darlings, I have an announcement to make. My parading days are over.
What? No! Oh, no!
But do not fear. I will only be for a little while. I will return just as soon as the Lord of Shadows is defeated.
Oh. Yeah, you go and do what you got to do, Sylv. We'll be heartbroken without you, of course, but we'll survive. And if anyone can show that rotten spoil sport what's what, it's you. Yay!
Woo! Exactly. We'll never get those smiles back if I don't do this. And I won't be leaving you high and dry. I'm going to ask my papi to look after you in Puerto Valor.
Puerto Valor? Wait. Surely not. Surely you cannot be Don Rodrigo's.
So you finally figured it out, huh? Same old stone-headed Hendrik. Such a sweet, simple boy.
Ah! As I think the movie does.
All right, my little champions of cheer, let's go show Puerto Valor how to party!
Yay! Woo! Yay! I can't read the script if I do the move. Okay.
I cannot fathom it. The boy is unrecognizable, and he has abandoned the name his father gave him. Don Rodrigo must be furious. Forgive me for my lack of composure. This has all come as quite a shock. Sylvando is none other than the son and heir of Don Rodrigo, the noblest and most revered of all knights. It was always assumed that he would follow in his father's footsteps. But the two had a terrible argument, and the boy left Puerto Valor never to return. Until now. But perhaps this is not such a bad thing. I have been meaning to visit Don Rodrigo and seek his counsel. Very well. It is not far from here to Puerto Valor. The road will take us north, then east. Come, let us follow the parade.
Next scene. A beach near Valentia.
Oh, hey, honey. I guess they sent you to fetch me, huh? It's so silly, I know. Here I am, happy to go put my neck on the line in the fight against the Lord of Shadows. And yet, the thought of facing my papi makes me want to run away screaming. Even before I could walk, I was training to be a knight, you know? I would stay in Puerto Valor and follow in my father's footsteps. Then, one day, the circus came to town. It was so fabulous. I can't even describe it. It was love at first sight. I knew from the second I walked into that tent that I'd found my calling. Getting up there on that stage and making people happy, that was the life for me. But Papi, he wasn't so keen. A few plates got smashed the night I broke the news to him, let me tell you. Dear me, that got a little bit long and emotional, huh? But it's made me feel a whole lot better. In fact, yes, let's do this. It's now or never. Let's go pay Papi a visit.
Valentia. The party walk into the town.
Puerto Valor. I have fond memories of this city. I trained here under Don Rodrigo. It has changed little over the years. This place made me the knight I am today. The training was rigorous and the conditions harsh. But Don Rodrigo was a fine teacher and a fine man.
Okay, darlings, you have fun now. I need to go powder my horse. Okay, ciao for now.
Sylvando! Wait. You are Don Rodrigo's son, Norberto. I have long suspected as much.
You found out my little secret, huh? Nice work, Inspector Hendrik. I guess I should be flattered you even remember me from back then.
Why? I do not understand. Why would such a diligent boy, one so committed to the knightly cause, abandon it so utterly? Your father must surely disapprove. This is why you are leaving, correct? You mean to avoid him? At a time like this, you would put your own personal concerns over those of your companions. Erdwin's lantern hangs low in the sky. Our world is in danger. If we are to have a hope of overcoming what awaits us, we will need your father's wisdom and experience. You will need it.
Okay. You're right, I guess. Papi does have a trick or two I always wanted him to teach me. Now's probably the time. I've made up my mind, darling. I'm going to face my papi, but I can't walk into that room alone. Will you come with me? I knew you wouldn't let me down. All right, prepare for a heartwarming scene of reconciliation.
A trial shrine in Heliodor.
I'm doing heavy breathing.
Yes.
Enjoy it.
I'm really enjoying it.
That's it, I finished it.
Not bad. Not bad, Mr. Hero of Heliodor. My papi taught you well.
I do not need your approval, minstrel. But you did not do so badly yourself. Your father was clearly a constructive influence on us both.
Hey, speaking of papi, where's this amazing weapon he said we'd get for winning, huh?
Don Rodrigo.
I was convinced you weaklings would disappoint me.
Don't come the haughty knight with us, mister. You're the one who lied about us getting some special weapon for taking your stupid trial.
It was no lie. You have the weapon. The greatest weapon of all.
And what is that supposed to mean, huh? Stop talking in riddles and hand over the goods, will you?
Don Rodrigo, this weapon, it is not fashioned from steel or bronze. Am I correct?
Muy bien, Hendrik. Your reward for completing the trial was the experience of collaboration. To work together with one's brothers in chivalry is a knight's greatest weapon. This is the gift I give to you.
What the?
My!
Sylvando can now learn chivalry skills. Hendrik can now learn fraternity skills.
Yes!
You have taken the first steps on the path of the knight, but you have far to go. Perhaps if you lean on one another enough, one day you will make it all the way.
Hey, you can't just say that and leave. You have to join us.
Join you? But I cannot.
Weren't you the one just giving the speech about knights needing to stick together? 3 knights are better than 2, huh? A knight's word is his bond.
Join us, Don Rodrigo. With your mastery to guide us, we shall surely be unstoppable.
Very well. I will not join you on your quest, but call for my aid, and I will be there. Just do not call too often,
High five!
Sylvando and Hendrik can now use the Who's the Daddy prep power.
Best power in the game.
Absolutely.
That's the one you want.
That's it.
We're done.
We're done. Sorry to
Who's
have
the
kept
daddy?
going.
Who indeed is the daddy?
Who's the
my
daddy?
God.
No,
I wish real life worked like that, where you're just like in the
Yeah.
kitchen. It's like, Aoife can now use culinary skills. Like, that's
Power
awesome.
is
Like,
there.
just let you know when things were available.
But you should
That'd be
always
great.
think that you have that saying.
I've got to say, it was really enjoyable to watch you guys physically get into that. That was fun.
That was amazing.
There's a lot of big, almost over big.
No, never.
Moves
No, not
that our
at all.
characters
Too
are
small,
assigned.
if
So I thought
anything.
I'd try and honour those moves.
Yeah.
I have one move where I sort of do this and shock, and then I deliver a 5-minute speech while not shifting from this position, which feels like just someone fell asleep on Friday afternoon while they're animating it. So I tried to honour that.
All while there's very loud synth music in the
Yeah.
background.
Good sort of hi-fi MIDI music, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had an
Quest
inkling
11,
about this
everyone.
before. I had somewhat of an inkling, but now I'm absolutely convinced that you have the best job in the world ever.
Yeah.
Seriously. What's your favourite thing about what you do for a living?
You don't learn the lines. They're all written down for
Yes!
you. Come on!
And except for today, you don't have to do your hair.
Amazing,
Oh.
yeah.
Perfect.
True.
Really.
Just rock up,
Yeah.
wearing whatever.
Did you do your hair today?
Wow, that's offensive.
Really offensive.
It looks wonderful.
Thank you
looks
very
wonderful.
much.
But then again, I'm looking at you through double glass.
But
So,
all right,
you
no
know.
one needs to know.
That'll do it.
No one
That'll
needs to
do
know.
it.
No one needs to
I
know
mean,
that.
you guys have obviously, worked on a lot of different games. I mean, John, you've done like both the Horizons, right?
Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. I play Errand in
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's like-
I mean, it's what's been kind of like some of your like favorite jobs to do?
I think that one actually. I think
Yeah.
the Horizons because it's fun to work in an American accent and it's so different to a lot of the acting I do otherwise. And he's kind of an emotional character who's a bit of a drunk and a bit of a comic relief, but then he's got a sort of
Great
sweet
beard.
puppyish heart. It's also my face as well, which I quite like.
Yeah.
That's
It's quite
pretty
fun when it's my
awesome.
face. So I think I like that one. The fans seem to enjoy it. I made the mistake of reading some slash fiction, which got
what do you mean? That's not a mistake. Oh,
it gets a little
depends.
frisky. It gets a little frisky a little quickly.
That's what we like.
That's all gaming subreddits.
Yeah.
slash fiction. I mean, I'm a
my
big fan.
days.
Like, keep it coming, guys.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, well, look, thank you so much. That was such a
you.
wonderful performance. It was a
Lovely to
real
have
joy to see it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Natalie.
You were amazing too.
Natalie
Natalie.
Winter, everyone. Cheers, guys.
Yay.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Wow.
Yes.
We still got so much to come, you know.
So much more to come. We've got a Havenly food challenge,
Is that a pun? Havenly
apparently.
food challenge.
Yeah.
We've got familiar characters with LEGO Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga.
a gorgeous reunion in Commander Shepard's cabin. Oh my
that
goodness!
Your sexy voice.
I used to film these on my phone. It's kind of sad.
Oh my gosh. And we're still taking your questions for none other than video gaming legends Nolan North and Troy Baker.
Don't forget to go to Side Global on Twitter using the hashtag I'm in the game for Ukraine. If you have those questions though, but it's almost time for Aoife to go.
I know this is absolutely flown.
Yeah,
you'll be all right without me though.
I will. Inel Tomlinson's going to be coming in and helping us out in a little bit. But before that happens, oh my goodness, I can see the back of his sexy head.
I don't think he can hear us right now.
I don't think he can hear us right now, which is probably... Yes, he can.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Yes, Doug Cockle, Geralt of Rivia himself, and Jaimi Barbakoff, who plays Tris Marigold. Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to our world.
Hello. Hello.
I don't know why I'm doing that.
Hello, Evie.
How are you both?
We're really good.
Yeah.
We've just been catching up.
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw each other?
Well, we've met once.
No way.
I hate this about voice acting.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem possible.
It's like ships in the night. You know, I was coming out of a recording session. She was going in. She'd spilled coffee all over her lap. So now it's...
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah. You and me, Geralt. Trust me. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited for this, and you're going to come and chat to us in a little bit. But to be honest with you, I just kind of want you just to get on with it.
Yes.
You ready?
Shall we
Bit
get on with it?
starstruck.
Let's do it.
Okay, reading the first one, right? Okay. Hope Albert hasn't forgotten the reason for this whole get-together.
Want to wait in the garden? I saw a nice spot there earlier. Well, come on. Care to sit down for a spell? Great view from here. And there's even wine.
Sitting on a bench, Tris drinks wine.
God, it's been so long since I've been to a feast, ball, or reception. Amazingly pleasant change from the sewers of Novigrad.
So, does this mean it's a good time to ask you about...
Yes?
About that mage we met earlier?
Moritz. What do you want to know?
How'd you meet?
Geralt, all mages know each other. Some are well over a century old. There's plenty of time to make acquaintances.
Well, in that case, when'd you meet him?
At a feast, long ago. He walked up and just blatantly offered to teleport us somewhere quieter.
Seems like just the type.
Really? At the time, to me, he seemed sweet. He actually pursued me for a while afterwards.
Personal charm. That's what it's about.
Oh, careful. That sounded like a compliment.
Glad it did.
Oh? Are you trying to...
Didn't mean to. Don't quite know why I always say stuff like that around you.
Always? Guess I remember things a little differently.
Someone's coming.
Is it Albert?
No, just some lost caste.
Must be looking for his beloved. Like in that elven tale about the frog and the lark. Inchu, beag, broga. Inch by inch, little frog.
Let's go.
I sure hope the other guests don't get drunk as quickly as I did.
Sooner we get out of here, the better.
Oh, no. I plan to have a good look at this famous maze of theirs first. I hear the statues there are completely, entirely...
Entirely what?
nude. Geralt? Coming?
Tris runs into the maze and disappears from sight.
Come on, Geralt!
Tris, wait.
Chase me!
Fade to black. Morning. Geralt finishes a deal. Tris walks up.
Everything set?
Yes. Got your swords back from the guard. and Ingrid gave me the coin. It's, more than I expected. Stunningly more, frankly.
I'm glad I could help you collect it. You'll find good use for it?
It's finally possible, probable even, that we can get all the mages out of Novigrad. You know where to find me if you want to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened at the fountain? I'm sorry, I acted irresponsibly. It was the wine, too strong.
No need to apologize. It was nothing.
Yes, nothing. We shouldn't have. It was my fault. I know. The wine went straight to my head. I'm sorry.
Triss, don't apologize.
We need to go.
I know. Be careful.
This scene is from Witcher 2. After battling through guards, Geralt enters the dungeon and unshackles an exhausted Triss.
Geralt.
Didn't expect to see me?
Are you kidding? The only person you expect to see in a Nilfgaardian dungeon is the executioner.
Did they torture you?
They tried various things, but they got nothing from me.
Are you all right, Triss?
I think so. I'm glad you're here. I know it was hard on you. I'll never forget this, you hear? Never.
Couldn't you have asked your friends from the lodge for help?
How do you know of the lodge?
I just do. Listen, Triss. There's a lot happening in Lochmuin, and it's all happening fast. The fact that I'm here means I'm not helping Yorvith, and I abandoned Saskia.
You chose me?
In some sense, yes. I fought my way through the Nilfgaardian camp to learn why you lied to me. I know about the Lodge. I know the Lodge was behind Demiven's assassination. I know Triss Marigold is a member of the Lodge.
It's not like that.
Show me the error of my reasoning.
True. I am a member of the Lodge, just like 8 other sorceresses. But if you think I'm responsible for the Lodge's actions, you're badly mistaken. The Lodge is a theater for 2 actresses. Sheila and Philippa have long dominated it.
To the point where you didn't know about the murder they planned?
To the point where I was no longer invited to gatherings.
Why?
They stopped trusting me.
Because you didn't agree with them?
9 women very rarely agree on anything. The actual problem was that...
Tell me.
I was close to you. If Sheila fears anyone, it's Geralt of Rivia. The Lodge did everything to convince me that our relationship didn't bother them, even that it suited them. But they manipulated me. Through me, they fed you select information, depending on the circumstances. They twisted facts.
We're still close. They could still be doing it.
Don't insult me.
I'd say the same thing in your place.
I'm telling you the truth.
You have no idea how much I want to believe you. But you've lied once. Why wouldn't you do it again?
I never lied to you. I just didn't tell you everything.
How is that not lying?
I didn't know the truth. I had suspicions, that's all, and once I was finally certain, it was too late. I can prove everything.
Now you'll need to tell me everything you know. I need to learn the truth.
All existing councils of mages ceased to exist after the Thanad massacre. We all acted separately. Philippa decided to create a new organization, a secret one this time. When I was sworn in, it never crossed my mind that the Lodge's plans would soon become secret to its members. As you know, Philippa's not one for minor undertakings. She presented a plan for creating a powerful state controlled by sorceresses.
Good idea. Too bad it's completely unachievable.
This is from Witcher 3, Blood and Wine. Geralt approaches his home and is told there is a visitor. Who wouldn't give their name? He goes inside, walks through the dining area and finds...
Triss?
In the flesh.
I thought you were in Kovir.
I got tired of waiting for you. So I decided to head to Tucson. Catch some sun, see how things are going. You said it would only take a moment.
Things are pretty much wrapped up, luckily. We'll be able to head north soon.
I hope you're not upset I came like this, without warning.
True, I haven't always been fond of surprises. They remind me of work, the law of surprise, surprise child. But I think I've changed my mind. Seems surprises can actually be pleasant. Very pleasant. Let's go outside. There's this one cozy spot you're gonna love. How are things in Kovir?
Oh, amazingly boring and predictable. Council meetings mainly concern trade matters, tariffs, storage regulations, that sort of thing.
Not bored?
You know the fairy saying, may you live in interesting times? Well, I've already done that. And now I'm looking for a bit of quiet. The other mages I brought with me from Novigrad, or who made it north on their own, feel the same. You wouldn't recognize them. No conspiracies, cabals, plotting. They just sit there and work for the good of the kingdom. Sometimes I think it's all too lovely to be true. That something's bound to happen. Another war, or some other horror. But for now, it's nice. And once you finish your business here and come join me, it'll be even better.
So, how do you like my vineyard?
I think you know the answer to that. I like it a lot. House is big, but not showy. Lovely location. Perfect for romantic getaways.
There are already some saplings and flowers around the grounds, but I think it's still missing something. Just finished some remodeling. Paid through the nose for it, but I think it was worth it. Maybe a hedge maze with a statue in the corner. One that's stately and nude.
Geralt, don't bring up that ball. The wine got to my head and I...
Not bringing it up to tease, but to reminisce. That evening, it was magic. And your dress. You looked lovely in it.
Well, I've got it with me. I could put it on one evening. We'll dine outside by the candlelight. Listen to the music of the cicadas, huh?
Can't wait.
Oh, wow. Right, so, okay, new chat up line unlocked.
How do you like my vineyard?
How do you like my vineyard?
Amazing. Brilliant stuff from the guys there.
Thank you,
but
guys.
definitely, this is exactly why you're here, is because we want your money to raise money for the British Red Cross. Here's exactly how you can donate your money now after that amazing performance. Come on, guys, whatever you can spare.
Yes, oh my goodness. Well,
okay.
First of all, so yes, you can make a donation to the British Red Cross for Operation Ukraine by going to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. But oh my goodness, the total so far?
Well, we smashed it well early on, so they've changed it now because you guys are too good at donating. You're too good at being awesome. So it's now 50 grand.
Oh my goodness.
Which I think we're going to do.
We're more than halfway there.
We're already halfway there. Look at you guys. Amazing. Unbelievable.
But it is all going to go to an extremely good cause. And remember, no donation, no matter how small, is unappreciated. It's all amazing because even £10 can go towards a hygiene kit that can keep a family of 5 healthy for up to a month. I mean,
honestly, every penny is going to make a huge difference. And we should say a big thank you to all of the voice talent. And of course, we now are joined by one of the greats.
One of the
greats. Mr. Doug Cockle, a.k.a. Geralt of Rivia. Yes. Welcome. How are you? It's been a little while, Doug.
Thank you. It has been. Yes. Gosh.
Yeah, was that weird?
Was that? It's very weird.
I feel like everyone's finding it a bit weird because it's like really intimate and eye contact.
It is, and it feels more like kind of doing a staged reading because when we record these things, we're usually alone in the booth and the engineer and the director on the other side of the glass. And now I'm looking at 2 lovely people on the other side of the glass from where I'm not normally sitting.
Yeah, it's different, right? Like it must be. But it's kind of like must be energizing a little bit in a way.
It is a bit, and again because it's a bit like doing a staged reading. Mm-hmm. So Jaimi and I were able to actually make eye contact and work off each other a little bit in a way that we never were able to do when we initially recorded the scene. So it gives it a different dynamic, and it actually, for me, it made me want to respond verbally when she said things that I felt that Geralt would respond to, whereas in the original recordings, we weren't. It wasn't that we weren't encouraged to do it, but it wasn't part of the script, so it didn't happen.
Is that maybe why it's done separately? Is so that they can, they can disentangle the different performances and kind of make things mix and match the way they want them to?
Yeah, overlapping dialogue and sounds and things like that in games doesn't work very well.
But I think wouldn't it be fun to try? I mean, like maybe this is like a new technique that Side are going to.
You can do it
but like even if it doesn't have performance to it, it might. I don't know. Come on, Side, just
make it happen.
One like this.
Come on, Side.
Come on, Side. Sorry, not that it's up to you, but it's fine. Well, look, Doug, you're sticking around because you've got more coming up.
I am. Yes. Any spoilers? Do we want to do spoilers or?
I think we kind of hinted at it.
Teaser.
Yeah. Wait, is this? Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
The mashup thing.
No, maybe I said it.
Well, he's going to be around later, and there might be some blending of universes.
Oh,
we love
maybe.
We love a mashup.
Is it a blending of universe?
Well, maybe. He doesn't know.
Like,
now I'm wondering what's going on. My goodness.
All the better. It's going to be a huge surprise then later. I'm
Surprises
sure.
for everyone.
Exactly. Thank you, Doug. We're going to be talking to you a little bit later on. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to our wonderful Aoife.
I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Einel Tomlinson, though.
Yes.
Who's going to be sitting in this exact spot. I've warmed it for you. I know. You're welcome. But yeah, keep those donations coming, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be part of this, and I can't wait to see what that total is like.
We're going to smash it.
I know.
Easy going to smash that 50k.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem at all. And of course, let's not forget of why we're here. Here's another sort of shout out to British Red Cross, who've made another little video about some of the work that they do.
Hello world. We are volunteers of the Ukrainian Red Cross Society.
We are recording this video from Ukraine that is currently affected by a large-scale armed conflict.
The whole country is under fire. Close to 100 people have died. Many more injured. There are children among them.
Millions of people had to leave their homes looking for safe places for their families.
Everyone needs our support at the moment.
In Ukrainian Red Cross, we have around 3,000 volunteers, and for last 2 days, 1,000 new volunteers come to join us. At the moment, the situation is in Ukraine only worsening. Many more people will need to help of Ukrainian Red Cross.
We're staying here and working for these people.
We will be very grateful to any support to the population of Ukraine.
Pass this message to those who should see it.
Hey guys, Magnus Brun here.
I'm the voice of May Labor in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I'm here to tell you that I'm in the game for Ukraine. So please, pretty please, donate all you can. Donate all you can, and I'll make sure that all of you, and all of Ukraine will always be part of my Raven clan. Odin is with you always. And always remember one thing. Right? Right.
Hello, and welcome to the third gripping hour of game for Ukraine. It is actually quite gripping. It is like been pacing along. Pacing along. Fundraising in order for the British Red Cross crosses Ukraine. I've lost the ability to speak in the third hour.
Don't worry about it. Hey,
Ukraine appeal.
I was literally driving up here, listening to the audio.
Yeah.
You were doing fantastic, and I
Now I've lost it.
love the way this whole stream started with Lizzie Waterworth doing Cutie the Elephant.
I feel like it was a big emo way to go in right off the bat.
I had to pull over the car, I had to pull over the car. But yes, we are raising money. Make sure you get your donations in, guys.
Yeah. Please do. I mean, they've been so generous so far. We had to change the total.
I know.
Change the total.
When it first started, it was around 900. Now we smashed the first target.
You guys are the best. Have we told you that? You're actually the best. So thank you. Keep them coming in. So I know Holt is now here.
There we
it's
go.
2 hours.
There we go. I'm Ether transformed, evolved.
What new skills do you bring to the table? Not being pregnant.
You'd be surprised how much I can get done not being pregnant. Anyway, let's see. Don't forget, we got some amazing things coming up, don't we, Julia?
Yeah.
We got Assassin's Creed coming up. We got LEGO City Undercover coming up.
Cyberpunk 2077, that'd be amazing. Yes, and Haven Food Challenge, which I'm excited for, as you might well know. And then a bit later on, we're going to be obviously having like the OGs basically, Troy Baker and Nolan North as well, which is pretty fantastic, and Returnal.
All the celebs are here,
All the celebs. Can I just say, I have to say, inside entrance hallway right at the moment in time, it's literally everyone's sitting around. Now they've done their bit. Everyone's sitting there having like a cup of tea and a catch up with all the different voice actors. It's literally a who's who of everybody in games. It's amazing.
Hey, Julia, I just passed Nemesis in the hallway from Resident Evil. That's right, Neil Newbon is in the house.
I don't know if I want to meet
Nemesis?
No.
He's the motion capture artist for Nemesis.
No, I don't want
He's the guy.
I don't want to.
Well, anyway, we also need your donations, guys. As we were saying before, it's for the British Red Cross, and we want your money in it for Operation Ukraine.
Give us your cash.
Give us
right
your
now.
monies now. But you guys know how to do that. So far, you guys been smashing it so far.
Yeah.
But a quick reminder how to do so. Go to sideglobal.com.
Oh my god, my inability to speak has infected
You've done me.
sideglobal.com/Ukraine.
That's it.
Yeah. And
it'll take you straight to the Tiltify page, and you can even watch the stream while you're on the page.
You could do both, which would be great. Thanks very much. And and also, if you have any questions for any of our talent that are coming in later on, go to Twitter at sideglobal.
Yes, you see what I'm saying?
Hashtag
you see what I'm saying?
In the game for Ukraine to hit us up with your messages and stuff like that. And of course, obviously, the war in Ukraine, absolutely devastating. And prior to the war, happening, there was something like 400 video game companies, over 30,000 employees were employed in the games industry in Ukraine. And I know you guys have been so generous so far. Like, honestly, everyone's completely blown away with all of your generosity.
Oh, definitely.
But every little bit that you can give is really, really going to help. Every single, £10. Like, think it won't make a difference. It will make a huge difference.
It'll make a big difference, Like, you know what? £100 can get like 66 sleeping mats.
It's so many.
That's a lot of sleeping mats.
That's a lot of sleeping bags. And obviously, £210 to get a first aid kit. So you'd actually literally, with £210, be saving actual lives. Actually saving multiple lives with £210.
Oi, £20 or a score and get you a couple of blankets as well.
Yeah, it's whatever you can do would really, really be appreciated. And yeah, I know we're going to smash that goal because you guys are the best.
Yeah.
So now that we've done that, I feel like we should just get into some awesome video game shenanigans. What do you say?
Yeah, awesome video game shenanigans. That's
my favourite kind of shenanigans.
That's me.
Right, okay, so the first game in this third hour, I'm doing weird maths now, is LEGO City Undercover, which is an action platform game developed by TT Fusion. And the game follows Chase McCain, a police officer who's been tasked with going undercover to hunt down the notorious and recently escaped. You know, we're right by Pentonville.
Yeah.
You know, over the road, there's a cafe, right? Sorry, the way I'm going with this. There's a cafe over the road from Pentonville Prison that's called The Breakout.
Yeah?
Over the road. I was like, I mean, embrace your neighbourhood.
Hey, have you eaten it?
No, but oh my God.
Well, there are more than 20 unique districts to investigate, car thieves to bust out, hilarious movie references to discover, vehicles to drive, and hundreds of collectibles. I remember playing this on the Wii U. Fantastic game.
Yes, fantastic. And we're going to be joined, we are joined today by Joseph May, who plays police officer Chase McCain, and Jaimi Barbakoff. I can't read today either.
Jaimi Barbakoff.
Oh my goodness. Who plays Wiz Ellie Phillips. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hi. Good, thank you. How are you guys?
Yeah, all right, apart from losing the ability to speak, but other than that...
You're doing pretty well.
Well, maybe too many words, I don't know. But I'm going to leave the proper professional speaking up to you guys. Are you ready to go?
Sure.
Good. Amazing, take it away.
Hi there, I'm Chase.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Chase McCain. My Uncle Duke told me all about you in that Rex Fury case a few years back.
Oh, yeah?
Don't worry. There's a few of us in the station know you did all the real work on it.
Phew!
Anywho, I'm Lieutenant Ellie Phillips. And first things first, let me see your cell phone.
Chase hands the cell phone over to Ellie, unsure of why he's doing so. Ellie pokes it a few times and then throws it over her shoulder. It lands with a clatter. Chase is a mite concerned.
Hey!
Ellie brings out a new phone from under the desk and pokes it a couple of times.
This is a police communicator. It does everything your old phone did and a whole lot more, including keeping me up to date with what you're doing. You'll need to connect it to the main computer in the lobby before you can use it. I'll give you a call once you're hooked up, Chase.
Radio call. Chase calls Ellie once he entered the hangar.
Ellie, how do I get the moon buggy out of the shuttle?
There should be a button you can press to open its delivery bay.
And that'd need power to work, right?
Yeah, why?
I think I broke the power supply back there. And now the control room is full of people.
Right. Hang on.
Typing.
It's okay. There should be 4 high-powered lasers in the hangar. You can use them to power up the shuttle. Wow, there is literally nothing you can't find with these online encyclopedias.
Okay, anything else I should know?
The annual rainfall in LEGO City?
Thanks, Ellie.
Radio call.
Ellie, I've located the robbers, but I'm going to head up the building next to them instead. That way I can jump across from its rooftop and have the element of surprise. Or, if I don't make the jump, a week off work in the infirmary.
Enjoy the hospital food, Chase.
Radio call.
Hey, Chase. Now you're an undercover detective. I've added a new function to your communicator.
Is it a voice recorder? So I can do private eye-style monologues?
No.
I was disappointed, but I decided to hear her out.
You just point it at a window, and you can hear what's being said inside the room. You'll need to get to a vantage point to use it, though.
It sounded like it might be useful. I thanked the nice lady and set off into the night.
It's the daytime. Good luck, Chase.
Radio call.
Hey, Ellie, the chief said you could help me figure out the camera on my communicator. I didn't even know it had one.
Oh, that's odd. Let me check your device remotely.
Keyboard taps.
There's your problem. You're running old software. I'll update it. There you go. I even stuck on some new ringtones for you.
Dun da 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 dun dun da.
See?
Thanks. I need to get some evidence against the key players in Chan's outfit.
Easily done. Just get in a good position to observe them and follow the instructions on the camera. It's foolproof.
Radio call.
Ellie, I'm at the museum, but I don't see a way in.
Yeah, I checked the blueprints. The only way in is from the rooftop, but there's no way to climb up there.
It's okay. I've got an idea. Are there any taller buildings around here which can be climbed?
Maybe the art gallery. Why?
I just got hold of a chicken. I can use it to glide from the art gallery's roof to the museums.
Wow, that is not a sentence I thought I'd hear today. Good luck, Chase.
Chase breaks into the museum. He descends on a rope into the museum.
Don't worry about this job, Chase. Consider it payback for how much the gift shop charged for that pen when you were 11.
Have you got the crane to the observatory yet, Chase?
Yes, the crane is definitely at the observatory.
And where are you?
Sorry, you're breaking up, Ellie.
You know this is a video phone, right? Just hurry up, Jimmy, and don't blow your cover.
Radio call.
Ellie, I got into the base. It was inside Mount Cashmore. And get this, Forrest Blackwell is an evil mastermind, and he's behind the whole thing.
Forrest Blackwell? But he's a good Why, he was just on the TV. He was stroking this white cat. Oh, wait, he is evil.
What? Why was he on TV?
He's holding a press conference outside Blackwell Tower this afternoon. Said he had some news which would change LEGO City forever. Everyone's gonna be there.
Well, you've got to stop him. Tell the chief.
I will, but do you have some evidence I can give him? Or donuts?
No, but I'm going to get some.
I would quite like some apple fill.
Evidence! I'm going to get some evidence.
Okay, look. I'll go to Blackwell Tower. Most of the department's going to be there for the press conference anyway. And I'll keep working on the chief. But call me as soon as you've got something he has to act on.
Thanks. And be careful.
Radio call.
Ellie, you have to get everyone away from Blackwell Tower, now!
Okay, but why?
Blackwell Tower is a rocket. When it takes off, it'll fry everything within 10 blocks. I'm sending you evidence.
Right. Everyone, you need to clear the area.
Fade to black.
Amazing. That was...
I was getting
so
flashbacks on playing that
Is
game,
it?
you know. Yeah, flashbacks, you know.
What was your favourite bit?
Well, the bit that they were doing, obviously. Come on.
Obviously. All right.
Obviously.
What's it like working on the LEGO games? Is it fun?
Oh, it's enormous fun. It's like non-stop hilarity. Because the writing is so funny, and you just kind of...
you want to laugh all the time.
Yeah, and you're just making each other laugh all the time, and everyone in the studio is laughing. It's really wonderful.
And not all games, but I suppose it depends on the game, really, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It can't all be like that.
There's not many games. There's like virtually no games that are funny. So.
Wow, okay, throwing down the gauntlet there. No games are funny.
But my question is, have you played these games that you're in? Because both of you have been in so many different video games. Do you play the games that you're actually in?
I actually tried this one, and I want to swear. Can I swear?
No.
No, I was really crap at it.
Okay.
So
That's
I was really
the half
terrible.
swear.
Yeah, it's a half swear.
Still got to bleep
It takes a
it.
lot for me not to swear. But
So you enjoy doing kids' games then? Oh my god, like half the time in here they're just like, we got to edit out. Kai, just effing, jeffing, cut.
Yeah, it's enormous fun. No, it's LEGO City is one of the best things. I think
Oh,
one of the
amazing.
most fun I've ever had doing a game by far.
Yeah, I'd agree actually. I mean, where you have to stop doing your lines because you're laughing at the other person's previous line. That's fun.
That's
good. Yeah, because you get fed all these things, and they had so many good people in it. They got the guy who did the Arnold Schwarzenegger voice guy, and he was amazing. And
Oh.
incredible.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
well, look, thank you so much for the performance. It was absolutely fantastic. And thank you for giving your time to such a really, really great cause.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Speaking of time for a good cause and give us your money, this is how you can donate.
Yes, make sure you head over to, make sure you get your donations to the British Red Cross. You can do hashtag Operation Ukraine, or you can go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. We've raised over £31,000.
Basically
so
32.
far.
It's basically 32.
Yeah.
There's a really odd. I guess it's
The
'cause
69 on the end. You know, there's a couple people.
Couple people.
But please keep those donations coming in. Let's see if we can get to £50,000. Can we do that? I reckon we can, you know.
Yeah, I think we can definitely do that. And I think what's really important is also letting everyone know what's coming up today.
Indeed.
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to do that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. Well, you going somewhere?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
You got things to do, yeah?
I've got things to do, you know.
Wow, busy girl.
See ya.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, guys, you just saw the LEGO City Undercover. Coming up, we got Haven, we got Cyberpunk, War, we got A Plague Tale, Innocence, one of my favourite games. Big up Amicia. Yeah, we got The Witcher coming back, and we also got Troy Baker coming up just before 6 p.m. We also got David Holt and David Mencken coming in. It Takes Two, Returnal, Mass Effect 3. You guys are spoiled. And so, as I will say once more, please make sure you can get those donations in. Please go to the British Red Cross. You can go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine and donate. It will take you to the Tiltify page. And as I said, you can donate and you can watch at the same time. So you won't be missing anything. Like I'm still going to be here. Right, next, we got Haven is coming up. Ooh, oh my gosh. Haven is a 2020 role-playing video game developed and published by the Game Bakers. Today, we have the original K actor and Chris Hugh Kumhoy and side director Damien Goodwin directed the original recordings. But today, another side director, Nima Rashid, will be reading the player choices for us. So, guys, take it away, please.
A script would be super.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, you ain't got a script?
No, not yet. It's me.
Oh, snap, it's Julia. Julia, what?
She's like a ninja.
I am. I'm like a ninja of some kind.
Of some kind.
Snap.
Of some
Okay.
kind.
Yeah.
I guess we can ad-lib it then.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Hey. You know the game. Hey,
You know the character, right?
Oh, here we go. Look at this.
There we go. And it just
This is
appears.
literally
Amazing
hot
title.
off the press. This is warm paper.
Oh, the paper warm.
Okay, so can I just preface this really? Obviously, I'm standing in. I'm not American, and
Yeah.
I also had COVID recently, so my voice's tone has gone.
Okay,
like,
you tell me
well
that.
husk. So apologies because
She's
it's going to
gonna
sound
come out, she's
nothing
gonna
like
smash
the
it,
character
yeah.
whatsoever.
Do you know she's gonna be better than the original actress?
Exactly. Janine better not be watching this, huh?
Oh.
Okay.
So
should we go from... Where are we going from? The top?
Where do you want to go from?
I'm assuming we're going from It's Me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh, this isn't the actual script though. This is the other bit. Okay, fine.
It's sudden death.
All right. So yeah, it's me, Mario.
Oh, no, you're you.
I'm me?
You're you. Why you?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I got it. Okay. Don't worry. I've got this.
In this branch, Kay wants to close the flow bridge, but you is concerned.
It's certain death, Kay.
We have our anti-gravity boots.
That's besides the point. Even 1 meter above the rust, the temperature must be 1,000 billion degrees. Oh, and even if we managed to avoid the drops and made it to the other side in one piece, who's to say our plan will work? We've never cut a flow bridge before. I don't even know if the gloves will really work.
We've risked our lives from the get-go.
No, I'm sorry. This is different. Critters hopped on rust, hornet drones, those things I can bang on. And if I bang on this, I'm going to lose my arm. And that would be the least of my worries too. I could lose you as well.
Which is precisely what's going to happen if we don't sever this bridge. Ozius is going to show up any day now, and knowing him, he'll certainly bring a platoon of hornets along. And if they don't do the job, they'll send more. How long do you think we can last? They will separate us, you. They will recalibrate us, match us with our respective mates, and there'll be nothing left of us. Not even a memory. Nothing. I don't know what's on the other side of this rust, but at least there's something.
The player chooses to have you say yes.
Okay, but on one condition. You have to promise me that everything will work out. We're going to cross this lake of rust, sever this bridge, and come back alive. No chivalrous sacrifice, no bluting heroic act. We're severing the bridge, and we're going home, okay?
Okay.
Promise?
Promise.
The duo sever the bridge, but you is injured.
Oh, no! We said no bluting heroic acts!
Sorry, but I promised nothing. It burns!
Sorry.
No big deal. I'll be all right. Just avoid any contact with it.
I'm sorry. I never should have insisted.
Don't be ridiculous, Kate. Look, we made it. We passed through.
In this version, you wants to cross the bridge, and Kay is cautious. The challenge is far bigger than they expected.
Is that even rust?
Looks like it. In a magma state. I can't imagine how hot it is in there. Just one splash and we're literally toast. I can't believe I didn't see that coming. I thought we would find some rust in there, but not this. I guess we have to come up with a new plan.
We don't need a plan. We're going.
What? Are you joking?
Do I look like I'm joking?
You don't realize... Look, the air above the rust must be over 100 degrees. Even if we can dodge the splatter, we'll scorch our lungs.
We can hold our breaths.
But we don't stand a chance.
We didn't stand a chance to escape the apiary. We didn't stand a chance to fly all the way to the source with this nest. We didn't stand a chance to survive until now. You said it yourself. We're the luckiest people in the universe. We can afford to live dangerously.
Not to die foolishly.
Hey, it's a 50-50 chance.
It's nowhere near 50-50.
Listen, look, I know very well that we're risking our lives. I'm not a complete moron. I'm just trying to make things easier. So make a quick decision. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's settled. The question isn't whether you're or not we're going. It's whether or not you're coming with me.
All right, I'm coming. Even though I still believe this is suicide.
Do you want to die?
No.
Well, me neither. At all. So it's not suicide. It's just, a very high-risk mission that we're going to have to complete because, we're some blooming heroes.
If you say so.
I'm sorry, could you tell that I couldn't turn pages silently?
It's like the biggest challenge, isn't it?
Oh my God, how
you did a sick job. You did an amazing job.
Hey, I thought it was you. I thought it was a character of you.
I agreed to this before, and then as soon as I stepped in, I was like, what have I committed to?
Perfect stuff. Well, I got a question, actually.
Yeah.
When you recorded the original dialogue, did you get to do it alongside your other actress?
Yeah, we did, actually.
Nice.
It was really good. They really specifically wanted, the game bakers really wanted the idea of the two characters together and get that chemistry. So we had a little chemistry read, and then they got us in the room together as much as they could.
Oh, wow.
And you can hear it, though. You can really hear the bouncing off in the dialogue in the game. Definitely.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, I think.
Yeah,
and
it's a couple. Come on, they're together. Makes sense, Julia.
I mean, it's more awkward now.
If anything, it needed to be a bit closer, I think. My directorial kind of...
I think you meant close to the microphone.
Yeah,
just like that. Just sharing one
wanted
microphone.
To feel that relationship. No, that's absolutely fantastic. I love the title. Have you played the game yourself as well? Because I'm always intrigued by voice actors. Do they actually play the games that they're in?
Yeah, I've managed to play through a little bit. I think it's finding time at the moment because it's such an epic game. And I think it's also hard sometimes to separate listening to yourself and critiquing your own work. So that's always a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, wouldn't you just be like, you listen to it, you're like, oh, I wish I'd done that bit differently. You're like, wait, what am I doing in the game?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not the take I would have went with. That's
you kind of listen and then your toes start going, oh. But then you look at the game as a whole and you think, I'm proud of doing this.
Was there any particular challenges that you found with this particular script and this particular game?
I think at the very beginning it was more of a translational thing. So it was really great because the game bakers were really, really open to sort of changing bits of the script. Yeah. Sometimes the translations wouldn't sort of quite work, so we'd sort of hash it out and develop the script a little further, so it just felt a little bit more natural. Because it's so conversational. And the way in which the people have written it, it's so beautiful in terms of its nuances, and throughout the whole story, it's very much like a couple.
Yeah, it is.
And there are some really mundane moments, and we just kind of really wanted to capture that. And I think we managed.
Hey, no, you definitely did. And we heard earlier as well from when Julia was talking to the Nino Kuni lot, how the translation and how the scripts and the can kind of change when you're localizing it. So that's amazing. Sorry, Julia, you was about to say something.
No, please, no. It's exactly that. There is, I think some of the best games are the ones where they really just get that feedback from the voice actors, where you can really feel that kind of everything's kind of how you'd say it. I mean, not all of them, but some of my favorite ones, I think. Yeah.
Look at this. Well, Julia, I reckon you should be in the sequel.
Oh my God, I stand up and talk in front of people all the time. And can I just say, the first time to do this, when it's on a live stream and when everyone's in a room, was an error. It was a total error. But no, I enjoyed it.
Were you sweating?
Seriously, I've got weird sweat patches.
You got a jumpsuit on.
All right, Julia, you sort yourself out and I'll tell everybody how they can donate, okay? Keep those donations coming in, guys. Make sure you go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. We've managed to raise £36,000 so far. Ooh, and £7.69. There we go. Can we get to 50,000 by the end of the day? Also, if you have any questions for any of the voiceover guests that we have, make sure you use the hashtag Operation Ukraine, or you can use the hashtag in the game for Ukraine. Right, now, we are going to head over to Cyberpunk. Yes, we've got a pre-recorded read from the Cyberpunk. So, let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Justin Villiers. I'm the UK's lead voice director for Cyberpunk 2077. I'm not directing today, as you'll see. I'm going to read the stage directions of the scene that we're going to do for you from Cyberpunk with the original actors who I have with me. We have Jane Perry with us. She plays Rogue. You probably all know this. We have Sheremy Lee, who plays female V, and they're going to be doing the first time that they meet in the game. It's a situation where, just to sum up very quickly, it's a situation where female V needs to get to a particular person who can help her, and the point of contact that she has is Rogue. So she needs to go to see Rogue and try and get the information that she needs. And that's where we're going to start. I'll read the stage directions. Everybody ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. I've got stuff down here written I could read out, but okay, here we go. Scene: V approaches Rogue, who sizes up V carefully, keeping the distance between them.
Not here, not there. Who are you?
Name's V.
And what is it you want, V?
V stands before Rogue, trying to convince her to help.
Need your services. Gotta track a guy down.
Mm-hmm.
Anders Hellman, hotshot engineer. Worked for Arasaka.
Checking the info on her tech.
Millisec. Anders Hellman. Pinpoint him for me.
Thanks.
Jumping too soon. First, my help's got a price. Second and third, Dexter Deshawn, Jackie Wells, T-Bug. Multiple bells ringing, V. Left a lot of bodies behind. Death walks in your wake. Chalk that up to bad luck?
V stands before Rogue, trying to convince her to help. Johnny observes the situation.
They knew the risks. All sorts of shit happens. To all sorts of people. Even to the best. To you too, Rogue. Arasaka Tower. Remember? Who'd you lose back then?
You came to prepped. Of course. But feelings be damned, I've always said. This is pure biz. You need my help? So get those eddies ready.
The dialogue branches depending on whether V has the cash now to pay. In this case, V doesn't have the cash.
And if I don't have the scratch, it's fuck off and have a nice day?
No, more like come back when you do. Them's the breaks.
Then, see ya. Soon.
You know where to find me.
Having found a way to use both V and Panam, Rogue decides to help V. She invites her to sit at the table.
Sit.
The player has a choice of whether to sit down.
Gonna sit down? My time's pretty valuable, V.
The waitress brings drinks. Rogue speaks to the waitress.
Bottle stays.
Rogue thanks her netrunner for the help and for bringing the chip.
Thanks, Nix.
Johnny observes Rogue carefully, noting how important she is at the afterlife. Rogue hands the chip to V.
Slot it.
V hesitates to slot the chip for it, because it might have a virus.
Go ahead, slot it in the shard. It's clean.
The player has a choice to insert the chip or not. In this case, the player chooses to insert the chip. V takes the chip from Rogue and slots it into her head port. Rogue observes the material on Helm and explains it to V. V sees visualizations on her HUD.
Your Hellman's not on my payroll, not officially anyway. But he does pop up in Chianti's confidential stacks. It's a Kang Tao subsidiary, Chinese corp. Kang Tao's been using them as a fig leaf for years. Their mask for more sensitive operations.
Probably keeping him hidden from Arasaka. Must have worked on a top secret project.
Hidden from Arasaka or any other corp that wants what he knows. without going through all the bother of actually hiring him.
Think you can track him down?
Getting a mark on him ought to be easy. Actually grabbing him? Another story entirely.
Must be prepping him for a transfer.
How would you know?
Chinese corpo playbook's an open one to me. This looks like the vanishing old pigeon.
V sees the convoy routes.
Decrypted map of upcoming Kang Tao convoy routes.
Think Hellman might be one of them. Thing is, which one?
Take a look at the specs on this one. A lone AV, no ground support. No linked cargo manifests either. Sure, Kang Tao sometimes transports stuff unregistered if they want to push it under the table, but...
V sees a cross-section of an AV and its technical parameters. Everything's visualized via the chip.
Catch the load on this AV. Already approved in the system, but too low. So definitely no cargo on board. But there's a passenger list. Kang Tao security detail plus 1 VIP. Transfer from Chianti.
Our boy Hellman.
That was the good news.
So what's the bad news?
Bad news is the extraction site. Look, Night City airspace, all this.
No way to jack the transport without the NCPD picking up on it.
Commenting on the area displayed on the map.
And here, we're too close to Kang Tao. We even give that AV a dirty look, their backup hustle will be on us.
Zooming in on part of the map.
But right there is Jackson Plains. Narrow corridor just outside of the city and just outside of Kang Tao's reach.
Dead zone. I'll grab him there.
Gonna need a native to the area, someone who'll set up the op, cobble together the gear.
V and Rowe discuss the details of the plan to intercept Hellman.
What kind of gear are we talking?
Cruising speed of an AV like that, that's 150 miles an hour. Ever tried to grab anything moving that fast? Even tracking her will be difficult. Plus, this model packs next-gen defenses.
So without real firepower, I'll be able to wave Hellman as he zips past.
It's not about firepower. There are ways, and people who know them, or who at least can improvise on a theme.
So, a native. Know any hick mercs?
Just one. Pan Am Palmer. She can count on her clan. She can't count on her clan anymore, but she's a true nomad. She knows those lands, and she will help you. She won't have a choice.
Won't have a choice? That does not sound enticing. Not for her, not for me.
Enticing comes at a price you can't possibly afford.
I can't possibly afford to blow this chance at nabbing Hellman.
Your operation? Your call.
Why's Pan Am gotta help me? I sense a catch. Pretty big one.
Occasionally Pan Am moves merch for me. Last job wasn't, it wasn't a good day for her.
She ran into a hitch?
Complete bust, actually. Lost the goods and her ride. Pan Am will do anything to get the load back. Means her dignity. I know her.
Okay. Guess I can try to help her. But if we don't know where to look, I mean...
We do. I do.
Fine. Let me hear what you know.
Rocky Ridge, ghost town just outside of Night City. Pan Am knows where. You'll go there, get the merch back, wheels too. Naturally, you'll call her first, sending your deets.
All clear. Thanks.
Good luck.
Very good. The end of the scene. Fantastic. Well done, both. It's really lovely to hear both of your voices together. I have to say, I've played the game through, but I haven't seen that with your voice, only with Gavin's. And it sounds excellent. The two of you are both trying to kind of out-cool each other in that situation. It's really nice. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about stuff now. I know, Shermy, you've done loads of games. Jane, of course, you've done loads of games. Probably a question to start with, I guess, and we'll talk about other things. But the change in characterization of female characters, has it been evident to you as you know, from over the time that you've been working in games? Jane, shall we start with you?
I think it has, you know. I mean, I remember the first game I did, I played a sort of military type woman, and the way I was directed to play that character was just to kind of shout absolutely everything. And I remember thinking, oh, I wonder, and it was the writer who was directing me, and I thought, gosh, I wonder if he doesn't have faith in my authority as a woman, just sort of playing the lines in a kind of more nuanced way. And I kind of had this feeling maybe he feels that he needs to layer something on top of this character and just make her yell everything, you know, to give her power. And I sort of feel like maybe there has been a kind of, and this is probably about, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago. And I think maybe that there has been more trust put in women in games to be these strong lead characters, and just letting them be themselves and who they are, without kind of having to put on all kinds of layers of kind of performative power, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I think the women that we're seeing are much more nuanced now.
Yeah, I think that's from my observation too, is that you kind of allow the women to be real. I think that's kind of what you're saying, is that they don't have to be you know, shouty sergeant majors or anything like that. They can just be ordinary women with insecurities just like anybody else, and yet they can still be powerful and still be in charge. Shermy, what about yourself?
Yeah, very much the same. I was having a conversation with another actor sort of about the same thing, and we were discussing why we think there's been such a change, or when we started seeing a change, and starting to see women that are on the production side creating these characters, I think has helped inform these more nuanced characters. Also, just games being far more cinematic. It feels like you're watching a movie, and because of that, we have the opportunity to give a more nuanced cinematic performance, because the incredible animatics and the beautiful cutscenes really lend itself to, we don't need to push or put something on, because there's so many other factors that are giving this great story to the player. But yeah, we were saying it's so nice getting to see characters that don't look the exact same way. They have a variety of body types. They have a variety of different voices. They have a variety of different looks to them. And it's beginning to sort of kind of match.
Yeah, women. I think it's certainly, it's more recently with that I've noticed is the body type thing, which has always been a problem because of the kind of cliches of strong female protagonists have been that she needs to look like a Olympic gymnast kind of thing. But this is starting to change some of that. I'm not sure I'm allowed to mention other games in this, maybe not. But it has started to change. I'm sure you two are both aware of that. But whether it's body type or the way people speak, or it's starting to reflect the real world a lot more, which is excellent. Why don't I ask you about just kind of broaden out a little, other characters that you played? Is there anything memorable that you can talk to us about, either of you?
Hey, that's a memorable moment. What's happening right now?
I know you.
I know you.
What are you doing there?
I don't know.
That is strange. I thought that you two might be the same person, just dressed differently and doing a different voice, but you're actually two people.
Yeah.
I should just, for the tape or whatever, I should introduce Gavin Dre, who plays Melby in Cyberpunk 2077. Here he is. And I don't know, have you two met before, Gavin and Shermy?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we did something a while back. But how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? I was supposed to be like shocked and surprised and be like, who is this person? But I got so excited to see you, and I forgot everything that I had been told about how to respond.
Okay, I think we're all
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm really, really good. Yeah. Hi, Jane. Nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too. Pleasure.
Big fan. How are you doing?
Likewise.
Really you two not met before either. Okay, that's nice.
Oh no.
Okay, great. Okay, so what? Just to warm into this, Gavin, where are you? Are you allowed to say where you are or what you're doing? You can just be vague.
I think so. Yeah, I'm actually in New Orleans, in America. Yeah. So I'm doing some filming here for an Amazon show. So just out here for a couple of weeks. It's an amazing place. It's a wonderful city. It's one of the best towns. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Good. So I'm just going to now we brought you in. We just ran a scene, the introduction to when you first meet Rogan's story. I think I'm going to go straight in with this, and this is really for Jeremy and Gavin to talk about. And it was the experience of us having to match the pacing of another person's performance, which is very, very difficult, of course, because I mean, again, I'm assuming that everybody knows how video games work, that there are particular sound files, and if you're going to choose to be a male or a female character, the sound file needs to be the same length. So the performances have to match in a certain way. Even though we didn't want the performances to be at all copied from each other, we were kind of tied or restrained by that fact. Why don't you go first, Jeremy? Just because Gavin can collect his thoughts then.
Yeah, I actually love getting to do that when I've worked on JRPGs or other games like that, where I will have a Japanese audio file that I have to match, or a Chinese file that I have to match the pace of, but still make it my own, because obviously I am sharing this character with another actor, but we want them to be while living in the same place of integrity. We're two different people. And if we're just trying to copy each other, it's not going to feel like an authentic performance. So it's finding that balance of going, this is how much time I have. That's great. Now, how do I interpret this line? And it's really fun, because there were times where if Gavin had recorded first, the file would be longer or the file would be shorter. And so then you kind of have like an improv experience where it's like, nope, new choice. And how can you interpret what he did and the length that he had and make it truthful to how I'm playing this character. And so it kind of keeps you on your toes, and it's a really fun, like, well, that's not going to work. Cool. Let's try this again. And it really keeps that collaborative energy and that process going, which is a really fun challenge to do. But when it fits, everybody is so excited. And there were a couple of times where you and I would be right on first try, and they stopped playing you for me first, and then would just say, like, let's see how it lines up. And they would go, you guys were exactly the same. So there were a couple moments where I was like, oh my gosh, this is where we come together, and this is like the core of it, which was really cool.
Great. Okay. Ralph, do you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, similar experience. So Justin was my director in London, and so his process was he had a really big stick, and he would just kind of hit me again and again until I got it right. So that was our was that right, or something like that?
Yeah, it wasn't really big stick. It was a fairly medium size, I think.
No, it's exactly the same. I mean, in that kind of process, we would sometimes, kind of just be very conscious of like not wanting to copy it, as you said. So a lot of the times, we wouldn't kind of play the file. We would just kind of. In fact, like you said, we would often, I would kind of take 3 stabs at it, and most of the time, we'd be.
I think Gavin's frozen.
Oh
no. Actually, frozen. There we are. Sorry, you just froze for a moment. But
I dropped out. Sorry, bad Wi-Fi here, probably. So no, I think there was kind of a process where after a couple of attempts, maybe it'd be like, oh, Jeremy's a little bit faster on this line, or maybe a little bit slower. So that'd be kind of such a kind of broad kind of note that you'd be like, oh, great. So, I'd kind of have a choice of maybe where to take a little extra pause or move it along.
Exactly.
And,
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, go.
No, I think, and then so sometimes, it's like, okay, and I would do it again, but it's like, no, it would be a lot quicker or it would be a lot longer. So I'm like, all right, okay. And then we kind of play it. And that was fun because then I'd get to hear Jeremy like, oh, okay, you do it. Oh, that's a different way. Or, and it's amazing. What's amazing about sharing something like that is you just, actors are so different. It's a bit like theater in that sense, where you could see somebody play Hamlet a different way. And then you're going to do it yourself. And it's like, oh, wow. That's so different from my interpretation or whatever. So, it's a bit of a treat when you get those moments. And yeah, it's fun.
I think there were a lot of times where we would have to kind of rethink moments in the story because we had an idea of how to play a scene, and you would have done it already, Jeremy. And because of the way that you were playing, actually relevant to the stuff that I was saying about being able to put in lots of noise, lots of kind of verbal stuff, which isn't necessarily the text. We would have a very long kind of 30 seconds or something with like 2 words in. We'd be thinking, right, okay, and you'd fill it with stuff, and then it was up to us to take over and then find some stuff to put in the 30 seconds, just like you. So there was lots of challenges like that, which was enjoyable. Yeah. And what I'm going to be fairly honest, I don't think this is controversial. It's just kind of a normal thing. But sometimes when we were getting notes back from the studio CD Projekt Red, I don't know whether this was the case for you, Jeremy, but we would get notes back saying, "Could you play it a bit more like Jeremy, please?" And did that work the other way around?
There were a couple times I remember they would say like, "We loved this moment." It would be like, we loved this moment that Gavin took, or could you find a way to take that same moment and take the time, but make it, they were like, the way that he did it is not going to work the way you did it. So find a way to, which was kind of a fun thing, sort of like what you were saying, Gavin, about working in theater. Like if you've got to hit the blocking in a certain way, because that's where an actor did it in a previous performance, and it has to happen in that moment. It's up to you to go, well, how do I justify making these same decisions, taking these same pauses, making these same moves, because this has to happen for the story, but making it true to what I've done for the rest of the game.
Yeah. And also I think it's a thing where sometimes maybe we'd be recording some of the scenes in a bit of a vacuum, maybe plot wise, because some of them are coming out of order. So maybe it was just a case of, it's often like when you do self-tapes and auditions, and sometimes you can kind of accidentally stumble on the right way of doing something, and they'll, maybe they come back then with it was like that way. It was kind of that interpretation of what we had in mind. You're like, oh yeah, right, okay, fine. So it's just give and take, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was an excellent process like that, because generally there would be moments, as we all know, because it's a very complicated story with real complicated emotions for all the characters. I mean, it involves suicide and so on, and giving up, and it comes to the end of one's life. So I think that when we would listen to some of your performance, Jeremy, and then we would discover new stuff all the time, which was fantastic. And that's a kind of unique thing to the situation that we find ourselves in with video games. Yeah. That you have 2 performances, same characters, same lines, and yet they can be entirely different.
Wow.
Incredible stuff there.
Yeah, and of course we are here for one sole reason. Well, no, 2 reasons. One, to have a really awesome, fun time.
Yep.
And just being a bit nerdy about video games.
Tick that off.
What's most days. Whether I was here or not, that'd be happening. But number 2 is, of course, raise money. So we're going to tell you how you can go donate for this very, very worthy cause. Yes, go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine with the hashtag Operation Ukraine as well. And we've raised so far £36,000, which means we are like well close to getting to that 50k goal. I know we can do it. Do you want to read out some of the? You can read out some of the.
We got some
donations.
Well, big up Zoe. Yeah, Zoe did a donation. Excited to see the 20k budget smashed for a great cause.
It.
Zoe knows what's going on.
She does.
We got Kezia. Wishing you all much success.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Big up Surinder as well for the donation. Adam as well. It's lovely to see you all doing this, and I hope this will help.
It definitely will.
It does, Adam.
Whatever the donation, big or small, honestly, everything will honestly go to really affecting and making people's lives better in Ukraine, which is all. I mean, we've all been watching things unfold, in these past In this part, it's
Yeah.
All we can do to make it that little bit better somehow is the best we can really do at the moment. So
Indeed.
yeah,
So
and that's,
thank you guys.
Yeah, and
thank you very much.
And that's exactly why all this incredible voice talent has given up their time, to come in here for free to entertain you, to inspire you, to. That's you opening your wallet.
Yeah. It's creaking,
Also, who opens a wallet anyway?
Why is it
who has
creaking
money
like
in there?
that?
Because I just use contactless. That's why there's some cobwebs in there. Like,
Indeed, but it's great to see, as you were saying, great to see so much talent coming out to help raise so much money, including BAFTA-winning Jane Perry right there.
I mean, there's literally just like BAFTA winners just everywhere.
All of them,
more than you can shake a stick at.
All of them. Anyway, right. Now, we've got 2 titles now, Julia. 2. We've got Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and we've also got LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga.
Do you not think I look like the female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? If I had black around my eyes, you could see it. That's Halloween this year.
And an axe.
I mean, I have the axe already, but for a different reason.
Oh, no, you got an axe? No. I'm scared, though,
I know, you should know. 90% of what I say is just pure nonsense.
It's not an axe, it's a hatchet. It's fine. Right, we're gonna move over to David Menken, and he is joined by side director Jason Bourne, who is reading in for Eivor.
Eivor comes bursting out of the longhouse to answer Dag's cries. He's angry, but baffled, looking around as people begin to peek out of their homes and approach. Dag stands outside with his axe, arms raised in challenge.
Stop there, Wolf-Kissed! This ends now.
Dag. Turn around and walk away.
Your habits are not my own, Eivor. I do not flee responsibility for the sake of my glory. I stand firm with my people. For many months, I have stood at your side, keeping faith in Sigurd's judgment, because I believed in him and his vision. Do as Eivor commands, he told me, and I have. Against my better judgment, I did as you have asked me. And where has that left us? Without a Jarl, without a purpose, watching you chase glory around this land like a spooked hare.
You could have come to me in confidence, Dag, but that offer is gone.
I have no need of it. My mind is fixed. Hear me all! I challenge Eivor for the leadership of this clan until Sigurd is safe home!
Walk away, Dag!
No! We fight to the death!
You spew nonsense, Dag! This is absurd!
Enough! Let the circle be made!
Whoa! Look at that!
Yo, I got shook there.
Getting well in there.
Come on, David.
I'm glad I wasn't in there. It's slightly terrifying.
Yeah.
You can't
So,
hear us.
do you know? I can hear you. Do you
I got it.
Do you know that there's a subreddit purely for the hate of Dag?
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
F-word
famous.
Dag. They hate him so much.
Is
Why?
it?
A lot of them didn't give him his axe because, they loathe him with such a passion.
You know what? I'd hate for a subreddit to be about me, you know.
Now you've instantly got a subreddit. I know, that's exactly how it happens.
I haven't
You should
even got a login.
It's like standing in front of a green screen and taking a picture and then put it on the internet. You're just asking for trouble.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. But it's quite intense, the performance there. I mean, that's... Do you not, like, totally savage your voice?
No. For some reason, I figured
You're a
out a few
shouty
years
man?
ago that I was a loud effer, and then Side found out as well.
They're like, quick, we found another one. God, there's like 3 in the country. We need a shouty man.
Yeah.
Shouty man.
And
How long could he shout for?
Well,
6 hours.
I can.
Bring him in instantly.
I've worked with David a lot, and he can shout and shout and shout and shout.
Yes, and the poor engineers who sit there going, "Can we just do that
Turn
again?
it
I need to
down."
turn you down. Turn you down."
Well, we are going to shift gears. You see the segue there?
That was
See the
really
see-
smooth.
Shift it, yeah. We're
yeah.
going to head on over to Lego Star Wars: A Skywalker Saga.
Yes.
And David, because you're also in that, right?
I am, and not too yelly in that, because I get to play Luke Skywalker.
Indeed. An iconic
I'm
role.
going to use the Force on my voice.
Can we take it down a tad, David? Take it down a tad.
Just bring it down a
The
scotch.
Force is more, it's less shouty.
Yeah, the Force is a bit more, you know.
Don't let the forcefulness be with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just whenever you're ready to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, by the way, Jay is playing old Ben. It's very, very exciting.
Ben Kenobi and my. Well, I'll be giving you a few different things. So.
Oh yes.
Yeah, bear
Indeed.
with me. First one from A New Hope.
Yes.
Hello there. You're fortunate to be all in one piece.
Ben? Ben Kenobi? Boy, am I glad to see you.
The inland wastes are not to be travelled lightly. Come. Tell me, young Luke, what brings you out this far?
This little droid. He tells me he's looking for his former master, Obi-Wan Kenobi? Is he a relative of yours?
Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Oh, you know him?
Well, of course I know him. He's me. Then we find them in Ben's house.
You fought in the Clone Wars?
Yes. I was once a Jedi Knight the same as your father.
How did my father die?
Which reminds me.
What is it?
Your father's lightsaber. You must learn the ways of the Force.
I've got to go home. It's late. I'm in for it as it is. Uncle Owen? Aunt Beru? There's nothing here for me now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
Very good. We jump films to Empire Strikes Back. And we find Luke shortly after he's lost his hand. There we go. Join me, and I will complete your training. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me you killed him!
No. I am your father.
No! That's not true! That's impossible!
Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son. Cue R2-D2.
R2!
What?
Leia.
Maybe you want to explain the...
Falling down the shaft of Cloud City.
Then we're going to cut to Return of the Jedi.
Yes. By the fireside on Endor. Vader's here. The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Somehow, I've always known.
It's you, Leia. Then you know why I have to face him.
Very lovely. Further on, in Return of the Jedi, Luke with the Emperor. Final scene. Now, fulfill your destiny and take your father's place at my side.
I'll never turn to the dark side. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
So be it. Jedi.
That's it.
Yeah, yo, and the lightning effects as well.
Exactly, we got it all here. I love the fact, and also that the way the Emperor says like Jedi, everyone has that like Jedi, and also big surprise because guess whose birthday it is? It is David's birthday.
Hey, we got the Raven lights on. Come on,
with the lighting effect.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Don't sing.
Oh yeah.
No songs.
No songs.
No songs.
Yeah.
No songs.
Birthday rave.
No clearance.
Wow.
Birthday rave.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to show it to the camera.
Do it. Just
hope it doesn't
eat
fall.
Look at that. Just for you,
That
don't share
is
it.
so nice. Thank you.
Oh, well, look, thank you for coming in on your birthday.
Indeed.
Come and help out a really great cause.
If we get an extra £10,000, do you reckon he should shove it in his face?
What are you ruining his birthday cake for?
That's not ruining it. I would love to do that on my birthday.
I am
a big chocolate cake in your face.
Rather than just eat the cake.
Shove it in his
gift
mouth.
cake.
In his mouth, Julian.
I am more than willing to do that. The only thing is I need to find out if it's gluten-free because I...
Oh, wow. Okay, that's another...
Yes.
Can we get a gluten-free cake for 10 grand if you donate?
You're not allergic to nuts either, are you?
We don't want no Revel roulette in here. Well, look, thank you so much, guys. That was amazing. I always find it amazing how like when people just like switch between two totally different characters.
Yeah,
like,
I love it.
I can barely do one voice.
Thank you to you both. Oh, word just in. It's gluten-free.
Gluten-free. Shove it in your face. David.
All right.
And while David is doing that, guys, you guys can donate. Head to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. Get those donations in. Can we beat that target of 50,000?
Well, we're obviously going to do it because you guys are amazing, and we're already at almost like 42k. We're almost at 40. We're almost at 50 already. We've got loads of time left.
Yeah, and look,
That's clearly your performance. Thank you, kind sirs.
We've got some messages in. We've got one from Luke Burrows. It says, amazing performances, especially my little sis Kezia. Loving the presenter's enthusiasm too. Keep it up. You see that? I'm loving us too. Yeah. Andy with a big donation there. Fantastic event and performances. And for such an important cause, good luck in smashing the target. We're almost there.
We are almost there. And Alex Jones as well. Well done, everyone. Such an amazing stream and cause. Thank you. And Kaylee Karaba. Happy to be part of a company that fights for causes like this. Can't wait to hear the outcome. You guys, honestly, we reset the goal and wow. Like, honestly, blown away. You guys are the best.
We might have to reset it again.
Oh, God. This
if your heart can take it.
I don't know if I can. But whatever we achieve today, it is going to be brilliant and help an awful lot of people.
Indeed.
Now, we are joined in the studio. Well, you wrote some of them words there, James. You worked for TT Games.
James Q.
Not specifically those words. George Lucas did those ones.
You adapted them.
Come on, you rewrote them.
Take the credit,
paste, put it in a different script. All right.
Yeah, no, that's very true. That's very true.
You know what I mean? You changed it in at Comic Sans or whatever weird ass.
Is your name in the credits?
Yeah, no, yes, it is.
There you go then. There you go.
I wrote all of that. Forget you, George Lucas.
George who?
Yeah, who? Come on.
I don't know him. I tell you what, I know James. I know James.
I know
James. Yeah. James, what was it like writing for such an iconic franchise?
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough but fun. Like the important thing was that everyone at the studio was like a massive fan of Star Wars. You know.
Did it make it harder though? Because it's such a big thing.
Yeah, I mean the pressure was massive, especially when we started off thinking, well, we're going to do all 9 films in one game.
Yeah.
Because when you're focusing on one, you've just got, okay, well, that's just 2 hours of film to focus on. But when it's all of them, it was a pretty big undertaking. But we all just had to work together, share our love for Star Wars with each other, and kind of get through it.
What level of nerddom were we dealing with here?
Yeah, I mean,
there are different levels.
We had to go through like the comic series, like that Marvel put out, the books.
Or like for work, you're like, sorry, I've got to go home and like watch all these Star Wars things and read all these comics for work.
Yeah, nice. It's all research and watching the cartoons and everything.
That's what they told HMRC.
As much research you can do, the kind of fear is that these films and Star Wars has been out for so long. There are always fans out there that will probably know more than us. That's the fear. It's like, if we get something wrong, there is 100% going to be someone out there that goes, that line's not like that. So the authenticity is like massively important, which is why it's great having people like David, who we will spend half an hour trying to get him to reproduce the line just like the film, to the frame, and having so many people dedicated to be like, no. It goes up a little bit on that number. Say it again. Say it again.
So the answer to the question is like the highest level of nerd.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's how you've got it. That's how
I'm into it.
The only way to do it is you've got to go full nerd.
Mark Hamill did it. Do it again.
Yeah, exactly. Because like the fans will notice, and like we really wanted people to watch it, and even if though they didn't notice, that's beat for beat the same. Like they'll feel it, they'll watch it and be like, this feels like Star Wars, and that was what we wanted to do, right? Is that people subconsciously was like, this is this stuff that I love,
That must have been crazy to keep that as a secret. Like working on the Star Wars franchise. How long did you have to keep that as a secret than telling your friends, your family?
Yeah, I mean, we've been obviously my wife and stuff knew, because I'd be coming home with stacks and stacks of Star Wars comics. It's like, what are you doing? Well, this is definitely work. But
I want to see some evidence of
this.
This sounds like some made up nonsense to get out of going around my parents' house.
But yeah, it was tough. But there's hundreds of people in the studio that we get to talk about with it all the time. So it was great to kind of bounce Star Wars ideas off and share scripts with like the designers and the cutscene directors who do all the fantastic work and the physical humour and stuff, and bouncing ideas off each other. So we never, it was secret, but we never felt like alone, right?
Yeah.
We constantly, even when we were working from home and on Zoom, we'd be on Zoom every day, bouncing script ideas off and jokes
between
stuff.
together? To have little movie nights.
No, seriously, we did. Yeah. It's what we
made
did.
that up.
Do you know what? This is the ultimate fan's dream to be able to work on. And did you want to take liberties and change things? Because like you'd be you've got the original, but like, maybe we can do this better.
No, not better, but there's a level of it where like we have to change it because of the expectation of like the Lego brand, right? Like our humour and how silly it becomes. So then it becomes a thing of we bounce script ideas around between each other to be like, maybe if we change that to this, that's funny. And then speaking with like Lucasfilm, I mean, like, what do you think of this? And coming to them with
don't
like,
say no.
It's like
really
we kind of
want
to kill this character with like a cupcake. Is that all right? And then they'd be like,
I mean, if you're going to go,
okay.
Death by Cupcake is the way of choice.
Yeah, but yeah, it was all about collaboration, whether that was with Lucas, between ourselves in the studio and everything. It was just everyone at full nerd all the time.
Full nerd
all the time.
I've never gone full nerd all the time.
I mean, I can manage spurts of nerd. Like
no. You clock off at 8 p.m. though, innit? you turn off the nerd.
Yeah, and then I'm accountant from like 5 p.m. to like 10. I just do taxes just to kind of like cleanse
away.
Out. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's actually amazing to me, like, because I'm in awe of like being able to work on such a fantastic like franchise as the Star Wars. My thing is though, how hard was it to kind of get your ideas through with Disney and Lucas and all of them? Because I know you probably had some wild ideas, and you're like, we got to push this through, but we know we don't like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've worked with Lucasfilm for like almost 20 years on various projects. First LEGO Star Wars, so they know us, so they get it. So when we come up to them and we're like, Anakin's going to chuck a wedding cake at Padme, and that is what's going to, send her off rather than choke her to death. They get they get it. They understand. You know what I mean? They understand. Like, right, yeah, we get you. So pretty much everything we pitched them would go through, and if it wasn't quite right, they would work with us to fix that. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, it needed to feel authentic, even if it was daft. It needed to feel Star Wars. So we've. And then bringing in all the prequel memes, which they're aware of, right?
Yeah,
they know that everyone wants to make fun of like the sand lines and all those great lines from the prequel, so they get it, and they were in on the joke. So we had to be like, right, okay, let's be in it together and give the fans what they want, which is, nothing but I hate sand and Darth Plagueis the Wise, memes, which we wanted to see in the game because it's hilarious. And
I just like going to Jar Jar Binks' homeworld. Like I'm a fan of Jar Jar myself, and I love all the extra characters that you have in there. You got
that is really fun to come up with all these weird side characters and like pick out little tiny things in Star Wars that kind of made you laugh and be like, right, you know what, I'm going to build its entire character's personality around the fact that the bit where Jar Jar Binks gets his head on that, the gooberfish thing. Like, right, this whole quest is now just about gooberfish, and it's like a passing line in a film, but we're going to go, no, I like the gonk droids, those droids that are in the background most of the time. We're going, we're going to make so much content around these daft droids.
But also you're probably given a lot more freedom around those characters and those ideas as well to like kind of go a bit more mad. Whereas like with the main characters, like you can, but you still have to kind of toe the line.
100%. We definitely have a lot more freedom with those guys, and we've. As soon as you start seeing the side characters, the first thing that came to my head was like all the different languages that we had to do, because we wanted to have all these alien languages in the game, and like droids and things like that, and to add that level of authenticity. But writing in Huttese for like 6 months was not extremely pleasant. It was very confusing, but no, it was a lot of fun. And
of course, James, you've worked on more Star Wars films than George Lucas, bro. Come on.
Yeah, when you put it like that, I guess so.
Don't forget.
But yeah, it's amazing, and we're really, really pleased that everyone's enjoying the game, because it's been, it was delayed quite a few times. So to have it out there in the public and everyone,
I'm loving it, James.
Great. So,
thank you very much.
Thanks for the fans for waiting, I guess.
Thanks so much for joining us and giving up your time. Honestly, really appreciate it.
It's a great cause, and to come down to Side where we recorded most of the VO for the game.
So the magic happened in this room.
Speaking of magic,
the segue.
See the segue. Look at that. Yes. Now, I know a lot of you guys out there were massive, massive fans of Plague Tale.
Me?
Yes, Innocence. And if you don't know, it's an action-adventure game, stealth game based by Asobo Studio and published by Focus Home Entertainment.
Yes, we got Charlotte McBurney, who plays Amicia, a 15-year-old French girl who must care for her 5-year-old brother, Hugo, as they flee both plague-ridden rats and the Inquisition.
So we join Amicia as she and Hugo get some assistance from Clervy, played by Caroline Lonk, but things are going to get a little bit worse than ever.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Amicia and Hugo have been provided some new clothes. Once changed, they come back to the grandmother, who offers help.
They fit you. Good. They belonged to my grandchildren. Oh, my name is Clervy.
I'm Amicia. And this is Hugo. Say thank you, Hugo.
Thank you.
Clervy, what's happening here?
The plague. So many people dead. And those still alive have... Where are your parents?
They're at home, waiting for us.
We're looking for a doctor, Laurentius.
A doctor? Perhaps. A man did come and help at the hospice early on. The monks might be able to tell you more, but...
What?
They have not been seen recently. No one goes near the church anymore.
It's all we have. We have to go and see.
New scene. Things have gone badly. Amicia stands up with difficulty after her fall.
My head. Gently now, gently.
Amicia explores a part of the forest, browsing the possibilities fast.
Don't stop. Go on. Hugo! Where can he have gone? Think, Amicia, think. Is that a village? Here?
Amicia enters the streets of the village she and Hugo visited a few days ago. Shutters close on her passage.
Hey, wait! Did anyone see a child come through here, please?
Oh, Amicia, are you feeling better? How is the little one?
Clervy? Is that you? Have you seen Hugo?
Did you shout at him again?
No, absolutely not.
Times are hard enough already without you two arguing.
But we weren't arguing anymore.
Amicia, a child never runs away without a reason.
Open the door. I'm going to find him.
All right. But be careful. An ill wind is on its way, Amicia.
Where on earth is he?
Amicia enters the house of Laurentius. Amicia, I've been waiting for you. Come with me.
Laurentius? What?
Where's Hugo?
He's gone.
I knew this would happen.
I did take care of him.
Then why did he leave?
I don't know. I did everything I could to protect him. Even horrible things.
It's easy to spill blood. But to love, to protect...
I'm going to find him!
Well then go, and pray that there is still time.
Many, that was amazing.
I remember some of those parts of the games as well. Yeah.
It's so weird hearing it done, like, not in a game.
Yeah. Obviously, Hugo sounded a bit different, but you know.
I should have gone full Hugo.
Yeah.
Full Hugo, I love it.
Hugo's the kind of man.
I mean, were you guys, obviously at Plague Tale, it was a game that sort of came along that like had piqued a few people's interest, but it wasn't like, it wasn't one of those games that like everybody hears about. But then all of a sudden everybody was talking about it. And obviously that's, it's down to the performance. I think, it's a lot to do with that. But were you sort of surprised by kind of the reaction?
Massively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although when I looked at it and played a bit of it, I thought, yeah, this is really entertaining and sort of different because it has a different feel, and all those rats and the whole atmosphere of it and the detail of it. I don't know, it sort of surprised me that it caught fire like that.
Yeah. Absolutely. I didn't know anything about games at all, so I was like, it looks great. I was like, I'm hoping that people will love it. And
usually when you're like making like video games, obviously when you're doing the voiceover part, sometimes you're privy to what the characters look like or the whole world. How much did you know going into this game what the world of Plague Tale: Innocence was like?
Not a huge amount. It was only as they started developing the graphics and showing it to me. They could only show me little bits because I was under 18 when we were recording it. And so they were like, this is really gory, we are not showing you this.
And so someone puts a hand on a screen. Yeah. The other side of it.
But also initially, it was quite sort of sketchy and and pixelated, and then each time you went in it got a little bit closer, and that was really quite fun and exciting. Absolutely. And suddenly you went, oh my god, there they are.
Oh wow. I mean, you guys obviously have done like a lot of different kind of work. Aside from this, have you like done any sort of like voice acting in games that's really kind of like stood out or felt different, or was like kind of like your favourite? What other things have you done that were sort of brilliant to do?
Crikey, I'm very partial to a virgin burning at the stake myself. Basically anyone that my son can then kill in the when he plays the game is really good. Oh my gosh. Do you know what I mean? That's part of the fun. Or your friends or yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to go and shoot myself in a game.
Now,
get into Elden Ring or just leave messages so people fall off of cliffs.
Yeah. Oh, do you remember the times I fell for that?
Well, once, I would hope only once.
No. I got a question. I might get in trouble for this one.
All right.
But there's a sequel to Plague Tale coming out. What can you tell us about it without getting in trouble?
Well, no, they're literally being recorded and filmed. They're going to get into trouble.
All I can say is that
it exists.
It's incredible. The trailer's out. It is.
Watch the trailer.
Watch the trailer. Your mind is going to be blown.
Can you? Okay, you're not allowed to. No, wait. You're not allowed to say words. Can you tell us through the power of your facial expression what the game is like? See, you didn't break any NDA. That doesn't count faces.
Nice. I'm getting told off in my ear.
Are you?
Yeah, getting told off in my ear, guys.
Thank you so much, guys. That was a wonderful performance. Thank you so much for giving your time. Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are here for a reason, which is to raise money for the British Red Cross for their Ukraine appeal. So if you haven't donated, or maybe you have already, and this incredible performance has inspired you to give more, because we want more.
Please.
Please.
All you have to do is sideglobal.com/Ukraine. Very easy to do so. It'll take you to the Tiltify page, and then you can donate from there, and you can also watch while you're donating. We've raised £41,000 so far.
This is amazing. So we've got a few who got from Mark at Side. Everyone here is donating as well. Just
nice.
Glad to be part of such an amazing cause. We've got Adam Chapman says amazing work. Tigali says let's all pull together and help out. Come on!
Yeah. I even like Chloe. She just used emotes, emoticons all over the place.
Some hearts and some sunflowers. Love it.
Yeah, yellow and blue. I love it.
Love it. And then Enterlise, which is part of the PTW family of brands, gave a whopping donation and sending our support from the Enterlise team best wishes. So, amazing. Thank you so much. It doesn't matter if it's big, if it's small. Every little bit counts. We are well on our way of getting towards that 50k target. We would love to get there and potentially surpass it.
Yes, please.
If we can.
Yes, please.
Right now. Right. Wow.
We're jumping. We're jumping into different worlds.
We are.
Now we're going back into the world of The Witcher with Doug Cockle returning as Geralt of Rivia.
Triumphantly, Adam.
Triumphantly. Look, the stance.
Yes.
He holds the stance when he's
got a very triumphant face,
Yeah.
is our Doug. Yeah.
He does. I tell you what, Henry Cavill's got nothing on Doug, you know. He's got nothing on Doug.
He name checks you all the time in interviews. Have you heard that?
No.
Like even in Witchcraft, when he talks about the characterization of the voice, he will always say your name and a thank you to Doug Cockle.
You know what?
Have you never heard that?
Yeah.
He literally name checks you all the time.
I heard he goes full method.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'd snog him if he was here.
I mean, I think we all would. Or at least just boot the chin.
I'm surprised he didn't come just because he's been down. It might happen, Doug.
And we are being joined as well by John Schwab as Dandelion. So if you guys are ready, we would love to hear it. I'm going to get my phone out and record it because I'm a nerd. Go!
Geralt and Dandelion are talking in a tavern after some drinks.
Geralt, I want to transform this esteemed establishment into a first-class cabaret. And that takes funds.
How much do you need? Maybe I can lend you the coin.
Well, thank you, Geralt, but I refuse to take a single crown from you. You know what they say, fastest way to lose a friend's to loan him some coin. But a favor, that's different.
Fine. Tell me what you want. Got a feeling you've a plan all cooked up.
Sophronia could still be holding a grudge after our unfortunate parting, but with a touch of help from you, I know she'll forgive me and then give me the loan I need.
What's this help entail?
First of all, we need to borrow a dull sword from Madame Marina, one of her props. You know the kind they use during performances? Get that, then meet me outside Sophronia's house.
Meeting later that evening, outside in the town, Geralt with a prop sword.
Finally made it. Okay, listen, here's the plan. Sophronia loves adventure-filled romance novels, and I can be a hero in her eyes if I can just save her from a bandit. I'll have her eating out of my hand, and there's no way she'll begrudge me that loan.
Want me to be the bandit?
Knew you'd see the sense in it right away.
Dandelion, this is not going to work.
It will. It will. You'll see. I've written your lines already.
You've written what?
Well, so you know what to say during the performance. Here.
Dandelion hands Geralt a piece of paper.
And your mask. Put it on. Sophronia can't recognize you.
Dandelion hands Geralt a bandana to wrap around his face.
But
no time. Sophronia's coming. Stick to the plan. We'll meet at the Rosemary in the morning.
Are you serious? That's your brilliant plan?
Well, I never called it brilliant, but any kind of plan is better than none.
Dandelion quickly hides around a corner as Sophronia walks by.
I think...
We don't have a Sophronia, Doug. You're up.
Yes, please. Yes, please, Doug.
Okay.
Come on, Doug.
All right.
Here we go. Okay, let's start this scene, baby. Come on.
Stop right there. What? What is this? Help! Save me! Tremble, flaxen-haired wench. bow before the Prince of Thieves.
Not so fast! Drop your sword, scoundrel! This is your first and last warning.
Dandelion?
'Tis I, though the scum of the city call me the Crimson Avenger.
No, not the Crimson Avenger.
Silence, vermin! You shall regret the day you were born!
A fight ensues.
On guard! That's a good fight.
Geralt lands a small hit.
You're better than I thought.
Go on, Dandelion. I mean, Crimson Avenger.
Stand and fight, you scoundrel!
Dandelion is allowed to hit Geralt a few times, and Geralt pretends to give up.
Ow, ow.
The Crimson Avenger triumphs again.
My hero, are you well?
Well, one blow struck true. Another scar from my collection.
Come inside. I'll bandage you up. Begone, vile bandit, or the Crimson Avenger will beat you senseless.
This is what they talk about when they talk about range.
Right.
They talk about range.
If that doesn't have the phones ringing, I don't know what does. Right?
My goodness.
Who knew, Doug?
Look at that.
Thank you, John and Doug. Thank you.
There was a Sophronia. I think there's a Sophronia in all of us, Doug.
I
Yours
think
just
there must
came out
be.
today.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, man, the Crimson Avenger is a tough opponent.
Yeah.
I saw fighting over the
sunflowers.
Sunflowers.
Was that fun? Did you enjoy that? You look like you enjoyed that.
Yeah. You know, it was great because, Doug and I have never been in a booth together. This is the first
I
time
hate
we've
this
ever
side
been
of it. Why
close.
is it? You're supposed to be like best friends in real life.
Yeah, I know. And we found out, well, Doug found out through social media, like a social media post, that we actually went to school almost together in the middle of the desert in California. Never met.
That's so weird.
And then wound up in London. I mean, that's just madness.
Yeah,
and then
it's crazy.
But to be in a booth together today, I was so excited.
What I haven't told him is actually what I found out is that we're half brothers.
Don't joke. Don't joke. These things come out.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
What was you doing in '74?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it?
A bit further back there.
Yeah. I mean, John. I've spoken to Doug like an awful lot about this, but was it kind of like I don't think for you, Doug. Like it's surprising, just sort of like how The Witcher has. I mean, look at it. It's like everybody knows about it now. It's not just gamers. It's like literally in the public consciousness everywhere. I mean, the name change, fine, okay, fine, whatever. But but like, I mean, how has it been? Do you find that more people are finding you and finding the game now as well because of the show?
Well, yeah, we definitely saw that when the first Netflix series came out. There was a run on the game.
Yeah.
Which was fantastic. And a run on the books as well,
Yep.
which was even more fantastic because the books are fabulous. So, yeah, I mean, I think that, they're kind of assisting each other, really, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. It is crazy. I get more letters to the agent about Dandelion and Jaskier than I do anything else I've done. I mean, maybe it's because it's the only thing. No, I'm joking. I get letters to my agent. Please tell Schwab to stop. No, it's but it's one of those things. It is. I think it is an iconic series. They're iconic characters. They're people that it's an iconic world, and the free roaming, aspect to it. It is an amazing adventure that people just kind of loved and dived into. I mean. They didn't see me for Dandelion and The Witcher, so I'm going to have a problem,
Yeah, well, they didn't see me for Geralt.
I mean, why, Doug? Why?
I know. I was just like, come on. I can wear a wig.
I mean, this is. I'm going to tell you guys at home my favourite Doug Cockle anecdote.
Oh.
So we talked about this. We talked about this before with some of the other guests, which is, there's something about the performance in a game that's so different than anything on screen. On screen, people can look at you and say like, oh, that person's hot, or like, but they don't ever really feel so connected because it's like this passive thing. But with games, it's like, it's hundreds and hundreds of hours. You're speaking like right into people's ears. And I'll tell you why this is relevant. The very first time that I met Doug, it was actually funnily enough with Mark Bishop, who's outside here. It was for a job. And I think was it the Golden Joysticks or the Games Media? Is something Golden Joysticks?
Well, yeah,
maybe?
It was a Golden Joystick.
Yeah, it was at the O2 or something. And So we'd done this piece beforehand, and then we were going to go to the awards thing afterwards, and Doug was like, well, I don't know if anyone's going to know me. I was like, well, obviously they are, because this was after the third game had come out by this point. I was like, obviously they are. I was like, okay, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce you to people, and I'm just going to say, blah, 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 you're Doug Cockle, right? And then afterwards, and they say hello, I'm going to say, Doug does the voice of The Witcher. And I just want you to take a mental note of how people's facial expressions and body language changes. So we did this like a few times. I was like, blah, 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 this is Doug. Everyone's like, yeah, hey, Doug. And I'm like, fun fact about Doug, he does the voice of Geralt in The Witcher. Literally, they were like, Doug away! This is him! Like, Gav Murphy nearly like pushed me over. It was like, it's The Witcher! Like this. That was a mad night, because I don't think by that point you hadn't really been to a lot of game stuff, so you hadn't really had so much of that reaction.
I had no idea how big it had actually gotten.
Wow.
It was you, Julia, who actually
shoving him into The Witcher.
Well, you
Meet my new agent, Julia. This is
oh, she was incredible. But we were walking down a dark street in Soho one night, and you said, Doug, you're amazing. You have absolutely no clue how big this game is. And I said, no, I don't. And
that is just a huge deal. I want to take you guys back, right, to when you first got this role.
Yeah.
Because especially Doug, and the same to you, John. But like, Geralt is such a distinct voice. Did you arrive at that straight away?
Henry Cavill approved.
Or was that like kind of a journey to kind of discover that, or did you just go in the auditions like, I'm going to bring this guy, and then everyone was just blown away?
No, there was a little bit of a journey, and after I was cast based on what we found in the audition, there was a further journey. But basically, I went to the audition. I was in the booth for about 15 minutes. I was being given direction by somebody from CD Projekt Red, and I gave them my best gruff warrior voice I could, and they kept pushing me down and down and down. And finally, Boris said, think about Dirty Harry in I think about Clint Eastwood in the Dirty Harry films, right? And I thought, okay, I can do that. Go ahead, punk. Right, so that's kind of where it came from. That was the inspiration for it.
I mean, I'm most of the directors here know I'm a bit of a goofball. I am a goofball, you know, and it is, I just love to play. And
the yellow cardigan made me think you were really boring.
Did no one else get the memo?
I mean, no, but I didn't know the background was going to be blue.
I see you, John. I see you.
So, but it was, it was just like, I knew that Daniel was going to sing. He was just going to be, it's the Sancho and I think that. To the Don Quixote, and I just that's kind of where I came from it, and just to play, and as kind of deep and grounded as Geralt was, and it was great to hear those lines. I wanted to pull away, and the directors were brilliant, the voice directors, to get that enough. I suppose distance to where I'd be annoying enough to Geralt, but also where I was like a bad rash that Geralt couldn't get rid of.
You're like the polar opposite.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But it was it was great. But it was fun. It was just like, hey, let's have some fun.
Since you didn't get to record together. Did you get playback of Doug's lines in your ears? When you were, okay.
Yeah, I mean, but it's really if the scene wasn't recorded yet, I love to hear people try to do Doug. It is great. It is great.
Especially Kate.
Especially Kate. Kate Saxon. God bless you. Like she can't get that low. She does, but she's great. But when you get the playback in your ear, that's just a bonus. And thankfully, Doug spent half your life for 3 years in the studio, but to be able to play off the scenes, was just brilliant, fantastic.
Yeah.
How long do you reckon how long did that take?
How much of your life has been spent in The Witcher, Doug?
Yeah.
Can you work it out?
In The Witcher in total?
Gosh,
from we started recording Witcher 1 sometime in the spring of 2005.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So it's been coming and going out of my life for over what is that, 2005 to now 17 years?
Yeah.
It's a whole teenager that's gone to University of Time.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's been a real privilege to be a part of it. Most actors don't have that kind of opportunity, or a lot of actors don't. Because we go from job to job.
Yeah, you don't get to revisit, do you?
No.
You're revisiting when you got the call and it was like, hey, they're doing Witcher 3. It was like, yes.
Yeah.
And do I still get to be Dandelion? Yes. And you go, but the characters are fun. Like I said, that's the thing. You going back into just put on. I was going to say an old boot, but I didn't want to say that. I mean, Doug, you're not. But I'm definitely
an old cardigan.
An old yellow cardigan. It's like slipping into a boot. Love you, Paul.
Hey, I see you, John. Don't worry about it. That must be amazing, though.
Yeah.
Julia, be able to play a character for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is like slipping into a warm bath. You know what I mean? Because it's
He
a
does
character.
like a bath.
He does like
loves
a
a bath.
That was accidental, but it's perfect, isn't it?
Just crowbar in a joke about a unicorn and we'll be away.
We broke the back of that unicorn.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on, I need to clip that out for myself. That needs to be it.
Oh my goodness. Well, look, guys, honestly, it's a supreme thrill. You know me, love The Witcher, of course. It was really, really wonderful to see you guys do it live. My God. Dream made.
That's bucket list stuff, you know.
And how about that Sophronia?
Yes, I thought Sophronia. I mean, come on, Sophronia. Doug Cockle.
I didn't want to say it was better than Geralt, but it was better than Geralt.
Listen, but just donate. People donate.
Yes.
What an amazing thing to be here. And everyone who's today who has been part of this. There's so many people back there. We just walked through a village of people that are making this happen. And I'm just honored to be standing here.
It's like a party out there.
It is.
Inside's lobby. It's fantastic. So many people have come in to do this for
an amazing
in the game for Ukraine.
I love
See
it.
the segue they did for
Look,
us.
you did it. You're
You
doing
see
our
the
job
segue?
for us. Amazing.
Wow.
Wow. Thank you so much again.
Thanks,
Supreme pleasure.
guys.
We'll see you outside in a little minute anyway. We'll have a little cupcake.
For us.
Yes, of
Indeed.
course.
And like John said, get donating, guys. Get donating. You know how to do it by now. But if you don't, a quick reminder, sideglobal.com/Ukraine. Get your donations in. You can use the hashtag Operation Ukraine if you're on social media. Let us know.
I know, look how close we are.
Oh my Lord, we
We're
are
so
almost
close, I know. I know, we're so close.
We're on 47,000. Can we get to 50,000?
Yeah, we will. We will. Easy.
I love
Easy.
your
No, we will.
optimism.
Look at this. We've got some amazing Alix E. Thank you for all the hard work done. Rick
Yeah.
from Lake Tahoe.
Yeah,
Thanks for doing this.
come on.
Poll to the Win Holdings.
Yeah.
That is a ridiculous sum of money.
Hey, yo.
Let's give this game a little boost.
A little boost.
Is that their version
Is
of the
that
bill?
little for
I
you?
want to go out on a night with them.
Yeah, come on, Holdings.
Yeah, come on. Look at. Oh my goodness! Right, now it's time. There's too many donations to get to right now. We'll get to them in a minute.
Indeed.
And now it is time for another part of the video game royalty.
Ooh.
Yes.
Ooh, we got
only
Ryan coming
the
in.
best for you, I know.
Thank you very much, Julia.
We decided we'd bring in the man, the legend, Troy Baker.
Because you said royalty, I decided that I had to drink my coffee with my pinky out.
I mean, you should be doing that anyway, Troy.
And then you said royalty. I was like, well, now I got to be on my
Ding.
best. And I had to like reconfigure the way that I was holding my coffee. Because
As
where
you
I
should.
am, it's still the morning time. It's
What?
acceptable to be drinking coffee.
Yeah, you can drink coffee whenever you like,
That's a
Troy.
great
you can do
lower
what you
third.
like.
I'm always scared what people are going to put as the lower third. It could be like Troy Baker, that guy from The Thing.
I mean, that would be also correct. Although it should be the
I mean,
things,
yeah,
all
very
of the
fruity,
things. No,
yeah.
it should just be from all of the things.
All of the things.
From
All
of
of the things,
All of
because
the
you've done all the games, Troy. All of them.
70%.
Right, I got a
70%.
question for you. Now, I know you should. It's like asking what's your favourite child, but come on.
Everyone has a favourite
People
child.
want to
I
know.
can answer that question. I can answer that question very easily. Because I have
Just turn the volume down in the other room.
It's easy. The boy, the kid. What's his name? My son. It'll come to me. Hold on a second. There isn't one. You know, it's every, and it's such a. It sounds like such a answer to give, but it's the truth because literally every opportunity that I've been given has somehow in some way changed my life. And it is certainly not lost on me that 2012 and 2013 specifically were like dumb years. They were crazy because in the span of a very short amount of time, I went from kind of like second banana guy to doing ancillary roles. I was propagating all video games as much as I could. I was yelling grenade and get down and Yasu and all sorts of different stuff. Deep cut. But then all of a sudden, Jack Fletcher in 2009 who still remains a very good friend of mine. He's the one who directed, he directed the Animatrix, he directed Final Fantasy, the movie, he directed most of the games. He decided to cast me as Snow in Final Fantasy 13. And that's when I learned that the internet could hate you.
We all have to learn it at some point. Better get it out the way.
I was like, I think I'm going to be okay. Hold on, what are these comments? Oh no,
no.
And so, all of a sudden, I go to I've got leading man stuff, and then it was all of them. It's like the levee broke, and it was like just put him in everything. And Nolan was like, my phone's broken because no one's calling me, and I just kind of took his place. But yeah, I did. I was fortunate enough to be. I was Joel in The Last of Us, and then simultaneously, literally at the same time, we started Last of Us in November, I think, of 2010, and then we started BioShock Infinite in February of 2000. Or sorry, Last of Us was 2009, and then we started BioShock Infinite February of 2010. And so I'm doing what would be like two of the most important games of at least that console generation concurrently. I'm flipping back and forth between two different characters. And then I followed that up next year with being able to fall into the role of a young version of Mark Hamill's Joker, which is one of the things that inspired me to be here. So I don't know. Look, did you see what just happened? I said those three names.
What?
Let's see if this happens again.
What?
When I said Joel, Booker, and Joker, did you see the little tick down there when it like a speedometer? So I'm going to see if it happens again.
Just keep saying, say those three names over and over again. And
I'm going to say those. I think those. It's almost like saying Candyman. If I say those three names, then we cross the line that we need in the game for Ukraine.
If you say Nolan North 3 times, I imagine he'll just pop up behind you.
They actually take money away from us.
It's like a Beetlejuice thing.
They reach in and they grab money, and they go, "You don't get this anymore."
Yeah,
so I'm gonna do it again and see what happens. Just so people know, or we announce to the gods. So it's how do people donate? Just real quick, because I'm an idiot.
Go to sideglobal.com/Ukraine.
Okay, and then you put money in.
Yes.
And that donate now. It's perfect. Just put that up.
Nice.
Sideglobal.com/Ukraine.
Yes.
And when I say these three names, then we're going to watch the thing tick up again.
Okay.
So
we're really close to our target.
I
we're
like
really
this
close
game.
to 50K.
I know.
So, look, come on, Troy.
I want to be the guy who brings us across the finish line.
All right.
Boy, come on.
Tell us some deeply personal stuff you've never publicly shared, and that's.
Yeah, so I can tell you what not to talk about. I can tell you how to get the internet to hate you real fast. I tell you what I'll do. If somebody right now is willing to donate 500.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Did that. I will match it. If someone's willing to donate, I will, or it could be any increment up to 500.
Can they pick a
I will match up to 500 right now. So I'm going to say these three names: Joel, Booker, Joker.
All right, let's see it. We want to see that come in.
Now it has to go across the Atlantic, so I understand there's a little bit of a delay. But I want to see it do it.
If someone, donates, come on.
Could still be on the move. This is a BioShock thing,
Yeah. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that to happen,
Yes.
let's go back to the start. Let's go back to Last of Us. Like when you were doing that.
Familiar.
I should hope so. When you were doing that, did you feel that it would be so? Because it isn't just a big game; it's just an incredibly impactful game, just in how it affected.
Here's
people.
what most people don't I don't think either remember or don't know. Think about the legacy that Naughty Dog had at that time.
Yeah.
You know, they had Crash Bandicoot, they had Uncharted, of course. So most people did not think. Cormac McCarthy meets Coen Brothers, super dark, gritty, realistic, grounded zombie apocalypse game at all. So much so that if anybody has their original PS3 first run of The Last of Us, it has a big sticker on it that says, "From the makers of Uncharted." just one last push from marketing going, it's going to be good, just trust us. But we knew, I'll never forget this, and I love telling this story. Ashley Johnson, of course, was cast first as Ellie. They went through a lot of people to try to find who was the best match for her, who had that chemistry that they really needed to tell the story of these two incredible characters. And on that day, it just happened to be me. And so I was the Joel, she was the Ellie. And what they did was they brought us into the process. They said, we want to run you through the same pitch that we gave to Sony when we said, this is the game that we feel as a studio we need to make next. See, ticked up. Ha ha ha. Somebody match me. I'm gonna go up to 500. Anybody's gonna come with me? Let's do it. Up to 500 right now. And then so what happened is they brought us in, and Bruce Straley and Neil Druckmann sat us down, and for about an hour, they gave us the same presentation that they gave their betters at Sony, and said, this is the story that we want to tell. And there's a few things that changed over the course of development, as it always does. I mean, they were in development, I think, a total of 5 years. We were in production, literally shooting for 2.5 years. And so there's a few things that changed. There's some stuff that was originally, I think, going to be an idea in part one that they saved for part two. It was a very, very ambitious game. But I remember at the end of that, they said, and that's the end of our story. And we kind of were gobsmacked, and our brains were full of information. And they said, let's just take a second. And then we'll kind of, talk through some more stuff. And I remember Ashley and I walked outside of the production office that sat outside of the sound stage where we ended up shooting all of part one and a lot of Uncharted 4. And at the time I was still smoking, and I lit up a cigarette, and Ashley and I were just kind of staring off, not looking at each other, and just like trying to take in the weight of everything. And I said, I think she goes, dang, which is very on brand for both Ellie and Ashley. And I said, do you realize that if this thing sucks, it's 100% because of us? Because they know how to make a game. They clearly know how to tell a story. We will be automatically the weakest link in this. And we knew that we were making something that was special.
Can you feel it at the time?
Absolutely. The quality of the story was just so good. The quality of the characters, they jumped up off the stage or off the page, and they immediately infused themselves into our beings. But what I didn't know was going to happen, and I'm still shocked to this day, is the stories that people share with us in the aftermath. Here we are, over a decade after this game came out, and now we have part two to add on to that story. And the stories of fathers reuniting with daughters, and daughters making amends with their fathers, and boyfriend and girlfriend, girlfriend and girlfriend coming together because of these stories, and the way that this experience has impacted people and literally changed lives is the most. That's something that we could never possibly project or predict, and it still surprises me to this day.
I mean, I think
and it's something that I'm truly honored to be a part of. And that's not just one story too. I believe gaming in general. I've said this a lot of times, where we are natural storytellers. That is who we are as a species. We want to communicate with each other. Sometimes we're terrible at it, and we use 280 characters to just be vitriolic. But for the most part, we want to tell a story. We want to tell a good story, and that's why we drew on cave walls. It's why we created language in the first place. We want to tell our story. We want to be a part of other people's stories. That's why we're here today. When somebody else hurts, that's why we want to jump in and we go, we have to step up and do something, because their story is our story. I believe that games are the evolution of us telling those stories, because they go from telling them to reading them to watching them to being a part of them. And that is a natural evolution. And I feel like we are just scratching the surface of what this medium can truly be. And that's why I love being in games. I love playing games, and I love making games.
Yeah, that's quite fascinating.
I also love talking, apparently.
No, you talk away. I guess because we've got there's loads of actors and performance capture artists that are here today. And I guess my question to you, and particularly this, I'm trying to tease out of you, because there's a lot of probably people that find you inspirational in terms of the work output that you've done in terms of acting and voiceover acting in their careers. How have you found performance capture, and how does that help you tell those stories? Because a lot of people are still new to but motion capture and performance capture is still quite new. It's like in the last 30 years, it's kind of brought itself to the fore. But how has it helped you to tell these stories outside of other mediums such as like TV and film and things like that?
It has been foundational. And by the way, I just want to point out Jess from Side just donated 500. She
there you go. And also Katsuri Rangan donated as well and said Joel. Joel!
Booker.
Before you
get into
There's that.
Yeah.
It is foundational, man, because I remember talking to a friend of mine who's like, man, he booked this great role and he's this very unassuming dude, but he was playing this big warrior. He says, I never feel like that character. But then I go into the hair and makeup trailer and they put on my wig and they, put this scar across my face and I put on that wardrobe and they give me this sword that has just made of steel. And he goes, then I feel like my character. I'm like, okay, let me tell you what my process was. I get into spandex with all these little dots on them. They put dots all over my face, put a helmet on with a camera right here that is just the worst angle ever. And I know
not flattering
countless amount of times through that day, I'm going to bump into, it's just it's like, you're telling me we're get out of here before we die. Bang! And we just bang heads. It's like, we can't use that take. It's like, that was my best take.
No.
It is foundational because it doesn't rely on anything external. It relies on everything internal. And so my job as an actor, when I step foot on a performance capture stage, is what do I know about this character that nobody else knows? And how do I take them and put them into my body and not rely on the sets or the wardrobes or even what my other actors necessarily are doing? There's performance capture that I've done where it was just me talking to other people. And I have to do that. And that's the gig. But for me, it really changes the work that I do before I get on the stage because it's so internally informed. And I heard this great quote by Richard Burton. And he said, Sir Richard, how do you do the acting so well? And he said, it's quite easy. I will give you everything. But if you give me nothing in return, I will take it from you. And that, to me, is reflective of not an egotistical actor, although he clearly had that hubris about him. But it's someone who understands that the scene is a beast, and the beast must eat. And our job as actors is to feed the beast. So whatever I have to do to feed the beast, that's what I'm going to do. So essentially, we are zookeepers more than we are actors. We are there to curate and to care for these beasts. And if we don't feed the beast will die. And ain't nobody coming to the zoo to see the zookeeper. They come to see the beast.
I didn't think it was going there.
Well,
I love that one, man. That to me is like
zookeepers. I like
it's
it.
so visceral, and it's really, really helped me. But it's truly what I love. I've been fortunate enough to be able to play characters that I never would have been cast for in a TV series or film.
That's what a lot of people have been saying
or even
today,
a play.
yeah.
But I'm grateful for what this has given me.
Oh, well, look, Troy, you're a
Fantastic,
legend in the flesh.
Royalty.
Thank you. Royalty.
There you go.
Put that pinky up.
Hey.
Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for giving your time today for like an amazing cause. And yes, I'm sure when we go to our donate page, we will have smashed that target. I have no doubt.
Oh yeah, you know what? I've seen all sorts of bookers and all sorts of Joels in the donation comments. So thank you very much for that. And also, we've got some lovely messages. Chad and Beverly, the strength of the Ukrainian people has been beyond inspiring. Praying for their day when their people can live without these threats. Sending hope and strength to you all from the US.
Should we do one last little donation? Well, should we do a little donation thing? Come on. After that, come on.
One more.
Come on, let's do it.
Porsche.
Let's go to Side Global.
Yeah. We got back to slides.
We got back to slides. SideGlobal.com/Ukraine. We are just under that 50k. We're like this far away. So please donate whatever you can. It's going to make a huge difference to the people of Ukraine. But I think we're wrapping up now. I think we're handing over to you.
We're wrapping up.
We're wrapping up. You guys have got 2 more hours of non-stop voice acting talent. In a few moments, Jordan, Erica Weber and Ella Sealywood are going to be joining you guys for the next 2 hours and the final 2 hours of this incredible live stream.
Oh.
We're going to have some special guests stateside who I think you might recognise.
Yeah, look, we got Returnal is coming.
Yes.
We got Nolan North and
literally.
Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of talent still to come. So big shout out to you, all you guys who've donated. We are going to gracefully bow out in a moment.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to leave you with Cyberpunk 2077's Gavin Dre and Charami Lee and Jane Perry giving you a peek behind the scenes. So apparently not. We're going to have a few little messages from... don't read what's there, Julia.
Don't read what's on the
Don't
pad.
read what's there.
You
I'm
do what's
Ron
in your
Burgundy.
heart. Do what's in your heart.
What, just freestyle?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Well, why don't we've got some amazing messages and I want to hear them.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Hi, I'm Teppei Tachibana, President and CEO of Portwin Holdings and Chairman of PTW. I'm very proud of our teams have accomplished with our In the Game for Ukraine fundraiser. Thank you to the voice actors who have agreed to participate, and to every single person who donates to this cause. Let's help the people of Ukraine through this crisis.
Hi everyone, I'm Deborah Kirkham. I'm the CEO of PTW International. Super excited to be here today and very proud of my team for putting on this event. Thanks for tuning in to In the Game for Ukraine. And thank you to the voice actors and thank you to everyone who donated. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sijo, Chief Operating Officer at PTW. I'm so proud that PTW is in the game for Ukraine. It's so great to see industry folks contributing time, talent, and money for this worthy cause. Thank you so much for being part of it.
Hi, I'm Mikey, Master Harada, Chief Liaison Officer at PTW. I'm so proud that our team's side is initiating In the Game for Ukraine. Now is the time to extend our hands to people in Ukraine. Please support the event and donate whatever you can to the Red Cross Ukraine Crisis Appeal. Thank you so much and enjoy the event.
Hello, I'm Rangan, Chief Creative Officer at PTW and also a big fan of the SIDE team. I'm super proud of our team at SIDE and Red Cross for taking on this initiative. We're happy to be a part of it and help save families and kids in Ukraine. It's great to see so many of our game industry friends kindly contribute their time and help. So again, thanks for being a part of it and really look forward to seeing you all on the stream.
Hello, welcome to the final stretch of In the Game for Ukraine. I'm Jordan Erica Webber.
And I'm Ella Silly Wood. Now, we're taking you through to the end of this marathon live stream of readings of favourite video game scenes by some of our favourite video game performers. So far, it's been pretty great.
It has been amazing. Thank you so much to our previous hosts, Julia Hardy, Aoife Wilson, and Einel Tomlinson. And of course, all of the fantastic actors who have been reading so far. But I think we have the coolest part of the stream.
Just saying, we do.
So we've got BAFTA winner Jane Perry, not to brag or anything. We also have The Last of Us' Troy Baker.
From Uncharted, you might know Nolan North. And of course, we've got a very special reunion on the Normandy. And if you are very good, an excellent mashup involving a couple of characters who've had a few alterations.
Now, we want you to be part of this, so please send your questions and comments to @SideGlobal on Twitter. Remember to include the hashtag #InTheGameForUkraine so that we see it.
And of course, we also want to see your donations coming in. That's why we're here. It doesn't matter if you've got pennies. It doesn't matter if you've got pounds. Operation Ukraine is getting vital humanitarian aid to those who need it now via the British Red Cross. So if you want to make a donation, and I'm sure that you do, you can head over to sideglobal.com/Ukraine and that'll take you straight to the Tiltify fundraising page.
But first, while you're donating, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Let's take a peek behind the mic with a veteran of video game performances. So David Holt has been voicing characters in video games with Side for almost 20 years, which is a very long time. And in that time, he has covered about every game genre going from West Country Villagers to Commanders in Space.
Well, in this segment, David will be touching on a selection of characters from LEGO Star Wars, a Skywalker Saga, Gerald from Sackboy, A Big Adventure, and Sheep and Snake from Sony's 2013 release, Puppeteer. And he's going to be joined by David Menken, who is reading Pig from Puppeteer, and some guy called Luke Skywalker?
Never heard of him.
We're in the cantina,
and Luke walks around and is grabbed by Cornelius Evazan.
Labuda! He doesn't like you.
I'm sorry. I'll stay out of his way.
I don't like you either.
I'll be careful then.
You'll be dead.
Hey, Chewie! What's all the commotion about?
I'm a wanted man, you know. Huh. Just watch your step. I'm a loose cannon. You just watch yourself. Former patients? Prospective patients? Who are you? Ha! I'm a doctor. Of course I can do this. You don't become a wanted man without breaking some rules. Huh? I'm a doctor, and even I can't explain that. Whoa. Something trippy is going on here. Huh.
Cornelius.
We're now on the Death Star. There's a locked lift. An Imperial officer barks orders about the intruders.
Find the intruders! All lift access is prohibited until they are found. Keep searching. Finally. Cover me for 2 minutes whilst I use the refresher. Just keep going on about the intruders.
Once the enemies are defeated, an incoming message from the terminal triggers.
Who is this? What's your operating number?
My number is 2464. Yeah, 2464.
2464. That's my operating number.
You're pulling my leg, pal. Are you some kind of spy? Some kind of rebel infiltrator? I had to report you to...
No. I assure you I am no rebel spy.
Well, I don't believe you.
I'll ask one last time. Pal, what's your name and number?
You're through to housekeeping. You need new towels?
What is going on? Look, I'm gathering squad, and I'm coming right up there this second.
We enter the apartment interior. The player will see some incidental sofas.
Hello? Anyone there? Boss? Is that you? I've completed my spy mission, but this door won't open. I must tell Lord Vader that rebels have found the protocol droid. Or was it the polka dot void? I can't hear very well from in here. Is it one of those password locks? You're going to have to speak to the protocol droid in the lower part of the city for the password. I'd go myself, but as you can see, I'm incapacitated. Yes. Thank you. Fresh air. Halt! This is a brand new Imperial bomber. Turn back before you get your bounty hunter stink all over it. Otherwise, we will be forced to take defensive action. Very well. You asked for this. All ships, attack! What are you fools doing? Destroy them! I'm not losing a ship this close to Employee of the Year nominations. Oh, you imbeciles. How hard can it be to destroy a few little bounty hunters? No, seriously. I've never... How hard? Oh, well, that hard. Oh, right, I see. Ah, and it's about time. And for the last time, those aren't our code names. Because it's new and shiny, you simpleton. Now get them, get them, get them! Back up. Repeat. I need backup. Hello? Anybody? Back up! Nasty pasty, are you there? You bounty hunter scoundrel. I'll see that you will pay for this. If not in credits, then in whatever buttons or rocks you call a currency. You will pay! We're moving on to Sackboy. In this game, I'm the voice of Gerald. Here we go. I appear to have been spotted by one of the creatures of this landscape. If I make myself look scary, it'll run away. Yes. You're not a wild creature, are you?
Let me just look you up on the Imagivox. Oi, oi! Sackboy! Modus is the name. Modus Clopper Mundi, Craftworld's leading celebrity historian and wildlife documenter. I'm researching the effects of Vex's uproar upon the creatures of the Imagisphere. I can't even guess at what environmental damage Vex is doing to the Imagisphere. Where once there was order and harmony, now there is chaos and fear. Everything is turning kooky-doolally. I'll pop you in the book, if I may. Vex's uproar is affecting your behaviours more than anything else on Craftworld. And beware of Bethels. The most common or garden of Vex's carnival attractions, as he calls them. Bethels are made up from the most common shards of the uproar. They hunt in packs. The name Bethel comes from the acronym BEFL, Best Enemy for Life. Oi, oi, Sackboy! Ever had a roast banana? Haha, don't blame you. They're absolutely revolting. Mind you, the burning stink is keeping the do-nouts at bay. Have you met them yet? They're normally quite dull critters, but the uproar is having an effect on them. It's making them clingy little nuisances, more tripping hazards than predators, but, well, you can get rid of them by bouncing on them.
Finally. Yes, a game called Puppeteer. Sorry if this is a bit boring for you, David.
I'm just enjoying myself.
It's good to have your company and support.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. Two characters here. Pig, who is a bit of a pirate sort of creature, and his colleague, the sheep. I'm going to have a go at both of them. Why not? So it's in a pirate ship, and we're up in the crow's nest.
I bet he's trying to pilfer our moonstones. First he tries to take our treasure, then now he wants our stones. It's getting so an honest pirate can't sleep at night. Thank me lucky stars for that. I could never sleep with your snoring. You big baby. Just count yourself to get to sleep. Whoever heard of counting goats to get to sleep?
Change of scene.
Well, knock that head of yours clean off. He'll just go off and find another one. Well, I can knock that one off too. Give us the scissors before you get hurt. Or after, if you prefer. I think I prefer after myself. Stay still, so we can hit ye. Why would he want to stay still when he's the one being hitted? He wouldn't, but it'd be real nice if he would.
Amazing. Now, I know all of the actors we've had so far have been incredible, but if that range is not a reason to donate, then I don't know what is.
I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, David, I'm assuming you can hear us. David Holt,
Yes,
because
yes,
we've
I
got
can.
two in there.
Yeah, there's two
It's like my
Davids
dating
here.
history.
Two-
Multiple
twice one.
And
Davids.
a range of characters.
Double your donation.
That's right, double the donation.
Now, David, I'm so happy that we've got you with us. Tell us a little bit about what it's been like to work in games for 20 years, because I feel like games are very different now than they were 2 decades ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did some very early... some of the first games I ever did were with Side, and in fact, I go way, way back with Side to the time when they were actually called the Vocal Suite. And they worked in a little downstairs basement studio in Soho, in central London. And yeah, it was a very, very small basic affair, but I think that's probably where I did maybe do one of my first game recordings. I'm just trying to remember which ones I would have done. Yeah, Broken Sword, Ape Escape.
Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of
those. Some of these games go a long way back, and it may even be more than 20 years. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, so from small beginnings, yeah, here we are now.
They've really come up in the world, and you have as well.
Thank you.
So how does you do a lot of animation as well? How
Yes,
does this compare to games?
Yeah, the game world is, and maybe David would agree or disagree, but the game world I find is you always work on your own in a studio. The script is not necessarily linear. It's not, you don't necessarily have an actual story to follow that you're aware of. Whereas in an animation, there's a script with a beginning, middle, and an end, and you're often with other talent in the studio, aren't you?
Yes. And games like to do branches where we branch off from the main story, and we come back to stuff. So it is very annoying, and that's why we like to have a voice director in the booth with us.
Absolutely, you need a voice director because we're not necessarily always aware of all the ins and outs and intricacies of the game and what's actually happening. Whereas in an animation script, you read the whole thing and you know what happens from beginning to end.
We're talented, but not smart.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that we've had you both, and I wish I could keep talking to you, but we have to cut you off because we have huge news, don't we, Elle?
Okay.
We do. It is very exciting indeed, because we have actually managed to, and I assume this is because we turned up, we've hit our next stretch goal, which is absolutely incredible. I know that you were very excited about this one. We were going to have a Witcher Cyberpunk mashup, and you have made that happen.
Incredible. We've hit 50,000. In fact, we've hit 51,937, which is basically 52,000.
Yes.
So well done, everyone. Incredible work. Keep it coming. And we do, as Elle said, we have a big reward for you for all the great donating that you've been doing, which is a rather unexpected conversation between Geralt of Rivia and Alt Cunningham of Cyberpunk 2077.
And of course, it doesn't mean you can stop donating.
Yes, please don't.
We need to push it further. So do head to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. Let's do a celebration donation. That'll take you straight to the Tilted 5 fundraising page, and we can see what else we've got on the way for you.
Absolutely. Do it for the Davids, do it for The Witcher and Cyberpunk. Now, we have another pre-recording for you now, which is from It Takes Two. So you saw earlier, we saw Cutie the elephant. If that didn't traumatize you too much, we've got a pre-record with some of the other actors from that game. Annabelle Dowler as May and Joseph Valderrama as Cody. So they are...
Yeah, a married couple. If you haven't played this game, they're a married couple who are planning on getting a divorce. Sorry, spoiler alert. And after they've told their daughter Rose the news, she takes little handmade dolls which look like her parents. And guess what? They turn into them. They end up trapped in those dolls' bodies. And now, as they try to figure out what to do next, they're going after Cutie the elephant.
Hi, I'm Zoe French. I'm one of the production managers here at Side UK. Today I'm going to be helping out by reading in some of the stage directions and scene headings so that you guys know what's going on.
I'm Annabelle Dowler and I play May in It Takes Two.
And I'm Joseph Valderrama and I play Cody and Dr. Hakim in It Takes Two. But today I'm just doing Cody.
Interior playroom. Bed. Reveal that Rose can't see the dolls. May and Cody beam back and tumble down onto the bed. The dolls look around in search for Rose, who sits further ahead.
She's over there!
Rose!
Sweetie!
But Rose is deeply immersed drawing on paper.
Darling, this might look strange, but it's us.
It's Mom and Dad! Rose!
We need your help!
May jumps and waves to get Rose's attention. Rose looks at them and reaches out.
Look! Yeah, it's us!
But Rose picks up an eraser next to Cody and then puts it back and continues drawing.
She can't see us.
May knocks on Rose's leg, but Rose doesn't react.
Hey, sweetheart, we need to talk. We need your tears to break the spell. Oh, she can't even feel us. Oh, what are we going to do?
Frustrated, May kicks an eraser that touches Rose, who looks around, wondering where it came from. Now it gets a little dark. The dolls chase after Cutie to kill her.
Cutie! We don't want to do this, but we have to.
We have to make Rose cry.
And you're her favourite toy.
It's nothing personal. We just need to break the spell.
As Cutie runs around in the machine...
We'll try to kill you softly?
Cody, you can't kill someone softly.
You are not helping our case right now.
The dolls are still trying to catch Cutie with the claw inside the claw machine.
Move the claw!
Yeah.
Move it!
Yeah, I heard you!
And there she is!
Aim for her!
Oh, you used to be good at this!
Yeah, with dead toys, not alive, screaming ones.
The dolls finally catch Cutie with the claw.
Yes! We got her. Oh, yeah, sorry, Cutie.
Yes, we're very, very sorry. Oh, Cody, don't drop her!
Cutie gets stuck hanging in the claw machine hatch.
Hang in there, Cutie!
Would you hurry just before she escapes?
The dolls approach Cutie hanging upside down with her feet stuck in the hatch. The dolls try to pull Cutie down.
We're really sorry for this.
Yeah, we don't like violence. May, will you pull harder?
I'm pulling as hard as I can.
Something's coming loose down there. It's stretching. The dolls pull Cutie free and she bounces away.
Oh, geez, that's gotta hurt.
Come on, grab her. Someplace quiet and safe.
We have to get her to the edge of the bookshelf.
Well, that's on the other side.
The dolls drag Cutie along the ground.
Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah.
I feel so evil.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna need therapy after this.
Oh, yeah, this is going to give me nightmares.
Maybe we can consult that book?
Are you crazy? We need to see a professional after this.
Cutie's ear gets stuck on a screwdriver and it tears off.
Oh! God, that wasn't a trick.
While dragging Cutie towards the edge...
If this doesn't get Rose to cry, yeah, I don't know what will.
We're almost there. Keep pulling!
The dolls keep dragging Cutie towards the edge.
If you just let us kill you, you won't suffer anymore.
Cutie the elephant begs for them to stop pushing her. The dolls try to push Cutie down even harder.
We can't. We have to, or we'll never get back to our real bodies.
Oh, we'll be stuck here forever.
Be so stubborn. Cutie, will you let go?
So, obviously you guys have great chemistry working together. Can you tell me a little bit about when you first met and what that was like?
Well, it was 3 years ago now, I think. Oh, no, it was more than that, about 3.5 years ago.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
something like that.
We did a self-tape at home. We recorded ourselves at home reading scenes from the game. And then we both got a recall to go in together. And I don't know how many people they saw, but I suppose you call it a chemistry test. And we were actually specifically asked to meet up before we went in the room to read for our recall. So we randomly went into a hotel lobby. Do you remember?
Not a room or anything. Just, yeah.
We went into a hotel lobby, didn't buy anything to drink, and sat there having never met before and went over our lines together. And Joseph got us to improvise scenes as well as read the ones there. And
yeah, we did. He got us. He at that point had one of the influences for the genesis of the game. I think was When Harry Met Sally, which was one of his favorite films, and he had this, which I think where the cutscenes that are in therapy and on the sofa and stuff kind of come or are inspired by those scenes in When Harry Met Sally when they're all the couples are talking to camera. And so he got us to once we'd done the scenes that were written, he got us to improvise
a therapy scene.
Yeah, he got us to improvise a therapy scene as a married couple, which yeah, I guess to be honest, it was like it was instant chemistry because Annabelle was immediately really easy to work with, and we kind of it was whether they sort of did that by design or they thought that having seen our self-tapes, maybe it was just because we were both small, I don't know.
Maybe,
but,
exactly. More like this.
We did have an instant chemistry that was great, and in fact Joseph did something which
never happens.
Which never happens in an audition room, where he was like, "Oh, you guys are great. I think it's them. I have to see other people."
More, yeah,
we were like,
a few more couples about to come in. Yeah, forget about them.
Yeah.
And then we had to wait a few months, though, didn't we? So we didn't see each other for a few months, and then we flew out to Stockholm, which is how it went for the next 2 years. We'd go out to Stockholm once a month or every 2 months, and we would just film really long hours for 2 days. But it was amazing because that was one of the perks of the job, wasn't it? Going out to Sweden.
Yes, that was a huge perk, and me and Annabelle had never done motion capture before. Annabelle had done loads of voiceover, and we'd both worked a lot on voice, but never the two together, never motion capture and voice simultaneously. So the way that learning curve was a steep one for us, but
having to get calibrated. Do you remember
having
that?
to get calibrated was an
calibration
interesting
time.
process. Yeah, and so there was like lots of new first off things for us, and
we'd get the script sent sometimes just a couple of days before we flew out to Stockholm, and
it was quite fluid as well. Like Cindy, who wrote it with Joseph, we began to build. It sort of began to be a thing where they were writing for the characters and we were able to improvise, we were able to participate and sort of...
Yeah, we could tweak lines to make sure that May sounded British and Cody sounded American.
It was very collaborative. You know, obviously the story that, you know, the story was all there and you know, we were following that. But within that, we were able to express ourselves quite a bit in terms of bringing ourselves to the characters and so forth.
And it was super quick, wasn't it? I mean, it was scene after scene after scene. We'd often just do 2 takes. And what was brilliant, I mean, having never done mocap before, what was fantastic was you'd get to watch the scene back immediately and seeing your character. And obviously, graphically, it was being developed a bit more each time we went over. But to be in your black suit and then watch a take back straight away and see May and Cody as you can see them now, it was amazing.
And when you play the scenes, they have a monitor. So obviously the cameras are 360 in the room, but there was a screen at one end of the room, one of the long ends of the rooms, and so you could see that would show you what was happening in the scene, and that would often show you, you know, the big hammer or the whatever it was that we happened to be holding, which when we had it was either was not there, or they would make like a massive cardboard cutout,
which is what I was carrying most of the time.
Most of the time, things that were like 3 times the size of Annabelle, which was in and of itself hilarious. And
we had crash mats we were sliding down, and we've never jumped so much in our lives. Every time that Joseph shouted action, every scene, I think every single scene started with us landing in a new area, a new world space in the game, and every scene would end with that as well. So we were just trying to find different ways to land each time to make it interesting.
And the other thing is that we shot it chronologically, so we did that. We took them on a journey, and as we were filming it over 2 years was the journey of the game, which I think also, like, in terms of, you know, if you compare that to filming TV or film, that never happens basically. So it was a really strangely theatrical marriage of like working on camera, because it was all animated, but it was immediate. Like Annabelle says, you'd immediately be able to look at the monitor straight away and go, oh yeah, no, I didn't like that, and then you'd go again. And the efficiency of it was what I was sort of amazed about, in terms of, again, comparing it to working in other mediums where it takes forever, and, you know, it's such a long process, but for the actor in motion capture and voice, the way it works, it's the most efficient. You know, we were shooting 30 pages of dialogue in 2 days, which if you translate that, you know, that takes like a month.
and then of course lockdown happened, and we'd done, I think we had about 3 more trips to do.
Was it 3?
Oh, I think we had 3 more, and in the end we only went back and did 1. But so lockdown happened. Fortunately, we shot most of the mocap, and that's when we started coming into side and recording here. And we did some face capture, but a lot of it was ADR, wasn't it, on stuff we already had, and doing all the sort of gameplay bits. And we'd done most of the cutscenes, and then we'd managed to fly back to Stockholm in between lockdowns, I think.
Well, and we were in one of the bigger studios, weren't we, where we had to be where we were 4 meters apart.
Here, yeah. Oh, and then it got so bad that we weren't even allowed in the same studio. We then that was it.
That was sad, because that was a sad thing, that our last record on the game
was not together.
Not together.
And not in Stockholm, but
and not in Stockholm. But they're flying us out, which is nice.
Yes.
For the rap party.
Yeah.
But it was, for me, certainly, I think it was one of the best acting jobs, you know, take it out of the realms of either voice, motion capture, or anything else. It was just one of the best acting experiences I've ever had in my career.
It was just such a fun job. The Hazelight team, they're just such lovely guys, and just the whole thing of it, to work on it on a game for so long, and for it not to take over your life completely, to be able to do other jobs in between as well, but to have that just luxury of flying out and filming in Stockholm every couple of months, it was just brilliant, wasn't it?
Oh, and we didn't talk about Joseph did the motion capture for the book for Dr. Hakim. So all the motion capture that we did, all the cutscenes that involved Dr. Hakim, that was Joseph doing the physical stuff.
And he is very physical, Joseph.
We called him Snake Hips. And
you've never seen anyone gyrate quite like him.
But yeah, he was something else. And so then it was my job to try and afterwards voice what he was doing physically, which was a challenge, even though I was there in the scenes with him doing them and watching the performance, I was like, how am I going to make that work? And Fred here, we did a lot of the Hakeem stuff here at Side afterwards, and yeah, that was an interesting journey of like capturing, because you're doing essentially ADR of someone else's performance, and that was like a little extra layer that was super fun and challenging and like, yeah, and unforgettable. Me and Joseph became one in many ways. It took two of us though. So that's good. But
and then we got to go to the BAFTAs.
And then we got to go to the BAFTAs, which was amazing.
Yeah.
Which was the sort of cherry on top of the whole cake. Other games obviously had a huge amount of success and won Game of the Year and twice, and two of the I think it was DICE and the Game Awards. And, has had incredible support from the players and from the awards that it's had since it started. I think it's just over a year now that it's been out, and it's just so gratifying that such a great group of people have had so much success really, and to go to the BAFTAs and have that as a sort of crowning glory, as it were, was incredibly special. Yeah.
So now we're just waiting for Joseph to write It Takes Two or It Takes Three,
Yeah.
We're up for it.
Awesome, thank you guys.
The BAFTAs were great, and I have to say this because Elle was hosting them, so she can't blow her own trumpet. But
Weren't they amazing? Weren't they just so beautifully hosted?
Also, It Takes Two, great game, great performance. I love that they went with two people in a relationship who had completely different accents. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, it was nice, wasn't it? I like that we're starting to see a little bit more creativity with voices, or we have for a while, but as in we're really starting to stretch the boundaries of what we do with voices and what we bring into games. It's quite exciting, isn't it?
It's awesome. So I hope you're all enjoying all of the performances, and the money is pouring in, which is great to see. As you know, we've blasted through our stretch goals, so we are having that Cyberpunk and Witcher mashup later. But do keep donating, sideglobal.com/Ukraine. But what have we got coming up next?
Well, as we said, we smashed our goal, so we've got that incredible mashup on the way. But before that, we're going to be looking at Returnal. Now, this was a third-person shooter developed by Housemarque and published by Sony. I'm sure you know it. You either love it or you hate it, given how difficult it was. And of course, the game follows Celine Vassos, who is an astronaut who mysteriously lands on a planet. And I don't want to give too much away, but ends up trapped in a time loop.
And she's a single mother and an older woman in games. Not an old woman by any means, but older than you usually get in a video game protagonist, which we're all very excited to see. So we have the fantastic Jane Perry here with us, who just won Performer in a Leading Role at the BAFTAs for her performance as Celine.
Oh, and I really loved her speech. If you haven't heard it, do go and watch it, because she talks about why it is important that we have these kind of roles, that we do have the kind of women that we haven't seen before in games. And of course, I know she's right here and she can hear me, but she was so incredible in this game. I mean, if you have played it, Celine sticks with you. She is a character that you will remember, that stays with you, and I think means a lot to all of us who, were suffering through that game. So that tells you just how good she is, that we loved her anyway.
How are you doing, Jane?
I'm really good. I'm so sorry. It's a hard game.
But it's not your fault.
You make it all worthwhile.
Thank you so much.
So I think we have side director Nima Rashad, who is going to read the intro for us.
Yes, I will. This is Celine's descent into madness. So we've got several stages of that descent, starting at the very beginning. This takes place in an uncertain time. It could be immediately after her child dies, or after the Origo mothership has received the White Shadow broadcast. This overwhelming guilt of her past has caught up with her emotionally, and she doesn't understand how to absolve herself from it. Again, given the uncertain time, the answer she finds after this moment is either to run away from her old life to outer space, or to run away from her new life to the alien world. There's not really any evidence if she's religious or not, but she could be talking to God. Otherwise, she's just talking to and struggling with herself and her inner demons.
I need to talk. I know I keep putting this off, but everything has gone way too far this time. This is the part where I say I'm sorry. So why don't I feel like I'm sorry? I try, but it sounds so hollow. What is this shadow inside me? I felt this before. I can't describe it except that it feels... If I name it, will that make it go away?
And now we segue to Celine 10.
Scout log, Atropos. Elapsed time, 30 minutes since last crash. Whole areas of this forest are rearranging themselves like a fluid puzzle after each of my... whenever I return. As per Astra protocol, I will not be recovered until I reach the broadcast signal. If you're hearing this, you are stuck here too. Scout log, Atropos, this is my 10th return. There are 4-meter-tall corpses littering the ground, piling up, perhaps centuries ago. I can't tell if there was a civil war or genocide or mass ritualistic suicide, all wounded in a similar manner. Some of them... I don't understand how that could be possible.
And now, on to Celine 25.
Someone else is here. An astronaut. But that's impossible. Is it guiding me or following? It reminds me of the old photos my mother once showed me, the type of suit she would have worn if it were not for the accident. But something from the Apollo era couldn't withstand this atmosphere. I can't be certain if I'm not hallucinating. Xenoglyphs spoke of their single-mindedness, but this did not prepare me for... I barely managed to dispatch the sentients that attacked me. I have never encountered such hostility and madness. But that writing, it spoke of these severed brethren. I don't know enough to understand yet, but what conceivable force could have caused any intelligent being to become like this? All evidence suggests an exceedingly regimented hive mind. Curious. How would it feel to be a part of such a symphony? There wouldn't be any selfishness or obstacles, just an endless flowing union, a beautiful song that would never stop, a hymn of liberation from want, communal warmth. Something awakens here in this desert's forgotten past. Whatever caused the cycle must be searching for me. I've had visions and headaches that fractal into future events I've already experienced. I must ignore them, and I must find the means to go deeper into the world.
And now, Celine 10,000.
And we should stop and say that Celine 10,000, Celine 25, Celine 10, these are how we identified Celine's mental state as she progresses through the game. So each time she returns, her mind is ever that much more frayed. So Celine 10,000 is when she's really kind of struggling mentally. So I'll see if I could just drop into that momentarily. All right. I can smell my corpses rotting. Some are watching me from high above, other from pits. They refuse to speak with me except to say, "You are severing." What have I become? This world is my home in an uncaring universe. I do not wish to leave. On the edge of my sight, sometimes I can see a black sunrise beneath the ocean. When will it break through the surface? I will wait as long as eternity to reach it. Glaciers in my mind ablate into a desert of severed thoughts. I follow their footsteps back to the wheelchair. Once I climbed the mountaintop, hoping to ascend. Soon, I will sink into dark waters, transcending as all light is smothered, a kind of religious ecstasy. What wonders I soon will see in that emptiness. I have seen the jet-black skull behind the visor of the astronaut. I recognize parts of myself within those shadows, fighting to be free. If I can show the world one face and then another, have I met it before? What was the name that sat on its head? Was it the first one who said, "Do you see the white shadow?" There you go. Okay, for a little comic relief, we have Octo here. Octo's come to bring some levity to the celebration.
Cephalopods are my favourite animals, so I'm always happy to see an octopus. Isn't she amazing, everyone?
I could listen to you for the rest of my life. I mean, in the way I play Returnal, I might just do that.
Yes, that's true. It takes a long time.
But Jane, I wanted to ask you, what is it like to play a role where you know people might listen to you say the same lines again and again and again? Because it's always difficult, isn't it, to voice something in a video game because of that unsureness about when a player will encounter something, what you're responding to is. That's already difficult. But in this, we might listen to you a good 10,000 times.
Which you wouldn't mind.
Well, do you know... I think that would sort of be the last thing I'd want to think about when recording something, because I think that could properly freak me out if I was to really put some thought into the sort of hours of Celine that, you know, a person spends time with.
Yeah.
So... yeah, I don't think about it too much, to be honest.
Well, you do now. Well done, Elle.
Thank you for planting that thought in my head.
Well, let me ask a better question, because I talked earlier about the speech that you gave at the BAFTAs when you won, and of course it was just a beautiful speech. It talked about why we need, you know, roles like Celine. So tell me what you thought when you first read the script, when you first saw this character.
Yeah, well, as I've said, I was really struck by the fact that she's kind of a regular person, you know? I mean, she is extraordinary in the way that we all are, in the sense that we all have our hopes and dreams in life. We all have things that we want to accomplish. And she's a very, I think, career-driven woman. And she's also a mother, as we know. And she is struggling just to make things work in her life. And isn't it interesting that her journey is so fascinating and interesting to us? Because I think we all have moments where we're working hard towards something and trying to figure something out and dealing with some of the things that have happened in our past. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the other thing that's interesting about Celine is her age and her kind of positionality in the world, you know, as a mother. And she's you know, I think we've had many sort of fabulous women in games who, you know, look a certain way and they've got the boobs and the bum and the everything going on. And Celine, you know, she's got her own version of that, but it's not stereotypical. She's a down-to-earth kind of gal. And I love that about her because to me, she's very relatable, you know. I mean, obviously, she's out there fighting monsters and things like that, and I can't relate to that necessarily. But I love that about her too. She's so brave and so strong. She just goes for it.
What about all these different changes that she goes through? What's it like to play a character who you have to play so many different iterations of the same person?
Yeah, I think that I mean, it's funny just revisiting it right now. I realized, oh my gosh, it's very difficult to sort of drop into her mental state without taking a bit of time around the experience for me. It's nice to have a bit of cushioning mentally to just remind myself of what she's been through and what's going on with her and to try to bring some, I guess, truth into her experience. So, you know, there were times when I was saying to Nim before, it was kind of tiring, you know, because she does go through this real mental journey, and it's not always easy to express that. On the other hand, it's a great honor to play her, and it is also a wonderful honor to, I think, go into those mental places that again we all go into. You know, we all have struggles And I think it's important to bring dignity to one's struggle with mental health, for example. So I really do take that on board with her, and I appreciate the inner fight that she has.
Thank you so much. We have one more question. It's actually from somebody watching.
Oh, great.
It's a question for you, Jane, from someone on Twitter at Greaser Disguise, who asks, do you remember your initial reaction to the bosses?
Oh.
They say specifically, without spoiling, the third and the fourth. I don't know what that means. I haven't got that far. But what you thought about them and what you thought Celine would be thinking.
Oh, my God. I mean, yeah, I don't think... I probably should watch my language here, but if I didn't have to watch my language, then you can imagine what I might say. They're absolutely, terrifying and horrifying. And Housemarque's done such a great job creating these monsters and the bosses and all that stuff. They're truly horrifying and so brilliant. So, yeah, horrified.
Amazing.
Effing horrified.
We'll leave it on that note then. Thank you so much, Jane, and Nim as well. Thank you for reading for us there.
All right.
Now, we are doing incredibly, so much so that we have increased our donation target again.
This time, we're aiming for 65,000. And I know that you can do it. I know that your little fingers are tired of typing in as you head to sideglobal.com/Ukraine. But keep going, because now we want to hit 65,000. I know that we can do it. Let me give you some of the ideas of what the money that you're sending in today can do. So £10, which is about $12, that can provide a hygiene kit to a family of 5. That lets them stay healthy for a month. £20, about $25, can provide 5 blankets to families who are taking shelter. £33, $41, that's 40 chlorine tablets to ensure that families have access to essentially safe water. They don't have access to these basics. £100 provides sleeping mats for 66 people who are having to sleep in the streets, in halls, in any building that they can find. And then 210 can provide a fully equipped first aid kit, including supplies to a first aider who's treating those wounded. I'm sure that you've seen the pictures. I'm sure you've seen the footage. You can understand how needed that is. And so we're having a great time here, but this is what's happening. And every penny that you can donate to push us towards that total is going towards this essential work.
Yeah. Whatever amount you can donate will cover something on that long list. So please keep it coming. But now it is time to go back to Night City with an interview with Jane Perry, who you just saw, of course, Tarami Lee, Gavin Dreyer, and director Justin Villiers. You are in for a treat.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to you, Gav. I'm just kind of broaden out a little bit. I'm going to ask about the accent and how you kind of came to that and the voice. Can you give us a little talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I auditioned and I came into the Side Studios in London, and I thought, being Irish, hopefully I can do an American accent, but I thought, well, this is never going to go my way. And so, like any audition, you kind of just give your best stab at it. And from the character description of this kind of, I suppose, primarily maybe they were looking at the sort of the street kind of kid version of him, maybe when he was in the audition stage. And so I had that in mind. And I just kind of took their notes, and we had a bit of a process in the audition room to kind of, they would kind of push it a little bit lower in places or a little bit in a certain direction, and I just take that on board. And I mean, I really wasn't expecting it to go my way, but with the accents, I think I just love doing accents, and I find that they really help sort of fall into the character more. And I remember, for a brief period of the game, I was on stage at night doing a play in London with a sort of thick country Irish accent, and then in the morning I was doing 4 hours inside with Justin, and he'd be very good as well. Sometimes it just kind of allowing me a little bit of space at the start of the day to kind of get back to V again. But I think sometimes accents actually make it easier for a performance in a weird way. And maybe not the accent so much, it's just the voice of the character. The way, Shermie's voice is different to her V. It's a different thing, and it's kind of quite organic. And yeah, so then there'd be practical things where you always make sure you're getting certain words accurate in terms of the way they be said in the accents, and every now and again there'd be one or two that I still have a little notepad of, like, oh, that's how you would say it in American accent. Like, you know, you can have so much kind of training for something like that, and you know, it's funny even being here in New Orleans and like they just have such a wonderful accent down here, and it's really subtle the way they say certain things like folks and stuff. It's just really, yeah, you know, I'm fascinated by accents in that sense, and so it was a lot of fun to kind of, yeah, okay, it was an American accent, but more specific than that, what kind of voice it was for the character.
Great. And something that I'd be interested to hear you two both talking about would be the and we've mentioned this before, Jeremy, but going back to the time during the story where you are literally dying, and the gradual, subtle change that you had to put into the performance from the moment that I'm not giving anything away, but the moment your kind of brain starts to deteriorate and you start to lose your energy and so on. I wonder whether you two could talk about the process and how difficult I assume that was.
I actually love getting to do the physical reactions if it's something from, like, I know we did it in the game, like getting into an ice bath or getting hit or dealing with the pain of a headache, or all these little subtle physical experiences are really fun for me to get to do, because I feel like it grounds the performance even more. The difference then becomes, or the difficulty then becomes, how far can we go? Do we need to pull this in? And that requires us checking in with the other people in the scene, and checking in with the developers and saying, like, so based on the cinematic and what we're seeing, how far am I in this death process? Because you don't want to be, like, you know, hobbling along and they're like, no, you're fine. Yeah. So it was finding that, like, give and take of what works and what doesn't. But,
absolutely, and you had to die literally over hours. Of game time. It's hours and hours of game time you've got to die, so you can't just hurry this thing along. It's
we got notes that would be like, you could be feeling a little bit more pain here, a little less pain here, a little bit more, and so then you're just going, well, how much is a little bit more? How much is a little bit less? And it's a very fine line, and it's a fun dance to get to do and figure it out, because, like you said, it's not just a quick scene. It's like, this will be over hours and hours and hours, so you don't want to go too far too fast, because then you have nowhere else to go. So yeah, finding that balance was definitely a challenge.
Gav, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's that funny thing with a video game, that there's this sort of precision required to the performance to a certain degree, where you have to remember that, you know, if there's a sequence of a game where, you know, a player might be dying a few times and repeating the process a few times, often, you know, if a performance is too maybe over the top in one way or specific in a certain way, that repetitiveness can get really frustrating to listen to too often. You know, if you watch a film or a play or whatever, it's kind of the moment will last a certain amount of time and then it's over. And so you kind of, yeah, you had to find a sort of neutrality to that pain, but it was physically quite tiring. I remember one session in particular. I think, you know,
I can remember for a late night session where I think we hadn't gone far enough, perhaps, in a particular section of the story. There needed to be more evidence of deterioration, and so we had to go over. And yet, all CD Projekt wanted was just the tiniest addition, so we had to go over the whole thing again, didn't we? And just so we could hear just the slightest bit more. It was very, very exhausting.
The hair of what was it? The note, the hair of
was it? He's
one of them was no, I didn't know if Jeremy had this. It was
like a hair more, I think, is that.
Yeah, just a hair more. Yeah, absolutely.
A hair more of, it was like some phrase, like a hair more of pain or something like that. And we were like, oh God. We kind of sat there philosophically, kind of, what does that mean? You know, like, you know, like,
and it's hard. And you would, I remember, I mean, you would play it and you would say, no, that sounds exactly like the previous one. And we go, no, it still sounds like the previous one. We're adding part hair at a time. Very difficult. Okay, great. So let's broaden out a little here. We still got. Have we got time? We good? Yeah. Characters. Have we done all these? Maybe working with Keanu. Is that something we could talk about? Gavin, what about your experience of playing off him? Oh, you're frozen. Deliberately frozen. Are you there? That's a pretend freeze. Did you catch that? We didn't hear anything from you.
You're back. I think.
Oh, he's freezing a lot.
He looks really happy about it.
He does.
I'm back. Am I back?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah, you're moving. I know you're not. Okay. Well, so Jeremy, where are you? Where are you now?
Yeah, I think
I'm in LA now. So
okay.
I when I was working on the game, Keanu was recording in the LA studio as well. I never got to meet him in person. There was an opportunity where he had been recording, and I pulled up to come to my session. He was leaving, and I saw him getting on the motorcycle and flipped his hair back, put the helmet on, and I was so captivated. I was like, this is the coolest human being to ever exist. And I was like, what would I say? Here I am it was around Halloween because I was dressed like a witch, actually. And I was like, this is how I greet Keanu Reeves? Like, hi, we're working on this game together. But it was, the first time I heard his voice, it was so lovely. And it really helped kind of finesse and figure out the tone of this game, because he has such an iconic tone and cadence, and we kind of got to dip our toes into kind of matching and playing off of that cadence later on in the game, which was really fun, because then we got to play with the cadence and pacing of 3 actors and not just 2. But yeah, it was such a great experience. I hope to get to meet him one day.
Great. And Gav, are you back? No, he's gone.
No,
he's gone. I think his feed is down.
No.
Hi. Yeah. Oh, it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
so,
it's been okay for the last minute.
Yeah, just a brief about Keanu and fitting into his performance, fitting around his performance.
Yeah. Well, it's just an awful guy, you know. Tinker. Quote me on that. It was great. I mean, he's. I mean, what a wonderful person, and you know, you'd have to. I don't know. I'm sorry, I missed what Jeremy was saying about it, but you know, I'm sure she said that, like, the moments where you just have to pinch yourself.
Yeah.
You know, you're literally, you have Keanu Reeves in your headphones, and he's just it's such a brilliant. Having played the game as well now, and having to kind of experience the thing as a whole, Johnny Silverhands is such a wonderful character. He's really funny.
Yeah, I think it's inspired casting. I think I mentioned this at the beginning, guys, that when we first learned that it was him, obviously everyone was really excited, but it was like, how's that going to fit in with the world that we know and the characters that we know? And it turned out to be absolute genius casting. And yeah, as you say, he kind of created that character. It sort of met halfway. It was perfect. Okay, well, listen, this is where we're going to wrap, folks. So thank you very much, Jane. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Jeremy. It's a pleasure talking to you. And we'll be raising money, I think, with this, won't we, for the Ukraine Fund. So fingers crossed this all goes well and get some of the else. Thank you, everybody. Let me just say here, the 2 V's to go. I've got a joke here. just pass the joke. Right. Look, 2 V's together. They do both exist.
Ah.
Look at that. Double V.
Double V.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you both, Gavin.
Oh, don't go.
Yeah, great to see you, Jeremy.
Good to see you.
And Justin, I suppose.
Amazing. Isn't it great to see a little behind the scenes in an interview like that? Because you don't normally get to see that kind of thing, do you? You hear these people every day, but you never get to meet what they're actually like as people and hear from them.
I love seeing them interact as
are.
well. Like that's it's so funny to like hear these voices and see them all talk to each other. Like that's the bit that's kind of blowing my mind a little bit. It's really great.
If you can't tell, we are having an absolute ball. We're having loads of fun. But we do need to remind you, of course, we are here for a reason, and that is to raise money. And we have got a plea coming up now from the volunteers of the Red Cross. So the level of death, destruction and suffering that continues to be inflicted on civilians is obviously completely heartbreaking for all of us to hear. And your donations will continue to support the Red Cross and their volunteers to get humanitarian aid to those who need it now.
So please donate whatever you can. We've said it before and we'll say it again. It doesn't matter if you are donating pennies. It doesn't matter if you are donating pounds. Please, anything you can spare makes a difference. Head to sideglobal.com/Ukraine and you can donate there. It'll take you straight to the Tiltify page. But for now, here's a closer look at some of the incredible work the Red Cross are doing.
Hello world. We are volunteers of the Ukrainian Red Cross Society.
We are recording this video from Ukraine that is currently affected by a large-scale armed conflict.
The whole country is under fire. Close to 100 people have died. Many more injured. There are children among them.
Millions of people have to leave their homes looking for safe places for their families.
Everyone needs our support at the moment.
In Ukrainian Red Cross, we have around 3,000 volunteers, and for last 2 days, 1,000 new volunteers come to join us. At the moment, the situation is in Ukraine only worsening. Many more people will need to help of Ukrainian Red Cross.
We're staying here and working for these people.
We will be very grateful to any support to the population of Ukraine.
Pass this message to those who should see it.
Some amazing stories there. Now, we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by someone from the British Red Cross. Georgia Patton is here with us, who is Product Delivery Officer for Gaming and Streaming at the British Red Cross. Did you know such a role existed? I didn't. How long has that been a thing, Georgia?
Only since during the pandemic it started. Everyone was at home and we needed new ways to fundraise, and gaming and streaming seemed like a very good way to do that. So sort of been around, and then I've been in role, and the role has existed sort of since the beginning of last year. So it's still very new. We're still babies in space.
How have you been finding it?
It's incredible. Like, the community is just amazing. I mean, today is testament to how generous and just loving, and how people just want to get involved and help, and it's just incredible, and it's very exciting as well, just to see the different ways that you can use or get involved with gaming and streaming, and make it fundraising and make it fun, and really sort of share messages and raise awareness. It's incredible.
I do think that's something I love about the games community, is that it has such a big heart. You know, people have been streaming to fundraise for such a long time, and it is, you know, it's such a fun way to do it. It's a lovely thing to do. People love to turn out and help and have a good time whilst they're doing it. So I think today is testament to that.
Definitely.
What do you think is special about streaming that makes people, like, what makes it a good way to fundraise?
I think, unlike any other type of fundraising, it's live. You can interact. Your donation can change what's happening on the screen, which you don't get that when you're sponsoring your mate to do a marathon. And don't get me wrong, a marathon is a massive challenge and definitely worthy of sponsorship. But it's different. It's not the same as, my mate or this person that I follow and I feel very engaged in their community. If I donate an extra £10, then they're going to shave their hair off or dye their beard pink.
Just to be clear, we've not agreed to do either of those things.
So you know.
So let's talk about why we're here then. So what is the current humanitarian situation in Ukraine?
So the minute in Ukraine, the situation is pretty dire, pretty desperate. And in just a mere couple of weeks, houses, homes have been turned to rubble. It's really sad. And over 5 million people have now fled the Ukraine. It's estimated that 7.7 million people are displaced internally within Ukraine. So it's a really massive change, is like upheaval for everyone, and it's estimated that 18 million people will be affected. So essentially nobody in Ukraine will be left unscathed by what's happening. And those that are still in Ukraine are currently without water, without food, without electricity, without heat, without access to medical care. And that is, again, can you imagine? Can you imagine that? So every hour, every day that passes, the human cost is terrible, and it is increasing. And then you think about people who are in cities like Mariupol. They're trapped there without a way to get out, and the scale, I can't even talk to the scale. It's absolutely insane, and because of that, we've seen the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, their response is just scaling up almost minute by minute, hour by hour to meet those needs and really get as much international humanitarian aid as possible.
It's interesting what you're saying there about how with every hour that passes, the problem kind of increases, because we were just talking about this, right? Yes. And how it feels like the attention has kind of faded,
hasn't it? And of course, actually what's happened is it's been going on for so long that people have become desensitized, and yet, of course, because it's been going on for so long, the need is greater. As you said, the scale is unimaginable. The idea that every single person in that country will be impacted by that, you can't imagine it. The thought that nobody escapes. I mean, and how do you, we've heard some of it, we've touched on it a little bit earlier, but how does the Red Cross start to help in this situation? What are you heading out there to do, the first thing you do when you land on the ground?
Oh, that's a very big question. But what I would say is the Red Cross and the Red Crescent movement, this is their bread and butter. It's going out and helping the most vulnerable civilians in conflicts, in climate disasters, in natural disasters. This is what they do, and this is what they're ready and prepared to do. And what we do at the British Red Cross is we both support and raise money for those movements or those societies that are best placed, the closest. So in particular for Ukraine, we're raising money for the Ukrainian Red Cross, but also the ICRC, which is the International Committee of the Red Cross, and that has a very particular role. So the Ukrainian Red Cross in particular is about supporting those people who have been displaced. It's about getting food, it's about getting clean water to people, fixing infrastructure, supporting the medical centres and the hospitals, and facilitating and helping with evacuations. Whereas the ICRC also very much helps in those areas they can, but they have a very particular role in I need to get the wording right here.
Absolutely. I didn't even know any of this.
No,
I didn't know that there were all of these different
the kind of
sections.
Interconnected nature of it.
It's a movement. It's a whole collective of society. It's incredible to be a part of. I feel very humbled to be part of that. It's amazing. So the ICRC are continuing a sustained bilateral and confidential dialogue with all sides of the conduct of hostilities. So that means that they're reminding everyone of their responsibilities to international humanitarian law, but also facilitating safe evacuations, which is, again, Mariupol's been in the news quite a lot. That's in particular where we've seen a lot of where the might and the power of the ICRC really coming into effect.
It's so good to hear about that, because I think you get the impression from social media and things. You're like, why is nobody talking to?
That's the thing. Yes, it feels. Of course, there's very clearly two sides to it, and it feels like that. It feels like there's a big distance between them. So to know that there's somebody there doing what they can with the people on the ground, because I think often that's what makes a difference in a situation like this. It's we all hear about the figureheads, but it's sometimes you can make a difference by talking to people on the ground, and that reminding them of their obligation to kind of, international humanitarian law. It sounds like a big goal, doesn't it? It sounds like something that's unrealistic, but it has been proven time and time again in conflicts that actually sometimes you go person to somebody and you say, look, there's a conflict, but this is how you do it as fairly as you can, as fairly as we have agreed as a kind of global community, and that can happen.
So what's the kind of top priority, and what's the best way that we can help?
So the best way that we can help is by donating money. There's been some amazingly generous offers of clothes and food and medical supplies, and that is amazing that people are so willing to give what they can. Sadly, as the Red Cross and the British Red Cross, we can't accept those items, mostly because it slows down our response. Our aim is to be as fast and efficient and quick as possible and get people the items that they need at that moment. So we take cash. It's the most efficient, safest and quickest way of donating aid. And like I say, it allows volunteers to concentrate on the response rather than sorting and cleaning and distributing those items, as generous as they are. And we understand that not everyone can give cash, but just it's not something that we can do.
Well, you know, people who can't give cash could share this stream with their friends who do have cash. Go tell all your rich friends. And we have raised a huge amount of money here. I mean, not we, like us too, but like the event as a whole, obviously. So what is that money going to go towards then?
Absolutely. So before I came in the booth, we were at just under 60,000, which is insane.
Yeah, I think you can see there 59,362 and 69 pence, of course.
Just mind-boggling amount of money.
Yeah.
It absolutely blows my mind. But just to sort of put that into sort of a quantifiable, tangible thing that you can see, that is 15,000 blankets. That is 285 fully equipped first aid kits that will help real people who are wounded and hurt and caught up, civilians caught up in this conflict. And isn't that just incredible? Like a day's work, you know, and being able to provide all of that aid, it's just amazing.
Yeah, you're saving lives, everybody.
And beyond that kind of initial emergency response, because we've talked about the fact that, you know, we are in crisis mode at the moment. There is that initial need to clothe people. We need water, we need shelter. But beyond that, what's next? Because, of course, when the cameras go away, when people stop talking about this on social media, people have to rebuild lives there. People have to continue with their day-to-day. So what's next after this first stage?
I mean, who knows, really? We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know when this conflict will end, and so the focus will always be about the civilians and making sure that the most vulnerable in society have the help and support that they need. So that is the priority, but the Red Cross will be there, obviously right now, but also in the future to help rebuild Ukraine. The Red Cross and Red Crescent movement has been in Ukraine for the past 8 years as well, so this isn't new to the movement. And rebuilding schools, rebuilding hospitals, supporting those hospitals like they are doing now. But we also do have a massive focus on refugees. So in the UK, the British Red Cross is the largest independent provider of services for refugees and asylum and people seeking asylum. So it's about supporting those families, those individuals, to rebuild their lives here and really give them the tools to thrive if here is where they are or wherever else they might find themselves.
And the Red Cross provides kind of psychosocial care as well, don't you? Because it's not just about, as we've said, clothing somebody, giving them water. It is about how you cope with a situation that for most of us is utterly unimaginable.
Yes, but a big part of what's happening is like telephone helplines. To help people find missing family members, but also with that psychosocial support as well. It's a big part of what we do.
When we were watching the video with the volunteers earlier, you were saying how great it is to kind of hear the stories from people on the ground. What are some of the kind of stories that you've been hearing from people?
Wow, there's a lot. They're very powerful. They're incredibly powerful. I'm not 100% sure if we've shown some of these videos, but just people talking about how their family are in a conflict zone or they are trapped, but they're just carrying on because that's all they can do, and they're carrying on helping other people. It is sort of a story that I've heard echoed. There was a video a little while ago of a Red Cross volunteer who was helping a woman who'd been hurt. She was in the middle of the street, and then they came under fire, and I think it was she shielded her. He couldn't move her, and so he shielded her, and they were both fine. But just, it's so inspiring and humbling, and just obviously there's some horrendous stuff going on, but just sort of brings the light and the hope, and the people are amazing and generous and kind, and that's what we're seeing. And those volunteers are doing what they can, and you guys are doing what you can at home by donating, and we're here in the studio talking about it, which is what we can do.
We're all doing what we can to help.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, Georgia, for being with us and for explaining all about the work that you do. I've definitely learned a lot.
Oh, so much. Thank you so much. And of course, if you're watching and thinking that it's time to donate, which I imagine that you are, don't forget that you can go to siteglobal.com/Ukraine. That'll take you straight to the Tiltify page, and you can donate there. As we've talked about, every penny counts, genuinely. No matter how much you can give, it'll make a huge difference. We're talking absolute essentials. People don't have clean water. They don't have blankets to sleep under. They've had to leave their clothes behind. Their homes have been reduced to rubble. So genuinely, every penny you give makes a difference. And you have been so generous, but we're asking for just a little bit more.
Please, because we can see that 59,000 and a few hundred. Come on, just tip it over 60. You can do it. I know that some of you out there have got some money lying around under the sofa or wherever it is. People keep their cash these days. But wasn't it amazing to talk to Georgia?
It was so, we obviously know the Red Cross. It's a name but actually I didn't realise just how much work they did, and how, that nature of how interconnected they are on the ground, that they're making use of the resources they've built over years.
Yeah, but they've been there for years. I had no idea.
No idea.
Hopefully you've all learned something as well. But we have got more guests coming. Now, are we ready to talk to a little someone over the phone yet? Do we know?
I think we are.
We are.
Yes,
amazing.
We're racking up the guests at the moment. So we are going to be joined by none other than Nolan North. And he's actually on the road at the moment. So we are very grateful that we've managed to grab a few minutes with him. Nolan, are you there?
I am. How are you?
We're very good, thank you. Thanks for taking the time out, because I know that you are very, very busy.
That's a good thing, right? In this business, gotta always stay busy, always moving like a shark.
So in case there's anyone out there who doesn't know what kind of work Nolan has done in the games industry, you know him, of course, as Nathan Drake in the Uncharted series. It says here, Deadpool in various Marvel, several of the Marvel games, I'm sure. Desmond Miles in the Assassin's Creed series. I think that's maybe the first time I encountered you, Nolan, as good old Desmond Miles.
Was that right?
I think so, yes. Yeah, a classic.
One of my favorites.
Yeah, what was so good about being Desmond Miles?
I remember it was early in my career, and it was one of those scripts that you read, and we got through the end of the first game, and I said, I'm just going to go get a cup of coffee and we'll start again, because I got to the end of the script, and I figured, well, they'll give me the next pages. And I was so into the story and the idea of this animus and, this traveling back through memories. It just was so interesting to me. And I got a cup of coffee, came back, and they said, oh no, we're all wrapped up, we're finished. And I said, well, are we doing another session? They said, no, that's it. I said, well, what happens? And he goes, I don't know. I said, can you call your writer? He goes, I am the writer. I don't know where we go. I don't know if there'll be a second game. I don't know. And I was furious. I couldn't understand how they didn't know what was going to happen, and couldn't wait for Assassin's Creed 2 to get greenlit so we could go back and I could find out more about what's going to happen.
It's so interesting. I think you might be in the minority in liking the modern day parts of the Assassin's Creed series. I'm with you, Nolan. I like those parts as well, but I think we're in
nothing.
I like those. I'm much more of an Ezio fan. It was Roger Craig Smith. The modern day stuff was, it did get a little gray. You got to take down Abstergo and that kind of thing. I know it's like you're going back in time and you're playing these wonderful characters like Ezio or Altair and Connor and come back to Desmond. Truth be told, My favorite Assassin's Creed I played with my son was Black Flag. I mean, pirate ships. Can't beat that.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah. It won me over because I didn't think I was going to like it. And then I did. But
Yeah. It was
The
great.
songs on
Yes.
the ship. Great. But let's talk about the Uncharted series, as I'm sure that's why a lot of people are here to see you. So I know, Elle, I know you've played the Uncharted games.
Yes, I have to say I'm a big Uncharted. I mean, Nolan knows that because we have talked Uncharted before, haven't we? I think. But something I wanted to ask about is what we just heard about kind of your first reaction to a character. And I'm interested in what you thought the first time you were introduced to that world, you were introduced to that Uncharted world, because, I think it's a character that it feels very familiar if you love Indiana Jones, if you love those kind of films. It's a character we've seen before, but it was one of the first times really that we saw that kind of character in games. So did you feel anxious about being, the representation of an archetype we know and love from entertainment for the first time in the games world?
No, I think that's actually what kind of intrigued me about the character. He being like a Indiana Jones or a John McClane from Die Hard. It's that I think that first tagline for the first game was one ordinary man, one extraordinary adventure.
Ooh.
And I think that's what made him so relevant to people and so relatable. Just overcoming the odds that most of us can do in our everyday life. Just to, and I thought it was great that they allowed this character to be someone who was really vulnerable, someone who would fall and not just jump right up ready to fight, just, would make the little quip here and there. Kind of like John McClane picking the glass out of his feet in that one famous scene. See that, come down, have a Christmas together. He's pulling it out, and it just that kind of maintaining your sense of humor through adversity like that. I think it was just fun, So I didn't really feel any weight or any pressure to bring that together because they just invited me to play myself as much as possible. And Amy Hennig, who wrote the first 3 games, she really wrote to my character, to who I am, and did the same for Emily Rose, who played Elena, and Richard McGonigal is very much like Sully. And I joke with people, I say, aside from the amazing ability to climb just about anything, I'm very much like Nathan Drake. So, I can barely climb a ladder anymore. But no, it was just so exciting to get into that space. Put on a mocap suit. This was not just voiceover. So, and do all the moves, do the scenes, do the in-game moves, the rolls and the guns. It was fun. It was like being a kid again. And who wouldn't like that, right?
It's interesting that you say, you can hardly climb a ladder anymore, which I'm sure is not true, but it does make me think about Nathan Drake getting older. And we have a question here from a fan who wants to know, where would you like to see the Uncharted series go next? What's the future for Uncharted in your ideal world?
Well, I mean, right now, I think the main focus of Uncharted is the films. I think Tom Holland was brilliant in the film. I thought he did a great job, and I think it's a smart play by the filmmakers to take us to a Nathan Drake that isn't us, because the truth is, if you're playing Uncharted, you're Nathan Drake. It's not me. Mm-hmm. You're making those moves. You're making those decisions. So where was Drake in his 20s? When a lot of movies that will take a game to a film, a one-to-one adaptation, you don't have that same sense of immersion that you have in a game, and you're forced to kind of watch that, go, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't have gone there, he doesn't sound like my Drake. But to go in his 20s, it was a great move, and I think the movie did well enough that, knock on wood, they're going to get a sequel. As for the game series, I don't know anything. People always ask me, what are they going to do? Nobody tells me anything. The developers are too smart to tell me anything. So I think the idea that, there might be another game, I haven't heard that. I thought Naughty Dog may want to move on and do something different. God knows they deserve it. Those particle artists and the everybody, they don't want to be doing. oh, we got this guy climbing this thing. Maybe they want to go to outer space or underwater. I have no idea. So they the world is their oyster, as they say. So I don't know. Where would I like it to go for me? Just keep chugging along. I love that people have found the games through the movie and vice versa. So I love that so many people all around the world have it's touched them in some way. It's something I never expected. I would have a hand in when I was growing up. So I'm very proud to be part of Uncharted and proud to be Nathan Drake. Sic parvis magna.
I mean, spoiler alert slightly, but of course you did have a cameo in the film, didn't you? So tell me, what was that like?
I did. It was great. They called me and they had a couple other directors had kicked around some ideas to me, and I just didn't want to be telegram for Mr. Drake, then look right down the camera at you. It had to, and I did because I also didn't want it to be so strange that it would take away from the film, because I don't want to take away from what they're trying to do. But yeah, they called. It was funny because it was middle of the pandemic, October 2020, and I had to fly to Barcelona. And it was one of those huge jumbo planes that had maybe 15 to 20 people on it. It's terrifying. It's just like empty. So I kept telling people it's like murder plane. Something bad's going to happen because there's so many empty seats. Somebody snuck on here. Probably a clown for my luck. But
that's my nightmare.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we got there, and Barcelona's beautiful, but you get there and it was at the time where they lock you in your hotel room for 36 to 48 hours, where you call up for food and look through the peephole, and they knock and leave food and run down the hall. But it was special, and Ruben Fleischer could not have been nicer, more collaborative. Tom was brilliant. They had something kind of loosely written, and we ended up playing with it a little bit and changing a little to make it more of a handoff of basically passing on the torch to Tom. And I think it worked. I think it worked pretty well. It was short and sweet. My favorite story from it, though, is my older brother got to go, went to see the film, and he said, I totally understand your career now. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you popped up on screen and half the audience started screaming and yelling and clapping and cheering. I said, oh, yeah, I've heard that happen in a bunch of places. He said, followed immediately by the other half, telling them to sit down and shh, and be quiet because they have no idea who you are. So it was it was perfect, but it was a perfect testament to it wasn't just gamers who went to see this film, and hopefully everybody the film indoctrinated a bunch of people into this 10-year gig, 4 games, 5 if you count the Golden Abyss, it just that we were able to put together. So, it was a blast. And if they want me to be their Stan Lee kind of guy who pops up in different scenes, I'll do it. I'll do it again.
Amazing. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you. And much as we would love to get loads more anecdotes from you, Nolan, I'm afraid we've got to move back on to talking about Ukraine, which is obviously what we're here for. So if you could just remind people to donate.
Yes, please donate. This is a terrible thing that's going on over there. So from me to you, Nathan Drake himself, just get out there and give what you can. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Nolan. So obviously throughout this whole event, we have been getting help from voice actors to revisit many emotional scenes from video games, but there are heartbreaking and heartwarming real scenes taking place daily in Ukraine and neighbouring countries.
And as fun as this all has been, and it has been very fun, we're here to raise money for Operation Ukraine. We need to get humanitarian aid to as many people as possible, as soon as possible, and even a small amount makes a huge difference when combined with other donations. I mean, so far we have raised 64,000. We are so close. So close. So, I mean, it's about £600 away, and it's so easy. Just head to slyglobal.com/Ukraine. You'll go straight to the Tiltify fundraising page, and you can share whatever you can. As we've said before, it really Doesn't matter how much you have. Pennies, pounds, just anything you can spare.
Absolutely. So let's see if we can bump those numbers up while we have a very special reading now, a little video for you from Mass Effect 3, which I'm very excited about because I absolutely adored that game. So let's cue that video so that I can watch it.
Hi, I'm Cindy Downing, producer of In the Game for Ukraine. Thanks so much for joining us. We have two fabulous ladies reuniting for this special cause. We're back to Mass Effect 3 and a well-loved, much fan-fictionalized relationship of Commander Shepard and comm specialist Samantha Trainer. Jennifer Hale, Alix Wilton Regan, thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you for having me.
We're across the globe today for this, so thank you so much. I'm going to be reading in scene setups and a few stage directions just so the viewers know where we are in the game, but otherwise we'll stay out of the way. So here we go.
Awesome.
In the scene, Shepard invites Trainer up to her cabin for R&R. Trainer comes up intending to play a game of chess with Shepard after an earlier conversation. There are various branches the scene can follow depending on whether Shepard has romantic interest in Trainer or just wants to be friends.
Trainer, if you're not doing anything, I've got a few hours free. Would you like to come up?
Sounds wonderful. I'll be right up. Your cabin is gorgeous. I've seen apartments smaller than this. And an actual shower.
Yeah.
The faucets in the women's bathroom are crap, by the way. In any event, I thought you might be in the mood to play.
Trainer holds up a chess set.
Chess?
I bought a board on the Citadel. GUI interface, not nearly as much fun as real pieces, but I hoped you might give me some pointers.
That's funny. I figured you'd be more interested in a shower.
I didn't realize that was an option.
It's an option.
Well, just give me a moment to grab my things.
Fade to black as she goes to get her things.
Well, Commander, ready to play?
Play?
I recall you delivered something that closely resembled a challenge, so interested? With your vast military experience, you should have no trouble beating me.
Later.
Ha!
Oh, come on!
My word, Commander, it's almost as though you wanted to spare your pawns the indignity of living under my regime.
Okay, in real life, that tactic would have worked.
Well, in real life, one doesn't move on an 8x8 square grid.
You know what I mean. The pawns are infantry. A good infantry line, like the Krogan, can take a charge like that.
That reminds me of a joke. What's the difference between Commander Shepard and a Krogan?
Really?
One is an unstoppable juggernaut of head-butting destruction.
And the other doesn't have a smart-ass comm officer to keep her in line.
Oh, that's even better than the number of testicles punchline.
I'm glad you didn't run back to the lab, Trainer.
Thanks. So, rematch?
Oh, yeah.
New scene. Shepard wakes up from a disturbing dream. Trainer, a romantic interest, is with her. This all takes place before Shepard leaves for a dangerous mission. Shepard stares up through the skylight. She closes her eyes, hoping to quiet the intense feeling and thoughts racing through her head. The thoughts won't let go, and she sits up, swinging her legs around to sit sideways on the bed.
Dreams again?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned.
What?
Nothing. Just never thought I'd see a woman under all that armor. You remember how scared I was when I met you? I was terrified of the Reapers, the war, everything. You helped me. I wouldn't mind returning the favor.
Everyone's looking at me like I know what I'm doing.
Based on results, they're kind of right. Besides, if someone else tried to take charge, I bet you'd be a terrible backseat pilot.
Maybe a little.
So suck it up, princess. You're in the military now. And you're going to win this for us.
Shepard touches Trainer's face. Trainer touches her hand and arm as she stands. Their touch lingers as long as their fingertips allow. And next scene. This is the final conversation between Shepard and Trainer. If Trainer is just a friend, then she salutes Shepard and finally becomes a real military officer. If she's Shepard's lover, this is a poignant goodbye before Shepard leaves for the final battle.
Ready whenever you are, Commander.
Samantha.
Don't. If you start, I will burst into tears in the middle of the CIC, and that would be mortifying. Thanks for everything. Even if we don't end up with the house, with the white picket fence and the 2 kids. Sorry. Stupid joke.
That sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, good. Because I really wasn't joking. I want a big house, white picket fence, and a dog. Some kind of retriever. I'm thinking 2 kids, but you writing this down?
I'll remember.
You damn well better. Whatever happens, I love you. Now, go save the world. Again.
Wow. It's the end of the world as we know it.
Hugs.
Hi.
That
So
was so
fun.
lovely.
Can we just do more of that? Can we do that for like 2-3 hours?
Yeah,
And
let's just go.
It's good, right?
Fab
So
stuff,
great.
ladies. Fab.
Alex again. I get to Alex.
This is the project we met on. This
I know.
project. This is where we met.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yep.
Recorded
So
outside for me. So this is like a whole full
Holy
circle.
cow.
Probably even Cindy, you might have been the casting director back then. I mean, this is going back years, so you may even have put me up for the job.
I
This is going back a
was,
long
yeah, I was in the area, definitely. So, well, thank you so much. And yeah, oh, shivers, so lovely to have you doing that all again. And we have some great questions from some of our fans who have sent in things. So I'd love to ask you a few. And following that big scene at the end there, Chris W. Brown asked, what do you think Shep and Trainer would be doing for fun following the conclusion of the trilogy?
Gosh, writing a book about it all. Or having their own reality show.
Do you know what? I could definitely see them as parents with like 2 really bright kids. Like one's like a kind of mathematician, chess player, and the other one's like building tree houses or something like that. I could definitely see that. Yeah.
I love that. I
kids
love
thing.
that.
It's great.
And actually, someone had asked, who was it that was asked? Faith Stevenson asked, do you think Shepard actually ever wins a game of chess against Trainer?
I'm going to say every now and then. But I don't know if Trainer lets her win. What do you think?
I was just going to say that, Jen. I was just going to say that, babe. It's like Sometimes. Depends how she's feeling.
She'll come back and play again.
Yeah.
It's enough.
And of course, with games that have such great characters, great narrative to play with alongside the actual gameplay, we sometimes get some fan fiction. So Ken at Zero Sum Phase had asked, do you ever read any of the fan fiction about your character's exploits post-game or even pre-game or even in an alternate universe?
Well, I was given a fair bit of fan fiction after I was in Assassin's Creed Origins about what happened to Aya's story after that. So it was quite fun to flick through some of that. And it's always so impressive, like the level of detail in the writing of the stories and the images that go with them, especially if they've been done kind of comic book style. I think that's amazing. So if I get given it, I'll always have a look at it. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I get to glance through it, and then life just takes over, and I don't get a chance to dig into it. But like you said, Alex, to your point, the level of detail is impressive, and just the passion for the the storyline is just amazing. Yeah.
Fab. We all got a little bit shivery at the end there. So the fifth Dawn had asked, what line or moment in particular made you the most emotional? Whether you laughed, cried, or said, "Oh, that's so sweet."
It's always the goodbye scenes for me. I mean, this one, and then in the recording process, the goodbye to Garrus, particularly, the storyline. I mean, just all of the goodbyes are super difficult. And the whole Morden thing, it's really hard. Yeah.
For me, it was probably this scene. I think this was the first time I ever cried in a booth. And I remember being like, I didn't know that would happen in voiceover. Yeah, it really does. And for me, I mean, obviously Jen had, 3 games to do, but for me, there was definitely, it probably was this scene. I just remember crying and being so moved by it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to just shake it up a little bit and talk about something a little bit lighter, I think it's actually Ken from Zero Sum Phase also asking, can you spill any gossip about something hilarious that happened behind the scenes, please?
Alex, what do you have? Do you have anything?
I tell you what I've got. I've got in some of the DLC stuff, there are these scenes where everyone has a huge party on board the Citadel. Pretty sure that's right. And they all get drunk. And they needed extra voices in the background. And so Caroline had me in the booth and she was like, well, Alex, I mean, you're a voice actor. Just give me something. Just throw something out. And so I started doing this character who was like very LA, very Valley girl, like totally different. And she was like, that is so good. And I remember her calling some of the writers in, including, I'm pretty sure I'm right, that it was Patrick Weeks came into the room because he was one of the writers on it. And people being like, she's like, guess who that is? Guess who that is? You'll never guess. And they're like, I don't know who it is. And I was like, it's Alex, hi! As I'm like throwing out, my kind of LA Valley girl, my Scottish, my kind of Southern States, all of that stuff. So that was quite fun. Just because I don't know how many voices I actually do in the Citadel party scenes, but it's a lot.
Yep, I remember. I'd forgotten all about those. That is such a great story.
And the characters are drunk, right?
Yeah, so that's the best part. Is I'm not drunk. I'm totally fine. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. No, that's not what I said. What I said was, yeah.
Well, Jen, last one. It's a bit of a tough one, but Fetch Quest Journeys or Fetch Quester asks, what was the toughest moral, ethical, and/or personal decision Shepard had to make in the game, and what would you personally choose and why? Oh.
It's always around killing a squad mate, right? And I would always choose to fight for them, no matter what. That being said, it was always super fun to be a total turd. That was really fun. To be like, I don't care, out of my way. Yeah. I think that's the hardest part of, although, I don't play, right? I'm terrible at it, but in doing it, that's the trick for us, right? We have to justify every path and we have to fully believe in the choice that we make, no matter what that choice is. So I will say those choices took a bit more work to make. Mm-hmm.
Sure. Wonderful. Well, ladies, thank you so much. If you just want to give a little shout out and goodbye to everybody, that'll be it for this reading. Thanks so much again for taking part.
I hope it does exactly what you'd hoped, and thank you for including me, and thank you for putting this together. Yeah.
Yeah, all seconded. Thank you so much for your donations and your support during this stream.
Oh, amazing to see that video from Jennifer and Alix there.
Oh, it's so lovely. Aren't they amazing? Just, I could listen to their voices all day, I think.
Basically everyone here today. This has been such a privilege.
We're having a great time.
But of course, we are here for a reason. So just to quickly remind you how to donate, you head over to sideglobal.com/Ukraine, and that will take you straight to the Tiltify fundraising page. We have smashed through our target, but we want to keep going. So please keep donating. And if you've missed anything on this stream, it will be available on Side Global's YouTube and Twitch, as well as on IGN.
As ever, anything you can spare will be much appreciated. Now, because you guys were so incredible, because you have donated so incredibly, you smashed through your goal for this, and it is a moment that I know you've been waiting for. So, here's the scene. We're in Night City, backstage at the Hammer Club, but something a little strange is going on.
Hey, hello.
Hello. Hi. Right, let's get started on this. I will lead you guys in. Johnny is alone with Holt in the dressing room at the Hammer Club. The whooping and yelling of the fans muffled, but still seeping into this soundproofed room. Holt lies next to Johnny, smoking.
You can be such a bastard sometimes, Johnny. Not just today. How is it subtlety goes so far over your head? Weird for an artist. Look, if you were just another charismatic, narcissistic douche canoe running after his dream with his head up his ass, I couldn't care less.
Ever think about the past? About your time with the hunt?
It's all a lie.
Lost my memory when I escaped the hunt.
That concert, Samurai, all of it. A ginormous fiction.
You didn't have it? The amnesia?
You're not a rocker boy, Johnny. Face it. Ought to join the weird wackos on the corners, frothing as they mouth off and scream death to Arasaka.
There are times I remember rushing forward. Red riders around me. Next thing I know, I'm in the woods at the foot of Kaer Morhen. That's it.
Look at you. Faking it even to yourself.
Draw a blank on most of my time with him.
Huh? That's probably what you're best at, faking it.
Why didn't you look for me after you'd recovered your memory and your freedom?
Oh, of course. Johnny S. Misunderstood by all Night City. That's it. That's the problem.
You had mages to help you. I was on my own.
Now, you see, I thought...
We started talking about the past.
You're fucking hopeless. Honestly, Johnny, I've got better things to do. Just hoped I'd help you realize you're deluding yourself. And that doing anything about it, that's on you.
You had mages to help you. I was on my own.
We're done, Johnny, with it all. I couldn't ghost without saying something.
Thanks, Yen. See you later.
I got somewhere to be.
We started talking about the past. Alt.
Save it. I don't know for who.
Playing again tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
You could drop by.
You still don't get it, do you?
So how long you think you're gonna be mad?
You just don't get it.
Wanna play some Gwent?
Huh? Typical.
Come on, Alt. Let's play.
Who the fuck is Gwent, Johnny? Who is Gwent? Okay?
Gwent. It's a fucking card game.
Oh.
God, Alt.
Why didn't
What's
you
wrong with
say
you? Where's my guitar?
Wait, who is Yen?
What is it? What's a guitar?
What's a
Where's
guitar?
Dandelion?
Dandelion?
Oh, he's singing tonight, isn't he?
He's singing tonight? Yeah, and who is this Yen that you mentioned?
Oh,
You're such a douche canoe, Johnny, honestly. A douche canoe. Yeah, that was the word, douche canoe. Okay?
I don't even know what a canoe is.
Well, nobody does. That's the point.
I know what a douche is, though, and you're mean.
So mean. Wait till you see what I do next.
Anyways, Alt, it's been real.
It's been really real, Johnny.
Really,
Thanks for
really real.
Really, 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 really real. Thanks for everything, and, thanks for nothing.
I didn't give you anything.
That's my point. You know what you could do, though? You could ask people to donate while you were here. That would be something. That would be giving something,
Donations.
No, donations. Donate, please. Thank you.
Donate. It's about helping people.
Well, that was, of course, The Witcher's Doug Cockle as Geralt of Rivia and Alix Wilton Regan as Cyberpunk 2077's Alt Cunningham. I really hope they figure things out soon. Now, I'm feeling a bit left out because Jordan and I sat here and there is quite literally a party happening in the booth because we've done such an incredible job. Oh my goodness. We get our own party in here. We've got flashing lights, by the way. I don't think you can see it. But we have reached 77,000. It's still ticking up as we're talking. And look at this. Everyone is having an absolutely brilliant time. We're going to be joining them very, very shortly.
Of course. We've had an amazing run. We have had 6 whole hours of live readings from very talented actors with great support, of course, from their directors, readers, stand-ins, and many volunteers. And, of course, all of you watching. Thank you so much for donating, for shouting out the stream, for sending in your questions, and for supporting us as well. You have really been driving this whole thing along. As Elle said, we have made a lot of money and we are incredibly grateful. So let's take one more look at the live grand total. Woo! There it is, £77,522 and of course 69 pence as well. Fantastic. Everyone's partying in the booth. There they are. Please don't stop donating. Keep the party going all night. This stream and the best of clips will be available on IGN and Sci Global's Twitch and YouTube. Keep donating, sciglobal.com/Ukraine. All of the funds go to the Ukraine Crisis Appeal, getting humanitarian aid to Ukraine via the British Red Cross.
Wow. All that's left to say is an enormous thank you. As we said, you have made a huge difference. Don't stop if you can, if you've still got anything else. Let's get it up to 80 after the stream. But for now, all that's left to say is an enormous thank you and goodbye.
Bye.